where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier stand. Attitude, check it out. Tell us swift, get the trip. Back to the mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch you up and made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, so when these vanishes. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when they come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use a Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, so when these vanishes. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when they come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. Come on.
Exciting events of all time. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the sky. Huke Skywalker.
Drazah gets the first, gets the second. Drazah deliver.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Front frame have a tall task ahead of them, but Vegas Legion, they're waiting for the pressure to come in. They're trying to play for these kills before they go for the plant, and one player has their gun down.
Fame tagging him up. It's Afro. Afro does not know what player's behind him.
Oh!
Not gonna matter. Fame now left in a 1v3. Is this it? Or can the rookie pull off something special? No! Vegas come away with the Game 5 win. Uncensored as temp. And Vegas can't believe it.
Yeah, everybody do the Don Don. That's right. Vegas is still in the running for a top 8 finish. Come on now. You know you want to do the Don Don. There we go. We're all driving with you, Don. New single out, by the way. Vegas making things interesting for us as we go into the final week of qualifiers. Welcome in, everybody. This is Headquarters, and we'll be talking about the last 3 days of matches before we head to Toronto next week. Allie, though, before we get into it, what happened last week?
Some insane things happened last week, and some important things happened last week. Not only Vegas Legion's win, but also the Florida Mutineers getting a huge upset over the LA Thieves.
Let's take a look back at some of the key moments here. I think the Mutineers, big shocker, 2-1 as we have just 2 matches left before Toronto. Other squads that shine, Vegas on the week and Seattle Surge showing some life. But starting here with this Florida squad, what did we see from him, Mack?
We saw Vickle. I mean, he became the superstar that Florida Mutineers needed him to be, and in one of the most important series that they've had this split, going 29-24 in that map number 1, and in map number 4 to close it out, 35-21. The LA Thieves, our #1 respawn team at some point during this year, lost all 3 of them, but that wasn't the only team with huge W's.
Yeah, also we had the Las Vegas Legion coming for blood, the biggest match of their season yet, and they were able to take the W. I mean, some crazy efforts in that game number 4. We saw the SMGs pop off, and then we get to game 5, and what happens? It's the old men on the squad, Temp and Clay, absolutely going off, clutching up a 2v3 in round number 1, and then Temp giving them the bird at the very end. But we also had another massive game. We had a winless Seattle Surge going up against a new and improved Boston Breach. And what happened throughout this match? Seattle Surge came back to life and finally got that win under pressure. The hopes for winners bracket are still alive, but they have a lot to do.
It's been messy in Seattle, but most recently, it's looking clean. Let's take a look at our current standings as we head into Toronto next week. About 2 matches left for everybody outside of OpTic and FaZe. What are your expectations here, Allie? Can LA Thieves really stay in 11th place?
I'm expecting them to go 1-4 like Toronto did during Major 4 quals, because that's just how it is after you win. And you know what? Maybe they want it now so that when Champs comes around, they get the bounce back.
Well, that's good news for teams like Minnesota, because Minnesota plays the Thieves today, and they're only 10 points ahead of Las Vegas Legion. Let's talk about this race, Ant, because as we come down to the final 2 events, everyone wants to know, is Breach going to be there? Is Røkkr going to be there? Or is it Clayster and the Vegas Legion breaking in?
Well, listen, everybody pay close attention. When you watch this Minnesota Røkkr game today, it is massive. If they lose that, likely starting in the loser's bracket, which would mean Vegas would then be tied if they win the next game and have an advantage by being in the winner's bracket. So there's a lot going down. Minnesota has to win today to have any chance, have any hope.
And they're making some serious moves. Allie, already we saw Minnesota after struggling. They brought in Fame, a Challengers player, a guy who ran sub to play AR. They put Attach, the old man that started as a sub, running AR on a bench. Now Attach is back in on the AR. Is Fame running a sub? What's going on in Minnesota?
He has to be. I mean, I love that Attach is back into this lineup. Me personally, I don't think he should have been dropped in the first place, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. 4 Afro is an interesting call, but when we are reminded that when Fame was put into this roster, he would bring out a sub during Search and Destroy, and even sometimes during the respawn, where it obviously looked like he was maybe a little bit more comfortable. I think the timing kind of sucks, because it seems like Fame had finally kind of found his place in this team, and now once again that is being uprooted. But there is a lot of opportunity for Minnesota Røkkr considering the talent across the board.
Nameless, I want to know, what is the community's take on a move like this? Because you can only feature 4 players at Champs. If Minnesota gets in, they're hoping it's a dividend of the roster move.
Yeah.
Doesn't pay off.
I mean, I think everybody's a little bit confused, myself included. I think with every change we've seen Røkkr have, when Attach going to the bench, we were confused as well, because none of these changes feel like they really moved the needle. And you could see, here's the community reaction. Everybody was like, what's going on? Why is Afro getting benched? The stats were there. I think if I were to try to assume what Røkkr's doing here is you're happy with some of the things you gain from Fame, whether that be the Search and Destroy has gotten a bit better. The control's pretty consistent, and the comms that he brings to a team, they're happy with it. And you get him back onto an SMG alongside the expertise and history that Attach has. Headed into the 2 final biggest tournaments, Attach is a player you do want by your side on that stage, right? So they're hoping that Fame can do what Afro did, and Attach can come in and be a better AR than Fame.
Attach still has his World Championship ring from AW. Will he be able to lead Minnesota to another Champs appearance? That's what's on the line for them this week. Minnesota, though, is going to have to go through a tough challenger, and let's talk a little bit about what's been going down here with the LA Thieves, because this is a squad that won Major 4. They just banked $200,000 just a few weeks ago here in Columbus. Nameless, this is not the same team online. What's going on right now going into Major 5?
Listen, they've had some players who have been underperforming. We know this. Obviously, they are in LA. I'm not going to give them excuses, but I did see them just dominate a major, so we know what they are capable of. The Search and Destroy, people have just been hard countering them so well throughout this stage. It's a game mode that when they find success, they win series and they win tournaments. When you talk about this Florida game, though, they lost all the respawn, right? And this is something that's happened before. If you think all the way back to Major 1 split, they played Florida, and it was a huge surprise. Florida came out and absolutely bopped them. So it could be a matchup thing that they have up against Florida. But for LA Thieves, they could still make it into winner's bracket. They have 2 more matches left, and this is a team that can win versus anybody. So I have full faith in them.
Yeah, and with their strength of schedule, you're saying they have 2 matches left. They started with the strongest team they had to go up against, and it's slowly getting weaker as you go down the line. So they have to play Minnesota today, and following that, they'll play our worst team in the league, the London Royal Ravens. So this win is huge for the LA Thieves, not to mention that I'm pretty sure they beat Minnesota Røkkr every time that they get into this matchup, and Minnesota Røkkr obviously is going through roster changes as well, so LA Thieves have a lot of opportunity.
Not only is LA looking for W's against the Røkkr and Royal Ravens, it might come down to a number of teams at 2 and 3 overall.
Always does.
Map count matters today. If you're a Thieves fan, everyone hoping for a 3-0.
Well, when you look at this matchup, you have dominated the Minnesota Røkkr in series past. It's some crazy stat, 10, 11, or 12 in a row, and then you have Royal Ravens to end it. So realistically, you could end up 6-0 and make it into the winner's bracket. Like you said, Chris, maps are extremely important today.
Okay, well, let's see what's going down in that series. Another series tonight at 6 o'clock. You're going to see the Surge take on the New York Subliners, and this is a matchup I'm fired up for because it's number 6 versus number 5 on our season rankings, but also 2 of the best foreign SMGs on the planet. The Australian, of course, playing for Surge. Let's start with Pred. His squad finally getting a W, and it wasn't just his contribution. The whole team came to play once again.
I completely agree, and I think maybe we've almost been a little bit too hard on Seattle during this split. I know that we talked about them being a championship contending team and a team that has contended for championship, but they had a really tough first 2 matches. Toronto Ultra has looked disgusting during this split, acted like Major 4 didn't even happen, and then they go up against OpTic Texas. So they get a huge confidence boost over the Boston Breach. And heading into this game, I'm thinking it's kind of a testament to like where Seattle could possibly be, depending how they perform against the New York Subliners.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the hardest split that they're going to have. As you just mentioned, the 2 top teams they played, now having to play New York, who's extremely consistent. For Seattle Surge, though, man, like they haven't beaten anybody on LAN in a very long time. So online is where they've been having majority of their success. But I will say that it is impressive that they were able to win versus Boston with everybody going negative besides Pred, who was barely over at a 1.06. You can see, though, this was about 2 months ago. What happened? Seattle Surge bopped New York in a 3-0 fashion, so the experience and the confidence is there throughout the series, although New York has improved.
Search and Destroy was the standout game the last time they matched up. I'm looking forward to a game 2 today, especially with the way the Subliners have been looking after dropping a game 5 to Las Vegas in the first match of the Major 5 qualifiers. They've won 2 straight convincing wins, especially against LAG.
Yeah, I will have to say, I mean, obviously the most impressive win has to be against the LADs in that game 5. Their Search and Destroy has been pivotal throughout this entire qualifier and for a lot of their success, simply because some of these respawns, they've lost their way a little bit and they've been kind of pushing it through just with the amount of talent on this team. This is a team that has been flying under the radar a little bit since winning that first major, but we slowly are starting to see superstar performances out of players like KiSMET once again. Priestahh is getting in the conversation. Yeah. So this is a New York Subliners team who is starting to get very, very strong to the later half of our season.
Yeah, for New York, we're just getting into the minutia. The little details are what they're sort of refining and getting ready for champs. And I love that about this team. Every single event, we learn something that they got better at, and we see something that they have to fix, and they fix it time and time again. If you look at their game modes, they're top 4 in every single game mode. Extremely consistent. And when with a guy like HyDra, he has been getting to another level. We're used to seeing him drop bombs and respawn. He's like a top 3 S&D player in multiple categories. So New York, they just got to be more icy. You can't be getting 1v4, 1v3. You get rid of that, you're top 3 in these tournaments.
I'll be honest, I think the victor of this series is getting a top 4 seed going into Toronto. That matchup is going to have some huge implications at 6 o'clock. And remember, it's Friday. We got 3 games coming your way. It starts, though, when we come back with the 3 o'clock showdown. The number 12, London Royal Ravens, take on the Mutineers as they try and improve to 3-1 before heading up north.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom to bed, a few more points, and then we'll be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when I'm talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. Give me the smoke, better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's time to get geared up for the first match of the day. The 12th-seeded London Royal Ravens taking on the 10th-seeded Florida Mutineers. The Mutineers are playing for a spot in the winner's bracket. This is going to be a good one. We have 5 games coming your way. And Ant, we were looking at the numbers here. You got some fun stats.
I mean, not exactly stats, but just like when you think about it, this is the one time a team can play spoiler against the Florida Mutineers, right? Because Florida, they win this, they're likely in the winner's bracket guaranteed. And for London, you look at this and you look at the maps, you don't hate the S&Ds. Florida hasn't been playing that great in Search and Destroy, so we'll see if London has fully given up just yet. We certainly know Florida has not. And what is this tweet we got here?
If can't make champs, you can't either.
Exactly. There we go.
Take them down with you, Royal Ravens.
Yeah,
You got 10 points on the line. Fan base is to impress. And, of course, a lot of pride in this matchup. London, I feel like you're playing for the end of the year. You got one more shot at cash. That's coming up here in Toronto. Mutineers, though, they are playing for the long haul. They could still have a miraculous run somehow in Toronto and make it to champs. They're not out of this mathematically. And recently, their performances have looked the strongest they have all year. Allie, what have you seen from this squad that just pulled off an upset?
I completely agree with you. When we talk about, the roster changes, they made 3 at once at one point. So we had to give them a little bit of wiggle room. For the Florida Mutineers, this is the true Cinderella story of this year. This is what I compared to New York last year. Florida Mutineers, if they play perfect, as which they have shown us they are capable of doing, the Monster Energy pregame will let them know what to clean up in this series. Keep up the strong respawn. They're 5-3 in respawn on the stage. Again, against one of the best respawn teams in the game, LA Thieves. And Vickle continue to be the superstar that he has been.
On the other side of this matchup, you have the Royal Ravens looking at their last 2 online appearances before playing on land in Toronto. Nameless, what do you want to see from the team today?
I mean, just overall improvement from everybody. Show some fight, some grit in these series. I mean, we saw it versus Atlanta a little bit, right? Like, they started to turn up there in that control. They ended up taking it, but it just feels like in the middle of these games somewhere they just give up. They get beat on a rotation. They end up down pretty bad. Everybody here has to step it up. I'll be honest, there's not a whole lot of great stuff that we could say about London.
Allie, 2 matches matches ago, I give Nastie the MVP for the team. Last match, I give it to Yuli. He kind of caught us all off guard here on the desk with a strong performance in the respawn. Can he do it again? This is going to be a pretty even matchup when you're looking at the numbers, but what is the Monster Energy pregame key?
Well, take your advantage of the search and destroy. They're first and first blood percent this stage, and it's unfortunate that that stat's there because, well, on the flip side of that, they are 12th in converting it. So convert your first blood, please, and get back on track in hardpoint. They've lost 8 hardpoints in a row. They've also lost over 5 series in a row. So London, at this point, you can only go but so far down rock bottom. So hit it back, hit a bounce back here against Florida.
Jack, get weird with your predictions. The channel points are on the line right now, and while you're in the chat, do me a favor, show some love to the GM of the Florida Mutineers. We have the one and only Røkkr 2, the greatest console player of all time. That's right, Kremp.
He is the GOAT.
Hanging out
He is the
in
GOAT.
the chat right now. Maps and modes for this series. Allie, real quick, break it down for me. How many games do you see it going? We do have Expo in the mix at game 3.
I think 4 minimum in this series. I think, you know, this is once again the battle of the mids, but one of them still has a fire lit under them, which is going to be the Florida Mutineers. I think they've done great in respawn, but there's still an opportunity in that Fortress Hardpoint.
I think we go game 5.
Going game 5. It all starts right now.
London win map 1.
To the dad duo. It's Landon with Shotzzy. Gentlemen, show's yours.
London win map 1, calling it.
Okay, well, there it is. I was getting ready to ask. I was going to say, Jay, this is going to be a fun one. I think map 1's going to really set the tone for this series, but it's our final week of online matches. It's something crazy is going to happen. It's going to happen right now. How do you feel about this one, buddy?
I feel great about this one. I think I'm feeling a lot better for Florida Mutineers than I am the London Royal Ravens, because if you're Florida, you just finished taking down our Major 4 champions in 3 different respawns. So one including, which is going to be our map number 1 in this series. As you take a look at the matchup between both of these squads, it doesn't really stand out. They're pretty bad when you look at the stats for both of these teams. But at least for Florida, they have faced a lot of roster changes, a lot of stuff that they had to figure out throughout the year. And I finally think that with this team, they have been able to compete with the best, and they showed it last week. So London, it's all about playing spoiler. Florida Mutineers, your first chance at potentially earning yourself winners bracket on the season if you can get this W.
Yeah, I was going to say, as we were looking through those season records, a whole lot of 1s. Unfortunately, they're 11s, not first place finishes. So we'll see how this series begins to take form. Florida versus London as we fly in for Fortress Hardpoint. You set the stage perfectly, Jay. The London Royal Ravens having that funny tweet this morning. Still a lot to play for. Obviously, trying to keep Florida out of champs. And at the same time, my friend, like, you're still fighting for next season. Like, you're fighting for your spot. One guy in particular that we always have to highlight is this man, Yuli, brought onto the roster this year, still has a lot to prove.
Yeah, and he's been getting a little bit more consistent as the team's been able to play a lot more alongside each other. You saw it in his last matchup, but still did not lead to the W. But as we get into this map number 1, I think the biggest thing that London have to focus on is their hardpoint game. They've lost their last 8 in a row, and the 2 players that are standing out so far at this stage who have been struggling are Asim and Nastie. They're sitting at 0.7 KDs in hardpoint, and already starting off differently is Asim on a forest spree with 20 uncontested seconds at P1. Great start to the game for London.
Okay, this is absolutely excellent. However, this is into the game. Jay, I was so
Just
prepared. I was so ready to give all the love to London. I was so ready to just be like, look at this team performing. Asim off to an incredible start, and it's all come to a halt. I don't know if that was Florida maybe having some issues. You see anything on the mini map by chance, or no?
I have no idea. All I saw was Asim running and gunning. So yeah, he's so tilted he had to get up and walk away for a bit. Catch a breath, because he cannot believe that his stats are not going to get padded off of that map number 1. But to the reset we go. I think you got to feel happy if you are Florida. Yeah, Scrapz can't believe it. He's so mind blown right now. He can't believe it.
I absolutely love that guy, Matty Marshall. We love you, man. That's for sure. I'm sure he is having a good time in the comms. I'm sure it's quite entertaining, but at the very least, a tilting moment there. If you're London, we'll kind of get full clarification potentially on what exactly was going on. You obviously don't want to have Florida having tons of problems and whatnot, but like I said, we'll get some clarification on that. But Fortress HP, man, I mean, if London's going to come out and play like that, this has all the makings of a very testy series. I think it's fair to say if you are a Mutineers fan, you're obviously happy to have the restart, but you're also a little concerned given how the Ravens came out right there.
Oh yeah, even though it's only for 22 seconds on the early P1, you're definitely going to be concerned because London, their guns look hot. It looks like they're playing with utmost confidence, at least early on into that game. So if you're Florida Mutineers, at least you have the opportunity to change your start off, not go it clean 4 dead, not give up 20 seconds off of P1, because if you remember what Florida did to LAT, it was bad on this map. Like, LAT is one of the best hardpoint teams that we have in the game. But what Florida were able to do on Fortress HP, they absolutely manhandled them. And I think it's due to the fact of the pressure of Capsule and Vehicle. They went absolutely crazy in that series when it came to the respawns. So if they can keep that up, London, those are 2 guys that they have to put a lot of focus on. Because Vehicle, you know that guy's yelling, "Sue!" every time he's popping a 3-piece. Can't allow him to get early energy.
Yeah, maybe one of those, or you know, good old Vamos from time to time. Let's take a quick more look at the Florida Mutineers. I believe we actually have some vehicle highlights. So apologies for that. We'll actually be taking a look at what this man has been doing so far throughout this qualifier. Really, Jay, just really since he has joined back with this team. It was a big controversial move when they made that massive roster change, right, to get rid of him and a few others. A few players brought back in, but his role, it feels like, my friend, has totally changed, right? He went from the guy who would jump in ahead of Havoc, somebody who was all about the objective, to now just being a slang playmaker.
Yeah, he looks a lot more comfortable out there on the map. All the highlights that we have just seen was all in the series versus LAT, but he was just taking over. A 1.3 throughout the series, and I think the biggest thing that stood out for me is just the difference in his hardpoint game. On the season, he's a 0.84 in HP. He's an overall 0.88 KD, but so far in stage 5, he's seeing a 1.07 overall and a 1.21 in HP. So he's basically 2 times the player right now. It might be the hair growth. My guy Javi is just taking over in HPs.
He has been. It's a welcoming sight. Like, I had the chance to talk to him coming into the season. He had some really high hopes, and obviously does not want to be in the standings where the Mutineers are right now. Not eliminated from champs, just holding on by a thread, as you'll be looking at that Minnesota game actually just after this one to see exactly how much further they may have to climb up the mountain. But he's just a really good dude, man. The guy works hard. He ended up taking a break from college. He knows like 3 languages. Like, he's a hard worker, and it's been great to see him have such a wonderful splash back into the CDL. But there you see the numbers, 1.21 kills per 10 minutes. Goodness gracious, this is some great stuff. But we'll see if he can be the one to make the overall impact. He absolutely, it feels like, Jay, maybe out of the 8 players in this lobby, could have the biggest spotlight on him.
Oh yeah, without question, because he plays at a tremendous pace. Like, I watch Vico every single morning. The guy's grinding rank play. Doesn't matter if he's playing with friends or he's playing with his subscribers. He's always getting those reps in. So when you're playing that much of the game, you start to understand the spawns. You start to understand the timing in certain situations. And right now, with him having the freedom, what he said, like in his interview last week, he said, with Capsule on my team, I just have the freedom to do whatever the hell I want. And so far, it's been working out. You don't have to worry about playing that objective too much because your AR's got that. You have to just worry about simply playing your kills. And if Vico's able to do that, he's a guy with tremendous individual skill. He has the ability to take over games whenever he wants.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And speaking of highlight plays, folks, we do apologize. We're going to have to take a quick little break. But in the meantime, you get to take a look at our top 5 plays from last week. Make sure to join when we come back. Game 1.
Towards Cantinas, but do you find the timing onto Simp? He invests that silence. He's going to be able to spot the player on bomb. Goes for 1, goes for 2, goes for 3.
Eventually is sniffed out. A great looking push for Legion, but it is a Røkkr.
Wait a minute!
Clean! Oh! Ely goes for the highlight real time moment. Ely instantly with dead silence knows that Arspies is at P1. He's gonna hopefully be ready for multiple players to be here. He's also got Exceed in his sights. There's 1. There is 2. Ely, as we said, a team kill off the rip.
3 aces in a row.
It might be.
Gotta take a look back at this nade. Unfortunately, it knocks off the building, hits Nastie right in the forehead.
And it is absolutely across the face of all 8 players. Like we said, into round 3 we go. Boston Boom, attack and beams, living up to the name. I think he's ready to bring that big blade out whenever the time comes, but he's still got a decent amount of ammo still remaining.
He's just trapping the sophomores right now.
No.
But what a life right now from Breeze, and he has no time on slowing down. He finds another. Boston Breeze has just turned up to a whole different level.
Oh, Beans is unbelievable.
Oh my!
The map. Get him off the map. Beans. Jesus. No. This is the game. This is the.
Oh my God!
nothing. Only Ghosty finds 1 kill. Time ticking. Ghosty finds a second. The continuity! When you need him the most, he arrives, but he falls!
Roaming in towards Cantinas, but do you find the timing on the Simp? He invests that dead solid. He's gonna be able to spot the player on bomb. Goes for 1, goes for 2, goes for 3. Simp, have yourself a moment. Don't slow down. Let's play for the ace. Finds tap, hits him with the hit fire.
To Vegas. Just play it like this. This is gonna be a beat. Oh! Answer 2. They triple inbound, and he wants an ace as well. 1 more left, and it's Don. Is it back-to-back aces here for the Tiny Tears? You bet it is. Howdy, friends, and welcome back. Gotta say, there's some familiar faces, some familiar voices there in those top 5 plays. I think we had, what, like 4 out of the 5 right there.
Yeah, technically 5 out of the 6, you know, because that last play was double the trouble out of the Tiny Terrace. But yeah, man, we had a lot of great moments last week of the online qualifiers. Hopefully, in the last week of online qualifiers, we have even more.
Absolutely, man. We'll see if we can get it. Maybe this match could provide us with a few of those. I know one guy that I really want to chat about, currently not in his chair, but one that was involved in those top 5 plays, was Yuli, right? Top left side of the screen. Maybe he's hiding behind the chair. Not exactly sure, but we'll see if he does make his way back very, very soon. But Jay, interested to see, obviously, what he can do for the roster. As you said, it feels like he's getting more and more comfortable. Like, I don't know. It just feels like he has like a few pop-off moments almost every series, where whether it's in Search Destroy or he goes like on a crazy 6 or 7 spree in a hard point. He's definitely getting more comfortable as the season goes on.
And that's something that I had the opportunity to talk with him about, was like, when he first joined this roster, he told me, even though I haven't been putting up the best numbers, it's because I just joined the team. So you got to let me get more comfortable. And obviously, we've been able to see it. The more comfortable that he gets, the better he is performing. I know he falls short to the Atlanta FaZe, but he's one of the only 2 players to go over 1.0 KD. Like, both of his teammates had 0.6s, and Yuli was still performing up to a high level. So this young man, I know he's a rookie, really hasn't had the brightest lights on him all season, but he's definitely trying to make his name known throughout every single player to make sure he has a spot next year.
Yeah, I know it's obviously difficult, right? When you come into a team that's struggling as a rookie, right? You're just trying to find your own footing, right? I mean, you're trying to deal with so many different things. You're getting used to the speed of the game, the pace, the schedule, all these things. And then you're also trying to fix, how do I come in? How do I change this team's dynamic? How do I, you almost gonna have to have a self-defined identity even before you come into the team. There's so many things that he has had to try and figure on out, but obviously we saw him completely going off there on that hotel control versus the Atlanta FaZe. You know, the talent, the potential that is there. And one thing too, Jay, it's been fun, right, to watch him join the CDL. I know pretty much every single one of his teammates was taken away from him as they were all joining into the CDL, whether it was Fellow or Ghosty, or I think it was Too Real at the time. Like, he's had everybody go away. He finally gets picked up into Challengers, or rather from Challengers into the CDL. And like I said, while the numbers haven't been unbelievable, they are getting better series by series, hoping to have a massive impact today versus the Mutineers.
Yeah, you got to have something to stand on, because we know that this team is eliminated from champs contention. So they only have one last hoorah left in them, and that's at Toronto. So with the team who hasn't run a single match yet on land, you still won't start off in winner's bracket going into the next one, but you at least have an opportunity to collect yourself a bag. So you still got to keep that in mind. These are players that are playing for their pride. These are players that are playing for their jobs. You just got to go out there and leave it all on the table. And like Damon said, just continue to show some fight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what you really want to see, whether it's in the, whether it's in the comms or whether it's just the arrows and the mini map. You want to see good COD come in from all 4 of our players for either side. It's going to be fun to see. We'll obviously be getting into this map shortly. We do apologize for running some tests, try to make sure that we are all on a level playing field when it comes down to our map 1, which is going to be on Fortress. We saw the first 20 seconds, and hopefully we can get back to it very soon, but we apologize. Going to throw it to another break. When we come back, London v Florida. Make sure and stay tuned with us.
494, 495, 496.
Now listen up, nerds, wipe that cheesy poof dust off your mouths and sit up straight.
We heard you slipped in rank play and needed a boost.
Well, me and my twin brother Doug here got exactly what you need. The CDL mid-season pack.
Are SMGs too heavy for your baby biceps? Then get insta-jacked with this absolute unit.
Want protein that isn't the dino nuggies your mommy makes? Rep these XRK protein blueprints shred like bread.
Afraid to talk between rounds? Let these calling cards do the talking.
Do you enjoy securing bags and crushing six-packs of your favorite beverage? There's emblems, vinyls, and stickers for that too.
Stop struggling to carry your team. Get the CDL mid-season pack today.
Now buyable with COD points. Do it now, jabronis.
Players will not receive any actual physical performance boost either in-game or in real life, but you will look damn fine. Get good, nerds.
you trying to get out of silver? If you're playing Fortress in ranked play, use these map callouts to help your squad dominate. These two arches and this door are critical points on attack and defense on all ranked game modes. Pros call them open, closed, and doubles. They are common entry points, so your team knowing which spot to pre-aim will net you wins. Knowledge is king, so call out those tangos when you see them attack these spots.
Howdy friends, and welcome back. Yes, we enjoy all of our content pieces, by the way. I love those callouts for Fortress. I love the advertisement for the CDL mid-season pack, which you can feel free to grab. Also, make sure to grab your CDL champs pack as well. Jay, have you been rocking it? I've been rocking it throughout Albagra. I've been rocking it in ranked. I've been having a great time. Looking good while getting fried. How about you?
Oh yeah, you know I'm rocking it, brother. Especially I'm out there looking like royalty. Every time I'm dropping 3 pieces in ranked. I know it's a little bit different for you because you're all the way down there in silver still, but
I'm wearing gold, baby.
Yeah, you're looking good. You're looking good out there, no doubt.
Oh yeah, having a great time. Having myself a good old time from moment to moment. But into our maps and modes. London versus Florida. As we said, Fortress Hardpoint, the one that we are kicking things off on. But LSC Search Destroy, game number 2. Expo Control, game number 3. And if it comes down to it, we do have an embassy for game number 4 at a Fortress if we do see a game 5. But Fortress Sandwich would begin things here on some Hardpoint. Jay, well, we saw the first 20 seconds look good for London. Few, server switch ups, and here we go again. Hoping to see the same Ravens come out. See if they can fry. It was Asim who actually led the way in overall slag. We'll see if he can do that same thing this time around. For a quick little rewind, into P1 we go again.
Into P1 we go. London once again starting off on the bad side. This time they're not getting off any time off of the P1. Florida Mutineers, they're more focused on just finding the kills, not letting those spawns flip, controlling the map, and then eventually leading to some time. They are able to hop on that P1 nice and early, but trades go back and forth. London able to find the break, but how long can they stay out of that back spawn?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Thankfully, they do have a few players making their way up through open and closed, as we said. Some Fortress call-ups. Thank you very much for that, CDL team. And for that, it is going to be the London Royal Ravens actually escaping to the back. Currently have those next side spawns in their favor. They do have to allow for the final few seconds to tick away at P1. We'll see if that transaction is a worthy one in the end as we fly in now toward the stage.
Yeah, London are usually a team that love to win a couple rotations on this map. 4 for roll that we have in the league, but where they struggle is in their hold percentage dead last. So their setups are not the best. They have to be better because Florida are going to put the pressure on through the front side. Vico starts it off with the first. He's still alive somehow, and he's able to find 2. So Florida, they're able to find the break, flip the spawns, and now chain that P1 time to some much-needed P2.
Oh, and Scrapz accidentally throws a stun off the back of his teammate, so that's not going to help anything. Brack, like shooting fish in a barrel, gets a 1 for 2 special, or 2 for 1 special rather, and from there the rest of the Ravens begin to fall. Thankfully, if you do fall in the middle side of the map, so 20 seconds still to fight for. They definitely want to try to back up. However, with 20 seconds left, they want to try and do a little bit of something. No go early Florida break, and it could be another early break if a few stragglers can get their way through middle.
Yeah, this is where the game can start to get chaotic. You have to find these kills because a couple players from London are already spawning across the map. You at least take care of Vico. The guy was applying that pressure early on for Florida Mutineers, but they're still finding kills. They're knowing that the couple players from London are going to spawn out. They're keeping the numbers advantage. They're ready for the pitch from every angle, but they can't find any of the kills. Asim picks up the AR. He finds 2 while Yuli's puts that towards mid. London, they hold.
Boy, do they need that hold as well. They could not afford to go in, what, 3 hills in a row, basically. They had the early rotation set for P2, dropped it instantly. That same thing happened. Asim field upgrade in hand still. He's able to put that hip fire to good use. Ravens still locking things down over at the fountain as they've reached that 50-point mark. It continues to grow in threat, maybe even of a lead change as Florida, a little late, but still trying to make something happen.
Oh,
they may have to go ahead and back on up and give this one away. Brack continues to find kills in stride.
That's good stuff right there from Brack to at least relieve some of that time. To not let them get a full 60 hold, but what a response right there from the Ravens. When we thought it was going to get out of hand, they find the right kills at the right time to get a full 60 on towards P3. So it's basically a tie game, but now you are forced to break out of these back spawns. You have to get past Vico, who's causing you problems from top maps. Great shots from Scrapz. That's the first line of defense. Now you can push from stage side.
Push prepared. somewhat established. Scrapz and Yuli looking to make their way up toward the top stage. Great kills coming in there from Maddie Marshall, trying to lead the way in the comms, lead the way in the slang. As a few kills begin to come on forward. Brack not sure exactly where to check, hoping that his teammates can find the kills around the outside. He's just enjoying himself. A little bit of time in the cannon, some free time, some free room. London cannot seem to make a sizable dent.
Yeah, they can't get in. Brack's been able to just turn his camera a little bit left and right, thinking that he had to go for a chow, but his teammates were holding it down for him. They find all the kills in the feed, and we're basically able to hold down that P4 flawlessly. And I'll take back this lead, up by 45 points. Now going back into the P5. You don't have the preferred spawns, and just spawning out towards the back. But look at the spawn for Vico. He actually gonna have an opportunity to go for this pinch.
Vico does make his position aware. Can he cut down Yuli inside of the point? Yes, he will. So he's able to do a lot from that backside spawn that he ends up getting. The rest of his teammates were spawning Fountain. Meanwhile, he does not. And so with it, you can see what that does to the arrows here for the Mutineers, quickly turning the game. And now with that, it will allow for the final 30 seconds to be vacant for the moment, but Florida just escaped a very difficult situation. And now they're making London pay.
Oh, that's a turning point right there in the game. Florida kept themselves off of the point. They were more focused on the kills because they know they're going back into a P1, so they find all 4 in the feed. We're able to flip those spawns. Now the Ravens spawning out towards the backside of the statue. This is where Florida can start a runaway with the game, as Vico already on the 3 spree. No plan on slowing down until he gets gunned down right there by Yuli.
Hello.
But at the end of the first rotation of hard points, Florida find themselves up by 70 points. They had the preferred spawns going in towards the P1, but it's London inside early.
Vico looking to run wild. Some great time currently going the way of the Ravens, but how long will it last? Especially if Vico is alive. 17 and 12 on a 2. Nearly makes the 3 spree. Scrapz able to stay alive, but it's Florida with the trades yet again.
And Florida is doing a great job of reading the spawns. They know that at least one player is going to spawn out because no one was sitting towards double steps. But they don't take down Asim. Asim is still alive. He finds 2. He's trying to find an opening for his teammates, but no one else finds anything. Florida are just playing out of their minds right now in HP.
And they're reading everything quite nicely on the map. Another big gunfight. This time it goes the way of Tyler Fellow. Mutineers up big and a chance to extend that lead even more. As we get ready to rotate, let's step aside and go to the comms of Florida.
Go round left. Get time. Back up. I'm two maps. We're good. I'm not blocking. Maps weak. Two maps.
Okay. I had some maps.
Both to box.
Another one back dead. We have them in a mega bunch.
One P5 absolute nasty behind this dead.
Nice, good job. There's 20 in the back.
Nothing more P5. Go. Yep. One time weak.
I need it backstairs. Nice, good job. I'm holding pinch. Block free. I'm holding pinch. He's backstairs. Back right stairs. Back right.
Yeah,
nice. One just hit P1 to new. Okay. Gonna wrap for it. I get pinch. Wrap for it, Tyler.
You're good.
Dead. Nice, good job. I'm backing
Looking for one.
I'm backing all the way up. Nothing backstairs.
I go P4
They're rotating.
Yeah. No, backside right now.
I'm backing up. I'm trying to get I'm in right now.
There's two backstairs.
I'm backstage. Hold your maps up, by the way.
I got maps, boys.
You have a trophy in new? I'm in initial.
Yeah, I'll get one on the hill
up.
Yo, one's P5.
I'm getting a trophy on you.
I have all the maps. I
have another trophy on you. I'm holding your gate, Javi, with you. I'll help you front if you need help.
Nothing
front yet.
I mean, just a great check-in there with Florida, and they're trying to do so many things, Jay, on the map, whether it was trying to hold stage from the front, trying to make sure that they have fun set up for Fountain, watching the cross. Everything is just on point right now for Florida, and the comms just showed it.
Yeah, and they're basically just trying to call game right here. Like, you can hear it at the end of that listening. The communication right there from Florida Mutineers to set up properly around this P3 is beautiful. Your capsule to say, I'm sitting in towards maps, you don't have to worry about that. Brad said, I'm the player playing towards hill, but I can help you in maps, I can help you in front. So the teamwork right now from Florida Mutineers is just simply outclassing the London Royal Ravens, as they are only 22 seconds away from taking map number 1, and they had the potential to close it out right here, right now.
Already? Is it going to end just like that? London, do you have anything? Do you have a moment? Is there one player who could sneak at least a foot, maybe a toenail inside of the hard point? It does not look like that is the case. Ravens, maybe even going for a little bit of a retreat, maybe banking on the fact that they couldn't even get that tick. I don't know if that was them just giving up, Jay, or if they thought that they couldn't win it there, but you and I knew it about 45 seconds ago.
Well, listen, it better be them giving it up, because if you're doing math over there in the London camp and you're thinking, all right, guys, we'll chalk it up, we'll trap them in, we'll play for the rotation, the game's already done. That actually just got me a little bit pissed off right there, the fact that they were going to challenge that all the way to the very end. But Florida Mutineers, they do exactly what they need to do. They're thinking about that winner's bracket. They're trying to keep the champs dream alive, even though it's so far away from them. As they dominate in the map number 1, Vehicle picking up right where he left off in his last series versus the Thieves, 24-16, alongside his SMG duo, 25-22. Those guys are just applying the pressure, putting down the shots, soaking up the hill time. There's absolutely nothing that Florida Mutineers could not do on that map number 1. They close it out, 250-111, and now are 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it was completely clinical. I mean, off the rip, right? We're talking about, okay, London, cool. They've got, early spawns for P2, instantly taken away from them. And from that point, Florida just never really let it go. So much great coordination on the map, right? We're talking about how, and the second set of rotations, right? When they're holding late over at stage, they're holding it from the front. They're not only getting the time inside of the hard point, but setting up for the HP across the map while keeping London in the spawn trap. Not an easy thing to do versus any roster in the CDL, but they made this one look completely clinical. I know we're looking through the highlights. I wonder, Jay, like, I think that London in that moment, right toward the end of the game, I want to say that they just were not great at math, because the arrows were moving. It wasn't as if, like, everybody put their controller down. Like, it looked like they thought that the next hard point was going to be theirs, at least.
Yeah, well, it definitely was not theirs, because Florida Mutineers were not worried. They took over the game, because keep in mind, when we got to the first P5, it was 71-72, so it was basically a tie game. But when you allowed Florida Mutineers to find all the kills, flip the spawns, they were able to just run away with the game after that. P1 to the P2, where they gained about 80 points. And then the P3, where you think in London are going to win the rotation, they should be able to set up again to try to get back into the game. No, Florida Mutineers found the kills at the right time, and were able to train those hills together, and then that's eventually the game. So London, I was wondering if they were going to show some fight. They did show fight before the restart happened, but completely got wiped away after that map number 1. So now you're going into this LSCLO search and destroy, where Florida, as of recent, this has been the mode that they kind of have been struggling in. But Florida Mutineers, they have some great S&E players. It's all about clicking at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really good opportunity here for the Mutineers to kind of showcase some talent in this mode. Like, I know we've been talking about it all season long. It feels like you and I and every single one of our casts that we've had with this Mutineers team is like, hey, the search destroy talent is there. It's just a matter really of all of them coming together and being able to mix, right? We know with Fellow and his history, Brack has been putting up some incredible search destroy numbers. Vehicle has been great, whether in challengers or in the CDL at times in search destroy. And I mean, what? Cap was like the saving grace behind Boston Breach last year in search destroy. Whenever he gets dropped from that team, their S&D took a huge hit. So it feels like, man, I know we've been talking a lot about Florida, their respawn victories, especially versus Thieves, but search destroy could be a mode that if they can start to figure it out, bring that teamwork into a mode like this, it could make them that much more complete and really be that much more of a threat moving in at Toronto. But into this LSCLO search and destroy, I mean, how do you feel about it, given the numbers, given everything we've talked about? Is this going to be another dominant win for the Mutineers, or does London have a foot to stand on?
I think Florida have a great opportunity right here to go up 2-0. They have a 6-2 overall record going up against London, who are 2-5. They're also second best team in finding first bloods on this map, going up against the 11th worst team in 3v4 situations. So if you are Florida Mutineers, you find that first blood, the round is basically yours. And then even on their attacking side, they're one of the 3 teams that we have in the league who love to apply that pressure on their attacks over towards B. Whenever they get that bomb down towards that B site, they have an 85% chance at winning it. So if you are London, don't get first blooded, and simply do not allow B plays to go down on your defensive rounds, because those are basically up in the air straight to Florida Mutineers.
I gotta point out too, I think it was in our keys to victory. I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers in front of us, and maybe you remember it, Jay, but like there was a number coming into the series that we saw where it was like London is the #1 team in first bloods this stage. Yeah. Like, how is that the case? Like, how is this team #1 in first bloods, yet I believe only have like maybe 1 search? Okay, here it is. This is perfect. Yeah, they're #1 in first bloods. They have a 70% first blood rate. How is that possible right now for this team?
I don't know. That means they're terrible in 3v4s, or at least in the 4v3s, because they haven't been able to find any success. Yeah, they're like 1 and 2 in search and destroy, so it hasn't been the best. But if you're finding the first blood, you already have the man advantage. You have to be able to close out these rounds. You're also going up against Florida Mutineers, who so far in this stage are the worst at finding that first kill. So this is an opportunity that presents itself right on your screen. London Royal Ravens, you get the first kill, just play the trade, and you will stand a pretty good chance at winning the S&D.
Yeah, shout out to our Monster Energy pregame, and major shout out to our production team for bringing that one up. Yeah, I saw that and we instantly got into the game, and I was like, I'm gonna have to remember that. And obviously I remember a few bits of it, but that is going to be a huge point of emphasis moving into this Search Destroy. I remember, man, too, like watching London Search Destroy versus Atlanta FaZe, and I want to say it was like Yuli and Asim who were coming up with some crazy first bloods despite losing that Search Destroy on aBeZy. Yeah, they combined for 7 total first bloods between just those two SMGs, yet they end up losing the Search Destroy 6-4. So I know we've beaten this stat pretty badly, but as you said, partner, like for London, get the first blood and really just stay alive. Stand still, as you did at the end of the hardpoint game. Just hang out and allow for Florida to hopefully make a mistake.
Yeah, that's all you got to do, man. You get the first blood, you just play your trades. I can understand versus Atlanta FaZe when you find 7, you still 4 short versus them because they're the best S&D team in the game. But let's take a step back, though. Let's see some success on the side of London, because we saw what Yuli has been capable of as of recent. I'm pretty sure last week he was able to earn himself an ace with the 5th kill as well on his own teammate. And it all starts off with this nade onto Nastie, hits him right in the forehead. He takes down Assault, and then it's a 3v3, and he just maneuvers his way around the map to eventually find all 4.
Yeah, this is incredibly impressive. This is probably like the first technical 5-man ace since like MW. So this is some impressive stuff. I'm sure that Nastie had to be involved in it, but hey, you know what? It's a worthy transaction in the end. You won the round regardless. Just some incredible highlight plays from that man Yuli. I know we were talking about his control that he was able to put up, the hotel numbers versus Atlanta FaZe last series, the series prior to that. He was putting up some aces in the victories, and funny enough, Jay, the 2 moments where we're talking about Yuli has been going off throughout this qualifier are the 2 maps that London have taken so far throughout Major 5. So if he's able to really put the team on his back, make some highlight plays, whether it's going double positive or maybe going for an ace, London absolutely stands a chance of taking the map, as they have done so far twice here in the Major 5 qualifiers.
All right, so that tells me Yuli's just got to rip his shirt open and just have the Superman logo sitting on his chest. It's time to be a superhero, because every time you go off, your team finds success. And going into this aBeZy Search and Destroy, we know what he's going to be doing. He's a playmaker with that SMG in hand. He's going to go for those bomb plants, getting those early engagements alongside Asim. So I'm really looking forward to the SMG battle on both sides, because that battle for the first blood is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, it really is, and it's going to be fun to see how Florida looks to try to handle that pressure as well. As we know, for the if we know the stat, obviously Florida does as well. So if you are the Mutineers coming into this aBeZy Search Destroy, you are very much trying to prepare for the players who sit on the far left and the far right side of the screen. Yuli and Asim, incredible talents, especially early on in the Search Destroy. So for the Mutineers, I guess what, you may be looking at Fel to try to do some work with the snipe. We know that Cap and Vehicle are going to be the kind of the kings of aggression, and you know, Brack, sometimes he hangs out on an island, Jay. He's a very slow player, but if he finds you, there's no chance that you're staying alive. That guy can hit some beamers.
Oh yeah, Brack's definitely got the beamer on him. But just like when you're playing against Brack, you got to think about the first 15 to 20 steps you can take off spawn. That's the positioning that Brack is going to be in. He likes to play it nice and slow. He likes to be that island player for his teammates, to hold down a bomb site by his lonely. And if he's able to do that, he's usually a guy that has the ability to shut down plays. So he's a soul man playing over towards B. He loves to be that guy over towards the truck side. And if he's able to find a couple kills, that's where his impact is going to be felt. But just overall, Florida Mutineers, it's got to be feeling great. You see everybody laughing, everybody smiling after a great map number 1.
Yeah, I want to say too, like, Brack is a nice little clean shave. The entire Mutineers team is completely hairless. Maybe they're trying to go for something crazy toward the end of the season. Maybe try to come away with I don't know, some, you know how it's like superstitions and stuff like that toward the end of the year. Maybe they got something brewing right now, making fellow laugh. But folks, unfortunately, something that's not funny is that we do have to head to another break. Yes, I hate to deliver bad news, but unfortunately, leading into this aBeZy Search Destroy, something is just maybe not going the great. Hold on. Okay, I'm being told, Jay, that we may actually be loading into the aBeZy Search Destroy. So put that on pause. Put that on pause. I'm hearing some music. What's going on, Jay?
I don't know what's going on.
This is the first time that I actually don't know what's going on. More music?
I'm just wondering why you have your fingers up to your ears, like you're gonna hear it a little bit better, but
Yeah, I am.
okay. Respect it.
Okay, I think. Game's ready. There it is.
All right,
Jay.
cool. Let's go.
We managed to do it. See, if we just give some time, we allow for everybody to figure things out. We just hang out and enjoy ourselves some COD. No bad news, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2 coming up. It's been a long series so far, and we're only through one map. But into El Asilo we fly. Will London be able to do so? We will have to find out. The records, well, not so great. Thankfully, the first bloods for both teams look excellent. We'll see if that can continue to keep pace, but definitely the Mutineers favored moving into this El Asilo search and destroy. In round 1, primed and ready to go. We'll see if the Mutineers can manage to go up 2-0 in this series, or if London can start to answer back. Here we go, Florida picking things off on the attacking side.
And Florida on the attacks. This is something that they can definitely take opportunity of. Is that London, they allow the most bomb plants to go down on El Asilo. And early into this round number run, Florida have all the information, no trophy systems to work with. Left this instant go for the bomb plant towards A, and now force London into 44 retake.
I think I'm hearing cans, trash everywhere being tossed. Asim, I think, it actually rocked Deddy. Instantly gets found out. So great work from Capsule. In the meantime, Vico has been taken down inside a mattress. So London are going to be aware that there was nobody inside of that bottom site. Capsule ends up finding Yuli pretty much with his pants down. 18 seconds remaining. Nastie gets evaporated too. Scrapz, last man alive. He gets found out. Florida, an emphatic round number 1 based off the back of Big Cap.
Yeah, Florida, no. There's no trophy systems that are going to be down in towards the A site. We throw our attacks in, we get all that information, no one in that site. Let's just get it down. Force London to go for the retake. And that works right into what Florida want them to do. As Capsule finds 2 of the round back, eventually close it out with the final. You get that bomb down, you let that time tick, and you just play the time to match it up with the kills to lead to Florida, taking the first round.
We'll see how London look to adjust. Yuli, the only player who found a kill in that first round. As we said, high impact player. But it is a team game. You're definitely going to need the teammates to show up. That is for certain. And already off the rip, take a look at Florida's positioning, where they happen to be. Right through the office they go. Enjoy themselves. A lovely little time at the bar. Big Cap right behind you. That is 2 quick kills for the SMGs. The Mutineers.
Oh, now it's all up to the Nastie. In a 1v4, he is barely taking steps out of his base, but at least finds one. On to Vico. Makes it a 1v3. He still has dead silence in his back pocket. But with that bomb being down outside of A site and only 45 seconds left, you have to go for the World Star.
Oh, and he just dodged a sniper bullet nearly to the face. Red hair nearly taken straight off. Not eager to do that just yet. 1v3 on the card, still 30 seconds to go, and thankfully his pockets are not empty just yet. Gets the hit marker. Brack, he's got to deal with Capsule first. Oh my god, is he going to run right past Brack? How has this happened? Okay, I was going to say Brack has to quickly turn the corner. They got the stun, knowing that he's there. A little late to the party, but they eventually deal with the dastardly plays coming in from Byron. Mr. Plumridge taken down in Florida. Well, they grab their second.
And that round right there had to throw Nastie off, because he banks the nade off of the side of the wall. He actually gets a hit marker onto Brack, so Brack doesn't peek out. He allows for Vico to go for that original challenge. Once that player gets taken down, you see Nastie, he's still mind blown. He's like, wait, that guy was not one shot. That was no way in hell that that was the guy I just hit with the nade. So he's still looking around, but at that point, a stun connects, and Brack is able to find the final kill. So Florida Mutineers now up 2-0 and full control of this search and destroy. Have no intention on slowing down. It's an all-out pressure up toward the radio tower. They're going to go for that deep pinch to try to get that bomb down towards B.
You can just tell, man. Cap's feeling it. He's just ready to instantly be in the opponent's base, try to catch him from the side, catch him from behind. But right now for the Mutineers, take a look at where the bomb happens to be. Capsule takes one down on the stairs, so now 6-1 for him. And now for the Mutineers, they've pretty much got everybody trapped inside of the warehouse, and it's a backside rotation into the B bomb site. This is a little tricky so far here from Florida.
And when Florida get this bomb down towards B, I said it before the map started, they had an 85% win rate on the round, but this one-on-one is going to be huge.
my.
And Capsule is able to take down Yuli. So now both the players from London who are putting a lot of focus over towards B have to now put their focus on Capsule. Where is he going to apply the pressure as the bomb gets planted?
Oh, my guy just wants to run. He wants to continue to run. Dead side. Hello. But it does not matter. DJ Cap now at 8-1. Sights locked in on Scrapz, and he should earn the assist with that gunfight. Eddie Marshall burnt to a crisp. Florida 3 rounds straight as Capsule continues to fry.
That's 3 rounds straight, and that's 3 first bloods going in favor of the Florida Mutineers. So far into this search and destroy, and I think you called it perfectly, my friend. Right now, Capsule is playing with the utmost confidence. On his defensive round, he pushes out of top money, finds the first blood bottom mid. On his offensive round, pushes right up through the balcony, and then take controls of the opposing steps, gets another first blood. So the confidence is roaring through that young man. Curls are on point as he's sitting at 8-1 on a 3 spree. Into the round 4 we go.
Well, look good, feel good. Fortunately for Vehicle, he has already been dropped. So thankfully for London, you get a first blood. And let's see what you can do with it. As we said, for the Ravens, they've been great at first bloods. Conversions, not so much. But how about 4v2s? Now 4v1s. Big Cap, all on to you. You've done everything. And can he do it again?
1v4 on the cards for young Cap. Still has no dead silence, but he's getting those sound cues. The pressure's definitely coming in towards this A bomb, but he's waiting for that dead silence to be developed before he tries to make a play. I wonder if he's going to invest it. It's probably a delusional take, but who cares? You're 8-1 already. Doesn't even get the opportunity. London to get the first round on the board. Finally getting the first blood from Yuli with that nade.
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, if Capsule ends up popping dead silence in that moment, confidence has never been higher.
Oh, yeah, never been.
Zero idea where anybody is. Popping dead silence. I would have tipped it, to be frank, but thankfully for the Ravens, they are able to get on the board. After 4 rounds, they finally are able to call one theirs. We'll see if they can start to build upon it. Maybe start to make a few mid-round adjustments, learning from what the Mutineers like to do. As we said, the nades were on point to cut away Vehicle off the start. See if they can find another. Is into round number 5 we fly.
Florida back on the attack. This time they're playing nice and slow. Trying to see if London are going to try to be the aggressors. It's going to be Asim slowly pushing his way up through Keg Alley. Does have that dead silence invested. But Røkkr is in a position to at least spot him. Gets out with his life. Picks up that info. Now 30 seconds have been knocked off the clock. Florida still not budging.
And really with the team's positioning, he can pretty much tell that this is a very slow push from everybody on Florida, where he has to essentially go back to. He's able to give that information over to the teammates. Capsule, well, he ends up running forward, trying to initiate a fight, and he drops. Big Cap out of the gunfight for now, and then a sweat off the brow. If you are London, another 4v2, all left up to the ARs. Brack and Fellow, can they come away with something special?
Brack is working his way up through the street side as well. But with only 30 seconds left, he's taking a lot of ground, but that bomb's still down towards the middle of the map. Felony cannot retrieve it for free. As he gets some info to Yuli, he's able to hit the wall bang, find that first kill, but Asim is there for the trade. Now it's Fellow in the 1v3. With only 15 seconds left. Thought he had an opportunity once he was able to read that player, but doesn't hit the shots. London, another round on the board, on the back of another first blood.
I want to ask you, Jay, do you feel like for Florida, given the fact that it felt like the pace was at an all-time high in the first 3 rounds, then the pace starts to slow down in the last 2, is that something that you instantly want to try to move back up, or is that really not the case, not the issue for them these last 2?
Yeah, I think for Florida Mutineers, it's just throwing a bunch of different looks. Like when you start off with the aggression, you're probably thinking London are going to match that aggression. It worked in the early couple of rounds, but when they start to slow the game down, and you start to slow the game down, that's when you're allowing London to slowly pick you guys apart. So, in my opinion, Florida Mutineers, just step that pace right back on up, because it's been working.
Upset on the defensive side, sometimes it can be a little bit more difficult, but Capsule has been one to try and aggress quite a bit earlier on. Maybe with a few of those looks that they've tossed out, maybe starting to run out of options. Nade gonna definitely tag up Asim. He escapes with 24 HP. However, he pretty much runs into everybody's line of sight. This time it's Fellow who's there to grab him. A few assists there for Florida as Vehicle tagged up. He's also able to stay alive. So big work from London to find that pick and to keep everybody intact. 4v3 as that bomb looks to get planted from Yuli.
Bomb's gonna be able to get down. Now London had to try to clutch up in the 3v4 scenario. Yuli's going to be the sole man in towards the site. Brack finds a kill, so now it's a 4v2. Yuli has to make a massive play, but he does not.
Oh, okay. Then. Well, Jay, that is one of the cleaner 4v3 retakes I think that we've seen in quite a long time. It's like one player finds a pick, everybody starts to move a little bit farther forward. Another player finds a pick, then they start to converge that much further. What, it was Yuli inside of the bomb site. Somebody just runs up right behind him, opens up the door, takes him down. Quite unfortunate there if you are Ulysses. Yeah, not a chance. Vehicle, that's the easiest kill he's going to get of this game. And with that, leaves Scrapz in an awkward spot. Florida finally able to answer back, as now we've got the swing round coming up, 4-2 in favor of Florida. They can very much so wrap up this search and destroy if they can clean up this round here. Question is, can London have an answer, and can they handle the early tacticals tossed? And it appears that is the case.
And that's another first blood going in favor of Capsule. Takes down Asim. And now Vika with that dead silence. He's slowly working his way up towards the B bomb, but Nastie's gaining this info. Nastie knows where the pressure is coming in, but he's not able to find the kill. At the same time, Brack takes down his teammate. So now it's a 4v2 with Nastie's position known.
Oh, and Vehicle, he's trying to dance with them. Vamos indeed! And Scrapz drops. It felt like right there, Jay. Nastie did everything right. The trigger discipline, that he put some shots in the Vehicle. Feels like he's got that gunfight dead to rights. Doesn't happen. And then he has to dance with the Spaniard. Not going to go your way in a competition like that. Wonderful round there for Florida. Capsule, first blood. Vehicle winning his 1v1s, and from there, Florida now up 5-2. One more to go up 2-0 in the series.
Now at game point, all the Mutineers back on the defensive side. I just don't think you slow down. Like, you continue to play with this aggression.
Yeah.
Notice when catching London off guard, the only attacking round that they want is when they apply pressure over towards courtyard.
Okay.
But they make the adjustments. Vehicle does not get first blooded. He finds the first two with the Semtex. 4v2, making a 4v1. All left up to Nastie.
Oh, fellow with a total of 6 engagements, but it doesn't matter. Rewinding the clock, bringing out the SMG. Shades of Black Ops 3. And now Nastie left in a 1v4. Everybody surrounding him. He drops, and Florida take another commanding map in this series. They will walk away with it in a 6-2 fashion off a near 100-point club in the hardpoint. Smooth sailing so far here from the Mutineers, and Jay, they are now just one map away from securing the winner's bracket at Major 5.
And we said before the S&D map started that it was going to be a battle for the first bloods. The scoreline at the very end is 6-2, and that was the scoreline when it came to the first blood column. 6 in favor of the Florida Mutineers compared to London sitting at 2. Mutineers just did exactly what they needed to do, man. Playing the trades, SMG's playing super confident, finding those initial gunfights, and then just staying together, retaking when it was needed, just clutching up in certain situations to dominate in this search and destroy, continue that momentum after map number 1. And now, like you said, are one map away for them securing winner's bracket for the very first time of the season at Major 5.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man, it's a welcoming sight, that Expo Control as well, right? If you're a Florida fan,
yeah.
Because, you just beat LA Thieves on it. And I want to say for London, I don't believe that they have won this map yet, Jay. I think that the last time they played it was versus LAG. They went up 2-0. And, they lost the last three rounds in a row. So, not a welcoming sight if you are a Ravens fan. However, you've seen some prior success on it. Just a matter of closing things out, and that is what you need to do right now if you're a Royal Ravens fan. Hit the regain, and maybe there's a chance this one could go the distance, but it is all sunny skies so far from the boys here in Teal. Can Florida lock it up in 3? We will have to find out. Expo Control up right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Hi there, friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is our final week of online qualifier matches into Major 5, week number 3. We're starting off the day with the London Royal Ravens taking on the Florida Mutineers. So far, it has been all Mutineers, as you would expect, given the fact that they are currently a very, very hot lineup coming off the W versus the LA Thieves. They have kept that same momentum and have dominated so far through our first 2 maps. The near 100-point club in game 1. A 6-2 victory there on El Asilo Search and Destroy. And Jay, they are 1 map away from doing something special at Major 5. What is it, buddy?
That's them securing for the very first time that winner's bracket side of the tournament for the Florida Mutineers organization on the season. So a lot is on the line for them right here to keep their champ streams alive, get their first winner's bracket, and also not allow London to get their very first win on Expo. And it all comes down to this slang. We just saw Florida Mutineers play this against LAT. They were able to clean them out, clean 3-0 with 2-minute hold over there towards the A point. So if you are London, just get A out of the way, because if you're allowing Florida to set up around that point, it's basically chalk.
Yeah, we will see. And, well, it looks like they've already allowed for B to pretty much go the direction of the Mutineers. 1 segment already through. 3 players still strong inside of it. I believe it's Capsule, as per usual, hanging out over at the B zone, I believe toward the backstage area, as a matter of fact. Nastie, well, he runs right on in. He in the seat, eager to get a seat and watch the chaos begin to ensue. London hold the line for now, but they did have to allow for 2 ticks to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, London gave up 2 ticks, but that was a great break off for them to get back into the point and now allow Florida to instantly extend this time. And after time starts to settle, they'll start to go back and forth. Florida Mutineers now retake map control. They allow Absolute to start roaming, but they're able to get back on that B point. They should be able to extend this time.
Yeah, It looks likely to do so. Vehicle, great transition kill, ends up finding Asim, and thus makes Brack's life a little bit easier. He wins his one, and now look for Florida to issue those arrows forward. A current 4v2 inside of that A zone. Thankfully, it is Scrapz who's able to stay alive, keep things distant for the moment. But good work for the Mutineers to try and adapt and to find a few kills across the map. As right into A we go. Time already paused.
Oh, Florida, they have set themselves up to try to close out this round here. They retake control of their side of the street. They're able to set up a pinch as well. They trade back and forth, but that's already at least one segment in. London have to take their time. A couple players coming off spawn, try to contest these players over towards the A point. But they cannot take care of Capsule. He finds two, Brack with the third, and now is the opportunity where Florida can stack it and close out the round.
Yeah, we were in the pre-cam, but Capsule, you could definitely see that gunfight. It made him quite happy. Flies forward, eventually drops. Vico also will hit the deck too, but Florida feels like every time that they're doing something as a team, it has not been a great time for the Royal Ravens. Still, somebody's on that objective. Brack is on Overwatch for the moment. Taking a look at top glass, watching over at the bar. He is a beamer, 4 in a row, and that is the round. Florida, clean as you'd like. Take attack with little to no adversity.
Yeah, that was pretty easy right there from the Florida Mutineers. They were able to close out first two segments over towards B. One set of kills later, they're able to extend that time. And with that set of kills, they're able to transition over towards A point. Pretty sure Capsule only dies once in that entire 45 seconds where all that stuff was going down. It's getting clutch kill after clutch kill. Even when he jumped out of the showers and went for the chow, I could just tell the confidence is roaring through this young man. As Florida Mutineers take round number one, now to the defense.
Yeah, and it's been great to see Capsule really arrive in this series. You know, it is versus the Ravens, but again, if you are Florida trying to make this crazy end of the season run, still a chance at champs, you want to see this guy begin to fry. Capsule now at 9-4 on the 3 spree, maybe trying to make his way toward a cruise. Does eventually get taken down, but now it's Brack's turn to maybe earn his own streak. Dodges the nade, and that will be a cruise missile taken and earned. Wonderful work off the rip here from Florida, only allowing for one segment to go away at B.
Yeah, they're not really stressing at all. You already have Fellow in a position where he's canceling those A spawns, so you know where the pressure is going to be applied from the London Royal Ravens. Just on this timing on the flank as Fellow decides to give up that cut, finds the first kill onto Asim. London aren't worthy though. Second segment about to come in at B. They're trying to extend this clock.
Look good to do it. Maybe one last push at this if you are Florida, and with that, Vehicle falls. Capsule maybe trying to find a few free kills. Maybe try to make things a little bit nicer when it comes down to the life count. They had one round versus the Thieves. I want to say it was the opener. They actually won it based off of kills. So, you know, the slaying talent that this team can have on a map like this. It was Capsule early, it was then Brack, and now it is Vehicle's turn. Everybody having their moment in the spotlight, as now they've got London in a world of trouble. Top globe spawns. Seeing the only player behind enemy lines, he gets found out.
And this is where now you have to figure out how to get out of your spawn, because Florida Mutineers, they're so great at just being nuisances on the map, trapping you towards the backside of globe, and just playing like rats. Like, look at the route that Vico was able to make before he does get traded. And that's a massive 2 kills, though, coming in from Scrapz. Now his teammates can get out of the base. 40 seconds have been wiped off the clock, but Florida Mutineers still have a majority of the map control.
It just feels like for Scrapz, like we're like, okay, wow, all of his teammates get taken down. He finds 2 kills, and look what that instantly does. Difficult, yet not a hard concept. Yuli, wonderful work. The track fellow there toward the end of that gunfight. Final bullet does the trick, and from there, now London begin to converge. However, players begin to fall in stride. Yuli, now he's the only player alive behind enemy lines, and with those top globe spawns, you're going to continue to see at least one player kind of constantly make their way around back glass. Right now, it is Yuli's job to do it. Big kill on the Capsule. However, Big Cap escapes, goes for the re-challenge, and dodges the nade only for a moment. Great work from Capsule regardless, as he helps net that time lower and lower. 30 seconds on the clock now.
There's only 30 seconds left, and London have not found an opening of how they want to break out of this setup. Brack has not died for the last 2 minutes. He's sitting at 9-3 so far, pushed up on the street. Yuli, unfortunately, stabs Scrapz in the back, and now that ends up being 3 dead in the feed. Only 15 seconds left, and it's looking like Florida are trying to go up 2-0.
I think maybe London try to go down 0-2 with that unfortunate team kill. Potentially. No, of course not. But still, 3 seconds remaining. London, can anybody make it to the objective? Maybe a dolphin dive? Yes, but it's free kills there for Tyler Fellow. And there you go, Florida up 2-0 in this control. A few moments, a few positives for the Ravens, but Jay, they could not get any push really going over toward this zone. Like, you constantly saw a few players try to make their way around through glass and whatnot, but nobody was able to make a high impact play. Like, Yuli couldn't even cut away Capsule in that moment where it's a 1v1. And even if he did, his teammates really couldn't get out of spawn. Just clinical work there for the Mutineers as they now are up 2-0, 1 round left.
London just need to figure out something, man. And it all starts with the slaying for me. They are 11th in team overall KD on this map, sitting at a .91. And if you're not finding kills, especially on a map like Expo, you're definitely not going to see W's. But early into this round number 3, Brack starts it off with the team kill. Fellows there for the trade, but they're already applying a lot of pressure over towards A. Ravens are kind of in a sticky situation because they have to commit towards taking them off the point. But with those kills, they relieve that pressure. They maintain map control, and now they're forcing all of Florida to commit towards B.
Yep, solid work early from London, and they are now going to know. But a few attempts now at B, maybe towards the stage. Capsule able to sneak his way through. A lot of different angles here on Expo. A lot of doorways, a lot of hallways. We can really make the defense have to work. And right now, that is Capsule's objective right now on the map. Make London have to think about him. Well, he continues to find kills. Problem big is that he really doesn't have a second teammate, a compadre, past that 50-yard line to join him. And so really, his play can be much more impactful if a few teammates can join alongside of him.
Yeah, his teammates just got to find a couple kills, get out of the spawn, and Brack start off by taking down Yuli. But they're able to stop that clock. Allow your teammates to work towards this progression over towards B while Cap is still waiting for a couple spawners to come into play. He at least catches one before getting traded, but he eventually leads to his teammates completing that second segment over towards B. Time about to get extended.
Looks good to do so. Maybe one last little look at this if you're Nasty, but yeah, that life doesn't really do a whole lot. And from there, another minute added on to the clock. Minute 20 to go. Vehicle, now he's looking to make the rounds and try to make the Ravens pay. I believe we have a streak coming on in. Yep. Coming in from Brack. However, not well timed. Does find one player off of the spawn, rather to eliminate them from his spawn, but 2 players found at that exact moment. It's not going to allow for that cruise missile to be as valuable as you would have liked it to. Minute on the clock. Brack drops in the back of the base. Still a chance here, a few of the Mutineers, but London are finding some pretty timely kills.
Oh, but Vico, even with being stunned right there, he still wins a one-on-one versus a team, and Capsule takes down another. That's all about locating these last couple of players from London who are pushed up in your base. Fellow with the gunny. Strap takes down Nastie, and Asim shoots Yuli in the back again. That's another 3 dead. Another opportunity where Florida can try to close it out.
Oh, this could be it. This could be it right here. 3 players already on. Brack's finding kills. They send Capsule forward. They've got the green light. Here comes Florida. Oh, Asim ends up dropping 2. Now that time continues to float by. Florida right off of respawn are here at this objective. But London not giving it up. A few team kills. They're still here. Asim now on 4 in a row. Here come the Mutineers once more. A constant back and forth affair as it may all be on to Asim. Oh! He drops Florida. 2 players in. Time pause. 2 more ticks to go.
And there's 6 to 9 in lives remaining, but it might not even come down to that. Big nade from Yuli to at least get a hit marker on towards these players in the shower, but you got to contest. They're about to win it.
They are. Yuli, jump on in. Asim, the same thing can be said. Can he go big? A 1v3 inside of the objective. They're holding for the moment, but Florida find the kills that matter. A 3-0 in the series and a 3-0 here in the control, as they are winners bracket bound. Moving into Toronto. A lovely little Sue coming in from Vehicle, as the boys have got to be feeling good about a W like that. An extra life at Toronto and a chance still remaining to try and get the last spot at champs here for the Mutineers as they continue to roll in their matches. That was just dominance on display all series long, Jay. Every map, dominance here for the Mutineers.
Florida just came out and took care of business. London, we know what they're trying to do. They're trying to play spoiler, but they haven't had success all season long. 6 total wins on the season, no land wins. So when you're going up against Florida Mutineers, who still have the fight in them to potentially make a run, try to make it towards champs, this is going to be tough, man. Florida did not hesitate a single bit on any of these maps. Dominant map number 1, dominant map number 2, dominant map number 3. And now put some 3-1 in the stage. You secure yourself winners bracket for Major 5. You're at 110 points as well. So it needs to be like, what? A top 2 placing at Major 5 and you make champs? It's still there, Florida. You still got a chance.
Yeah, you do indeed. I know a lot of Florida fans are going to be eagerly watching that next matchup that we're going to have. But that's going to do it for myself and Jay here for series number 1. As we toss it back over to the desk, guys, take it away. A nice little dub there for the Mutineers.
The dream is alive. Another 3-0 for the Mutineers. And impressive use of our time here. They got it done quick, and they exploded in that game 3. -21 was the final kill total for London. They got smacked around in that game 3, but this was a one-sided series, Allie.
It was a very much one-sided affair. I thought we would have seen a little bit more out of London. I mean, throughout the entire year, it felt like London still had these moments where they kept some of these games competitive and just weren't able to clutch up in the end for the win. But in this series, I mean, it was all the Florida Mutineers. Their control has literally looked unstoppable this stage. They're top 3 in every category for that game number 3. And they are seriously looking like a team that can make a run.
Absolutely beautiful series. I mean, talk about all the first bloods that they needed. Remember, Allie, the stat that you said about Search and Destroy? London were number 1 in first bloods. Well, Florida didn't even give them that opportunity to mess up the man advantage. They just went ahead and got the first blood. Then we get to this control. I love what I'm seeing from Florida, right? So they lose the first point off rip. That's totally fine. They just set up players and make sure you can't get around their base, stopping 4 pushes in a row from the Royal Ravens. Also some different looks. Round 2 of the control started. We saw 3 ARs get pulled out by the Florida Mutineers for the initial break. Cap still has 1, finds 2 or 3 kills. That Vickle's there for the trades. This team is absolutely on point. Let me read you some stats. Throughout this stage, Brack has a 1.2 in S&D, Fellow has a 1.2 in control, and Vickle's got a 1.2 in hardpoint. Everybody is contributing in different ways in all 3 game modes, and these guys are finding a ton of success. I don't care that this was the London Royal Ravens. That was dominant. Florida looked incredible.
$500,000 is on the line next week, as well as the Major 5 title. Florida, a true competitor. I think they now move into our top 2 tiers of teams as we are closing in on who's going into that winner's bracket. Let's take a look back at what went down here in this series. We have our Scuff play of the game, and it's a new star for me in Search and Destroy. Allie, I asked you, how good is Capsule? Because the man is on fire. Your Scuff play of the game, he starts off 8-1 and keeps frying.
Yeah, it's some of that young potential, right? Even when he debuted in the league, he opened up one of the craziest sprees on Berlin back in Vanguard we had ever seen. So Capsule, the opportunity and the ceiling is always there for him. It's just about him consistently being able to put it into play. And we got a little taste today of what it was like when both Vickle and Capsule were having a great series for the Florida Mutineers. And this spells greatness moving forward, because if these two can find some consistency together, again, Florida Mutineers looking like a very good team going into Major 5.
Nameless, real quick, someone in the chat, Big Timmy, says, thank God I only have to watch my Ravens 2 more times.
Oh, man.
Is that true? Do they get first round in the losers bracket? Is there any chance this team bounces back and shows life?
There's always a chance, but it is very unlikely. This is a London team that has 0 wins on land this entire year. So if you're hoping for some miraculous last Major 5 run on London Royal Ravens, it's probably not going to happen.
What's the chance on the opposite side of this coin? Can the Mutineers actually be a threat in Toronto?
I think they will certainly be a threat. I think the biggest test for them comes in this last match against OpTic Texas. I think that's our kind of vibe check on where they truly are at against some of these top teams. But once again, the Florida Mutineers, who do they always play spoiler for? It's OpTic Texas.
There you go. It could get spicy as we head up north next week. Still 2 more matches to go tonight. And before we do, quick reminder, pick up your collection. Start it right now. The Upper Deck Digital Collection kicks off with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards available right now. Just scan that QR code and start your collection on UpperDeckEpack.com. Also, pick up your gear. It's the CDL store. We've got the official jerseys, hoodies, all the merch you could ever want. Shop shop.callofdutyleague.com. And I have great news for the chat. I was afraid we were not going to be able to get this guy to join our show, but he is available. He's live right now, and he's got a 1.2 as name was mentioned in Search and Destroy. Brack, how we feeling, my friend?
Good. We're feeling really good after that win. Yeah, we're looking really good for Toronto, and I don't know, I'm excited.
Brack, there's only so much I could ask you about this series because you guys won it so dominantly. I will ask, though, as a little bit of a competitive noob, what is the Sue thing that Bickle does and you guys do?
Sue?
What is it
Sue? Yeah, that's from soccer. I don't even follow.
You don't even know either. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that doesn't know. But Brack, I will ask you a follow-up question that's a little bit more serious. When it comes to you guys, obviously the pressure is on. Do you think that kind of pushes you guys to do even better?
Actually, there's no pressure with us. Obviously, we're in a really tough spot, but we're just leaving it all out there, especially going into next year. You know, we still have a chance at making champs. Obviously, that would be nice. But yeah, there's no pressure at all, actually.
Brack, I want to ask you, what changed with picking Vickle back up into the team? Because it feels like he breathed new life into you guys. You guys look like you're feeling more confident, and you know, the play style that you bring to search and destroy and control, it's just beautiful now that he's back on the team. What did he bring?
I think he has a little bit better comms than Cole. Also, like, I just feel like we're working better together as a team, not so much like individual. I think what we saw in the past, especially last split, it was just a lot of solo plays and no one working together. Like what you guys saw last weekend versus LAT and this weekend versus London so far. We're actually using teamwork, small talking to each other, and it's just enabling me, Tyler, Cap, and Hobby all at the same time.
Nice.
I know the fans are loving the new energy we are seeing from this Mutineer squad. Your final matchup, though, you're already locked into the winner's bracket with a 3-win series. Can you make it 4? What does this team need to do to take down OpTic in your final match?
I think we just need to be playing how we've been playing the past, 2 or 3 weeks now. We've been playing really good. Obviously, no one can see scrim results, but scrims have been going really good for us. I think we just need to keep doing what we've been doing, enabling each other to use teamwork, and I think it's going to be an interesting match tomorrow.
Any chance they let you play Expo?
I have no idea what they're going to do. I hope so.
All right, my friend Brack, best of luck in your final series, and we can't wait to see you next week up north.
Yep, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
That is Brack and the Mutineers picking the first dub of the day. We still have 2 more games to go. When we come back, will LA Thieves pick up a win finally, or are they going to be in a deep hole come Toronto? They've got a tough matchup against Minnesota, who needs the 10 points when we come back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
And Dylan Adams has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into front. Oh my God! Defended up. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the bike. Kenny!
It's time to get rowdy. Our monster match of the day. This is going to be a great one. LA Thieves taking on Minnesota Røkkr. And why is this important? Well, Røkkr, they're playing for a spot at the biggest prize pool, the biggest event of the year, COD Champs. LA Thieves, you need to win out for a spot in the winner's bracket. So both teams a ton on the line. You have to think, though, Røkkr feeling the pressure a little bit more than Thieves, who are just going to have a normal day in the park come Toronto.
It's different levels of pressure, right? For Minnesota Røkkr, it's the pressure of just trying to make it to champs. And for LA Thieves, it's just trying not to make it in the elimination bracket for Major number 5, because that's a huge confidence blow, because there's no more online qualifiers heading into champs. This is the last week of it, which makes me sad to say, and then we head to Toronto. So to start in the elimination bracket after winning is not an ideal situation for the LA Thieves.
Name was 84% of the chat. That means only 16% others are going the other way, are going with LA Thieves. So 84% believe in this red team. Are they right to do so? Because this squad has been upset up and down so far in our Major 5 qualifier.
Yes, they are right. And Chris, I'm surprised it's not 99% because when you look at the history of this matchup, 15-1 map count, 5-0 for the LA Thieves. I will say though, LA Thieves have had a big drop off in performance for your Monster Energy pregame. Get your groove back in a matchup you've dominated. As I just said, how good they've been against Minnesota on the season, but clean up the hard point. 2-4 this stage and 8th in holding, and some other stats they have been doing well. When you look at this team though, like the players have dropped off tremendously. You're talking about the MVP and Octane from the last event has a .88 throughout this major, so I'm expecting him to bounce back very strong against a new duo and ARs back together.
Taking a look at their schedule, first they lost to Ultra. That set up a Game 5 against Subliners, and then the surprise last week falling to the Mutineers. You look at the remaining games, though, number 8, number 12, this should be a 6-0 finish for LA Thieves, and that's what they're going to hope for if they want a spot in the winner's bracket in a higher seed. On the other side, Minnesota Røkkr, they've had their ups and downs. They've put a lot of energy into this new team, and it looks like they're making one more desperate attempt to fix things before champs. What can they do in this final week before Toronto?
Listen, if Boston Breach could do it, the Minnesota Røkkr can do it as well. And regardless of the fact that LA Thieves has such a record, like Ant touched on, against them, when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, they can really capitalize on the fact that LA Thieves have been struggling in respawn lately. And they also have the element of surprise with adding attached back into this roster. So if anything, this could be a trap game for the LA Thieves. And of course, you have to fix the rotations of Fortress Hardpoint. That's going to be our 4th map in the series, so that's if they get there in the first place.
If you missed the pre-show, Attach is back, the captain on the lineup once again. As Afro is joining the bench, we will see Fame flex over to the SMG. How does the Røkkr Røkkr squad fare on these 5 maps?
It's not bad. Honestly, LA Thieves just said, yo, we'll scrap with you on your best maps. We're simply better. When I said that 15-1 map stat, well, the one map they won was Expo Control for Minnesota. So you're looking good there. Other than that, though, the first 4 maps are incredible for Minnesota.
All right, quick predictions. Name was said 99% of you should go LA
I'm
Thieves.
going 3-0 Thieves.
LA Thieves.
I'm going Røkkr, baby. They stay alive, keep kicking for champs. Let's send it over to our English casters for this one. We got Brycey and Ton.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, a game with a few connotations as it moves forward. Obviously, Røkkr still very firmly in that bubble, but for Thieves, they haven't been having a good time at this stage, Tom.
No, not at all. And really, they do want to be starting in the winners bracket. We see them towards the end of the last season. The exact same roster went back to back at the very end of our Vanguard season. Can they do it again? Yeah, I mean, well, if it was all 3 events, yeah, okay, there's them on the table. But if they want to do that, they do probably need to start in the runners bracket side of things. Give yourself all those opportunities to iron out any creases when we do get there, etc., etc. But this is not going to be an easy game, I don't think. For them, though, the only positive is that Minnesota have got that new roster coming in. It's going to take some time to get Attach and Fame back up and running. Of course, Fame now moving to the SMG, which he traditionally did play with when it went towards the Challenger scene towards the beginning of the year, whereas Attach slotting back into that AR role. For me, I think for Minnesota here, yes, okay, a win would be brilliant, but just getting some decent reps underneath their belt. They need the wins, yes, but a good performance would also not be too bad.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this new roster kind of plays out. Old faces as they go towards the same, and Cammy trying to stay alive from pressure that he knows is coming. His teammates don't really have his trade as Drazah gets one. And already Thieves looking for that P2 push, but Tan, again, I think you're very correct here. This is all about figuring out, are Thieves better this week? Is this new Røkkr roster worth everything?
We will see. Looking towards this rotation over towards P2. LA Thieves will manage to find those initial kills and get this locked down. Attach trying something from Ali Sign, not going to work this time. Thieves, though, when it does come down to this map, I mean, you talk about all the trifecta, if you like, of different things you need to be good at this map in terms of holding, breaking, and rotations. They're in the top 3 for all of those 3 things. So, I mean, it's a good stat line to have. Right now, though, it looks like they are going to be broken. Fame on the SMG, finding 2 down the middle. Octane with 3 of his own, though. They are still steady as Sam stands.
That's exactly what Røkkr didn't want. Start off on the slightly better side. Got a little bit of time for it, but nothing else. And now have to run into the teeth. Already set up Thieves here. Røkkr really aren't ready for this push yet either. They don't have the positions in. It will be 1 kill under Fame, but already Envoy's going to try and shut down the back alley by himself. We'll have Overwatch as well. Doesn't even need it. There's the 3-piece. There's a difficult break, and while Bance will have a kill, it will mean nothing.
I mean, even just a trade onto Envoy there. Bance with a kill through the middle. You're looking good if you're Røkkr. He will eventually find 2, though. Eventually a 3rd. Well played from Fame. Isn't actually going to be the 4th to clean things up. Not quite. Gets a little bit overzealous. So now Thieves stacking through towards the alleyway. Can they find a push through? Envoy from the top side. Can they find the break? Looking like Minnesota Røkkr are going to hold on to this scrap. Rotations there for them as well. This fight's for 15 seconds. Envoy will win it. And that's the scrap time. Over towards Thieves. Set up is here for Røkkr, though, as we head over towards P3. Not too bad from Røkkr. Yeah, okay, you lose it off the initial, but you get 5 back. Don't allow Thieves that full 60. Too bad of a hold there from the Røkkr towards the end.
A lot has been said about Fame being put in the position people expected him to be in. Will he be the difference? Envoy looking for this first break. Playing around with the doors, waiting to put the pressure on. It's a compressed puck here from Røkkr. They are all together, trying to fight through every single way. Cammy will hold the first down. Last kill coming through will be attached. There's the first hold that Røkkr needed onto this one for Thieves to spawn out and to try again.
Just brilliant kills coming in from Cammy. He finds 2 to really, I want to say, stagger Thieves at that stage. You know, they don't have the numbers after they find a kill onto Bance. And, well, actually, look at this rotation that's going on as well. It's worked out perfectly for Røkkr. They find the kills on towards the rotation. They find the kills for the scrap. It's wonderfully played. The kills fall into place at the right time. Can you hold down towards Barbershop, though? Bance is the important player here. Can he find even 1 or 2 kills? That would be good.
Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He's held it. He's held it. He's held it for every single kill. And that is just unfortunate. Octane must have just missed him here. Bance still staying alive, trying to find his 3rd as well. It is problems in Cantina. Eventually, Thieves get the kills. They now have the numbers.
Absolutely love that from Bance, but can they do anything with his good player? The answer is very little. 10 seconds it took for LA Thieves to find a way through. And all of a sudden, Minnesota Røkkr are spawning out. And, I mean, look, I love the heads-up play from Bance, but ultimately, you need the rest of your team to do their end of the bargain. Kills coming in from Cammy, though, who's had a really good start. Attach alongside of him. It was 3 for Cammy to break things open. But Fame's sitting at 10-5. You know, we asked the question, can he hang on the SMG? So far, so good. It's 30-point lead for Røkkr. Rotation over towards the next hill, though, firmly there for the side of LA Thieves. Røkkr very resolute on this hill, I want to say. Never really give anything up. Constantly fighting around it. Kenny is going to find 2 for that potential scrap time. Can't let that go over so easy. Kenny's just found 3 all in his own price. You can't let it happen if you're Røkkr. That's 10 seconds given up to Thieves for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and without that rotation, it brings Thieves a little bit further back into this game. Fame trying to make a difference. He flies by himself. Wants pressure. Wants his teammates to get in a position where if he pushes, they'll be distracted. Because I'll tell you something. If you run in here straight into the teeth of Thieves, you are going down.
Need to coordinate well. First one, is going to be Fame. The rest of the team now going to kick in action as well. If he can find a second, that would just be absurd. Oh my goodness me. Fame with the second. Cammy and Bance cleaning up. A wonderful, wonderful break from Minnesota Røkkr.
And they are doing business here. They've just broke Thieves on this hill. Let's find out how the new team, new comms works out with the Minnesota Røkkr. Listen in.
Zig. Got 2. Nice. We've got it. I'm going. Yeah. Dart, last guy. On the heady. On the heady. He's gonna get me. On the heady, Kenny. Play ready on you. Kenny on ult. I'm going top man. I'll pick up hedge, okay? If someone picks up. Yeah, I'm looking tunnel. Pick up tunnel. I'm gonna start flipping. Tunnel. I'm dead. You tunnel. Shit. I'm you tunnel. I need tunnel. I'm looking to go. I'm okay. I can back alley. Tunnel. If you go short, go tunnel. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Then come long though. Okay, yeah. Nice. Deep. Tunnel. Tunnel. 2 tunnel. Go. Last heady. Get time. Yep. Yeah, deep. One more P4. One more. They spawn P4. Close P4. Yeah, coming up. There's at least 2 there. I'm focused on. I'll get our tunnel. You guys focus on the lower, you guys. He might run out about. He's trying to apply. Come on. Nice. There's one more under you. I got 1 mid. One last guy upstairs. Kill me, Kenny. He's Kenny down. Nice, good chip. Get time. Stay low. Yeah, I someone hedge. Let's think about neither. Yeah, Ben, you roll time off them. I'm straight from mid, Cam. Nice. I'm not hedge. Short. I need a short guy. Yeah, one guy on hedge still. Listen, they can go people tunnel. People tunnel. Last guy tunnel. Drazah, I don't know. I think he's gone balcony on you, do. I'm helping. I'm guaranteeing T, okay? Yeah. P4. I have the whole mid. Yeah, 2-0. They're gonna play for. I'm playing up middle. Said one's already P4. One's gate. Yeah, he's gate. One shot me. Okay, he got in. One out gate. Last guy old. Okay. Playing up alley. Time.
I don't know what's more impressive, the comms from Minnesota or Fame finally on an SMG and burning his way through the Thieves. This new roster is working at the moment. They have the advantage, they have the rotations and the holds.
Looking so good from them. The breaks have been phenomenal, and that's where their best stats lie. 7th in break percentage. We've seen them look good, but the holds have been wonderful as well. And look at these kills coming in from Bance SMG AR. You can get it done with whatever he wants. For me, it's been Røkkr on the rotations, though. They've been seemingly winning the fights nearly every single time at the important moments. It is a 110-point lead and rising. Thieves have got to turn it on very, very quickly. They've been subpar so far.
And they're looking for it. He thinks there's somebody in that corner. They're not going to be. Cammy's now on a 5 himself. Will eventually drop down. Bance just wants these final 13 seconds, but Thieves look like they're going to take it away. Kenny will as well. Røkkr setting up for P2. The fight for P1 starts now.
Octane positioned over towards spawn side. Gonna wait for the rest of his team to maybe find a push through the mid-map as Minnesota Røkkr will stack towards the tunnel. Fight gonna start coming on through. Fame once again, the entry is there. Bance not there to follow it up though. Envoy is having a good game. They're really the only one from Thieves in terms of the kill department that's getting much done. But Octane with that pinch, we've talked about it so many times. The positioning from him, wonderful. Not gonna be enough to get the job done on rotation over towards P2. Good hold from Røkkr so far.
And this is where they're doing. They just want to bleed Thieves all over this map. Try and contest P1 a little bit, but hold for this P2. Last time, Thieves snapped them like a dry twig. Can they do it again?
Find the kills on the initial through the middle. Kenny with a snap onto the attach as well, but the next couple are the important ones. Octane's found a way through. They absolutely need this hill. Still 100 points and now rising is hold over towards the middle hill for Røkkr will start to come through. Octane will then fall as well, so it's going to have to be through the alley. The rest of LA Thieves, 5 seconds until this one pops. Kenny's in.
Kenny's going to find a bit of attack relay down. Drazah for the trade as well, but Cammy gets one more. 1v1. Envoy eventually gets into it. The Thieves have found their way through. They've now got to get through the gauntlet. Reinforcements flying in. The only player here from Røkkr really is to be Bance, and all he'll be doing is making sure his teammates can get through hedges as effectively as possible.
Oh my word, the braking from Røkkr has been absurd all game long, Kenny. We'll see on the respawn screen. It's another kill coming in for Cammy. Sitting at 22 and 17, and it's felt like every single one that we've seen has been so important for the squad. The braking from Røkkr has been phenomenal. They can win it here at P2, and they may well do so, Bryce. 20 seconds to go.
How dare you shoot at me, Top Cantina? This is unbelievable. Røkkr are looking like a dominant hardpoint team, and that hasn't been said in some time.
And the rotation is going to be on for them as well. Thieves have to commit to this scrap time, and it's all about the fight here. FaZe left all alone. I would like to see some Røkkr players get them some backup. They are on their way. 12 seconds for Minnesota Røkkr. It's one decent break, it's one decent hold, and you'll take a lead in the series. FaZe waiting for the rest of the team, and here they come.
There he goes. This is everything for him. He's waited patiently for it as well. Could find the one teaming up with Bance and just pre-firing. It's another break from Røkkr. They didn't have the numbers. Can he be the hero for him with 5 seconds left to go? He will have to jump this himself. He can't do anything else. And fall he does. And it's all Røkkr in this first half point of Mikado. 16 maps before this. 1 win. They've just doubled it.
Thoroughly impressive performance, to be honest with you. FaZe on the SMG, hey. They should have had him on a long time ago because the boy was fried. But everybody from Røkkr had a really good time. Bance sitting there at 24 and 14. I want to say FaZe maybe even slowed down towards the end. The rest of the team picking up, well, if you want to call it slack, we'll call it slack, but a really good performance from the Minnesota Røkkr. We were wondering whether or not, you know, in terms of how this team were going to set up. Yes, okay, they've all kind of played together in a certain kind of way, but with the change that came through, we were questioning whether it would be good enough against the Thieves. So far, so good. 1-0 for Minnesota Røkkr. Thoroughly impressive performance.
And the question that is now probably echoing across the landscape of Call of Duty esports is why on earth was FaZe ever anything but an SMG all the time? Dominant performance out of him. I mean, the stats, he slowed down a little bit. 26 and 20 towards the end. It didn't get the most damage on his team, but when we saw him, was when they needed him the most. The breaks, something Røkkr have struggled with. Especially, we didn't expect to see it against a team like Thieves.
I mean, we talk about Thieves, and the hallmark of their hardpoint is really about their breaking, isn't it? You know, they have notoriously been the best team in the game. You see their averages when it comes down to it for breaking hills. Over the season, it is very much up there in every single map. It's what they kind of rely on for the majority of their plays. And something actually Chance brought up before we headed into this one. When it comes down to P2, they are the best team by far at breaking it. But the majority of the time, they actually had the rotation over there and got broke back themselves. So maybe a taste of their own medicine. But Minnesota Røkkr on the break were phenomenal. I want to give them maximum credit, but it just felt like some of the fights were maybe, I don't want to say easy, but it seemed like Røkkr just had a real good eye on where Thieves were coming from. The communication must have been really solid between the boys, because the gunfights were aplenty, especially for players like Cammy. Look, we were looking in the first half with Cammy's stats. Wasn't necessarily setting the world on fire, but this kind of moment in Top Cantina, I think he found 5 or 6 in a row before he did fall. A snap round over towards the hedges side, and if Cammy's playing like that, Minnesota Røkkr are going to win more than just this map. Really good performance from them. The breaking was ever so impressive. I think we'll probably see another hard point. Will we get another look at how good that breaking could potentially be on Fortress? Thieves are going to have to find a map in the next 2 if we are wanting to see that.
And here's the question. Honeymoon period clearly starting for Røkkr. Highest KDs, Bance 1.7, FaZe with a 1.3, Cammy with a 1.37 attached. Well, he's been slow before, but it doesn't really matter because your teammates are getting all the kills in front of you. We'll manage that final score, 250, 1-2-3. And I think everybody can relax now for a second. This series is not over. There is much more COD to be played. But I suppose one of the things we were asking is how does the new Røkkr look? And so far, so good.
Yeah, honestly, I want to actually apologize to the sense of, like, I didn't really pay attention to what his stats was doing because everybody else was just absolutely fine. It was hard to say. Well, look, we'll keep an eye on him throughout the rest, but 15 and 19, first one back in. Hey, look, I'm sure he's been playing rank play, but you've got to get back into the swing of things. You know, it's a very different story, as many of the former professionals and professionals will tell you. Different ball game when it does come to the CDL games. 250 to 1-2-3, Mikado on point win. By the way, that's not just a win against Thieves on a very solid map in Mikado for them. That is a body. Very, very solid win.
Well, Thieves have not had a good qualifier.
No.
And realistically, Røkkr is one of their easiest matches. We said before, 15 and 1 was it now? It's now going to be
16-2. No, 15-2. Sorry. Bad maths from me. That'll give them double the win. They got double the points. But the question is this. Is this Røkkr so much better than the Røkkr before? I think there's merit to it. But what is happening to Thieves? That's another question we've got to look at here. They've not had a good start in this qualifier. They seem very, very confident. Maybe they're just waiting for the event again.
I think it's hard to be that consistent, though, isn't it? I think, you know, so far through the season, the only consistent team we've kind of seen towards the top is FaZe. That's why they're sitting in #1, because the results, for all, you know, they would expect more from themselves, have been consistently near the top. But a lot of the other teams have kind of been up and down for the most part. Like Thieves, yeah, okay, they're going to win the event. Over in Columbus, it is hard to string them together. You know, that's because last year, how much do we talk about that run from New York to Champs when they went back to back? We bigged that up so much because it was so difficult to do in this day and age when it comes down to competitive Call of Duty. It's a difficult thing to do. Everybody here is fighting for their lives in terms of trying to make it the Champs, specifically in Minnesota. It's never an easy game. No easy games in the CDL.
Well, here's what comes next. An S&D. I feel like the Røkkr hype train has just got off to a really big start because Thieves are an incredible team. But COD doesn't end in a hard point unless it goes to map 4, but it doesn't end in the first. S&D is a very different ball game than Control. And if we keep going, a lot more COD to be played. Right now, Attacks looking for the wall bang, not finding anything, and there's first blood.
First blood to Kenny, and over towards the LA Thieves, the #1 first blood team in the game, up against the 11th here in Minnesota Røkkr. So, something to keep an eye on. Røkkr going to have to work on not giving away some lives, but what's the rotation going to be? The fight goes on over towards A, that's where the initial kill comes through, or more towards the middle of the map. So Røkkr still with options, LA Thieves not with necessarily too much information, but they're happy to sit tight.
Envoy may play spoiler here. Realistically, just trading his life for 2 versus 3 will be worth it. Minnesota Røkkr have lost information. Cammy's going to find Octane, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. And Røkkr's still wondering if that bomb was down there. I know they killed Bance over towards A, and I think that's what they're thinking, that it might be out there.
I just really love the play from Cammy, to be honest with you. Just holds the angle from so far. No, there's usually a player going to be lingering around there if you give up that side of the map. Keep an eye on Fame, though. Oh, he might get some bad timing, but Kenny draws that. We'll find the first 2 over towards the side, and then Fame's going to get shot in the back. Nicely done from Thieves. They snap at the right moment. Bit of bad timing there for Røkkr. I actually like the positioning from Fame, and where he was sitting, it would have obviously been that late flank. Yeah, look, he's ready and waiting to get in the position to help his teammates out. But, well, if your teammates die, you can't help them.
I think the play there may have been Thieves calling out with that first blood onto Bance that they were still expecting the A hit. You have to give LA Thieves full confidence for sitting there and waiting. Envoy was on his island, but nobody really pushed him forward. After Cammy got that 3 versus 3, you may have seen Thieves move, but they didn't. Held their nerve, held the positioning. And eventually, Røkkr, when they moved over, they just got gunned from every single angle.
Another #1 stat, actually, for the LA Thieves is preventing the bombing going down on this map specifically. Alongside the First Bloods, they are the best team in the game at doing so. Another successful job done. Against Røkkr there, no chance to plant whatsoever. Took their time, slowed down by Thieves. Still traded though through the middle of the map. 3 versus 3 now. A lot of pressure being put on the Cammy. Should be taken down and is. And now it's a 3 versus 2 for the side of LA Thieves.
Trying to keep this pressure up as well as they jump onto the point. Bance and Fame not going to be near this. They are going to be outnumbered as bomb goes down. And Fame waiting, hoping that somebody falls into his web. But they are not moving for him, and Fame will have to make the first move. Finds the first, will go down. 1 versus 2 now for Bance, but it's not a great position for him.
28 seconds. Plenty of time. Play on bedroom is going to be the big issue here. You got to check it. You got to check pretty much everything as you find this push out. Octane's going to be holding it. Gets the sound cue. 2-0 to Thieves. And really, you can see that Røkkr are playing around what Fame can do. He's seemingly the playmaker. Minnesota Røkkr on this map. And rightfully so. Sitting at 1.53 over the last 6 maps since he joined Røkkr. In terms of when it does come down to search and destroy on Hotel. Minnesota 4-2 over those 6 maps. So for all the record sits at 8-8, it is better with Fame in the roster. And he is the player trying to make things happen. But so far, so good for Thieves. Quick bounce back. We'll just halt Røkkr in their traps. You know when you... Tracks, not traps. Honestly, words difficult. Anyway, Thieves look good.
Here we go. Sniper out from Octane. Bance will get the first blood. but they don't know that he's here, and Attach is going to show him some eyes, and those will be plucked out by the Raven of Octane. Now, with this sniper active, Røkkr will be shy about this site.
Cammy's still lingering, causing issue. And Envoy now heading over towards the B side. He may well get some sound cues shortly. Yep, there you go. Well, the grenade will be the cue. The rest of Thieves now will find their way over. Can Røkkr get this down in time? Can Envoy stop anything happening?
He's going to bang the door open, and he's going to put a nade out as well, and he's going to get Bance. And now, Røkkr, that's a huge first kill. Bring it back to a 2 versus 2. You can see Cammy swinging into action. He's left alone. It's another clutch for them, and Octane says easy kill in the end, but it's Drazah who gets it. And Drazah on a 5 streak. Nothing Minnesota is doing is working.
Drazah finding that opening break. Envoy does a really good job just to find one. The rest of the team are on their way. And then Drazah finding that one through the side door. And as soon as that happens, you're in a 1v2 in that site. You can just get collapsed on from so many different angles if you're Cammy. Fuse will come through. LA Thieves looking very, very comfortable on Hotel. Just prevented them from really doing a great deal. Hasn't been able to get things going. Thieves slow and steady. Seems to be winning the race, but checking this out from Octane. Pixels at best. Welcome back to the CDL Attach.
And this is the exact reason why I said we had to pause the Røkkr hype train to begin with. Call of Duty series, they are not best of 1. They are best of 5. And speaking of 5, Drazah looking for that cruise.
Not too far off, and that would be another nail potentially in the coffin of Minnesota Røkkr here on the Search and Destroy. Changing it up, you can see this positioning over towards the mid-map. Happy to just stick and move wherever they need to determine where Thieves are actually trying to find their attack. Attach will find the first blood. Second kill though, surely going to come in for Envoy. Yes, it will do, but Fame can trade that out. 3v2, first time that Røkkr have really had much of an advantage, and it's gone.
Okay, well, Octane's still alive. He's on a 3 streak. But he's alone against Cammy and Attach. All ARs all the time, and Cammy's going to be caught. Wait a minute! No! Not caught, and Cammy can't believe it himself. Shocked faces from Røkkr as Cammy looks like he was jumping sideways. It's a pass! Oh my goodness.
I'd be upset. I'd be very upset. I'm sure that thing got niffed.
That is unfortunate for Octane. I thought he had it. I thought it was down to a 1v1.
Yeah, that's a toughie. I mean, look, positioning was actually not too bad if he finds that gunfight. It's all to play for. And the bomb. But Cammy. Well, guns him out of his socks, apparently. Great shots coming through. Now, Røkkr, what's the play now? Really have struggled to get much of a hold on over towards A. LA Thieves have been playing this nicely. That stun is going to cause Bance a lot of problems. 54 HP will survive. For me, Cammy has to do a big job here because he's looking like the positioning to maybe flank or find something through the middle of the map. Røkkr yet to find themselves in a position to get that bomb. Fame still holding tight, watching the flank himself. Bance has got to be the guy that makes the play for them. Does he hold or is he trying to make something happen?
I think Octane has called this play. Look at the positioning for him. If Bance moves, Octane should see him. Thieves, well, they probably don't know. Hold all the positioning. Attach is already going to go down. Bance, a van is all that steps between him and Octane as he tries to get into a better position.
He hasn't seen him.
It doesn't matter. His teammates are dying.
Hasn't seen him, though. Is he going to get a bit of good timing? Yes, he is. Bance stays alive. Cammy finds one. 2v2.
And there's going to be Cammy going down. It's now Bance for 1 versus 2, but positioning is not his friend here. That is already being diffused. He basically has to fly and check the bomb straight away. Looking for it. Timing is off. It's behind the block, and down he will fall. Bance, although he finds a kill onto Octane, is too far out of the action.
Yeah, it's planted really for him playing over towards the luggage side. That's where you can kind of pick it from. Drazah's holding that angle. Bance, when he goes up towards top bedroom, knows that the round is pretty much chalked. Can't see the bomb. And it's a difficult one. He gets some really good timing on Octane, who actually played it pretty well. It was just chips in the night. A bit of bad COD timing on his part was why he died and why the round become winnable for Minnesota Røkkr, even though their teammate, Bance's teammates, were falling towards the site. So nicely done by Thieves to find those kills and just put the pressure on Drazah, sitting at 8-1. It's a really impressive performance from Thieves so far, and Røkkr are going to try and answer with some aggression in the mid-map once again.
Oh, they're not hanging about. They've fully gone A, and Røkkr have fully stacked the corridor and connector. Only attach is going to be here, and he gets gunned by Drazah. Now 9-1. Bomb down, advantage Thieves.
I think if you're attached, you've got to expect somebody's going to be there. You sent 4 men over towards B and mid, seen nothing. They are, of course, going to have just taken every single opportunity to get themselves embedded over towards the A side. Now Bance left for a 1 versus 4. We've seen a 1v4 on this map before. I see this is not going to be one of them, or is it? Now make it a 1v3.
Well, aBeZy managed to do it in 12 seconds. Bance might be a little bit slower, and that means the time will go against him. Looking for the players, and Kenny will gun him before we get any magical moments here on this map. LA Thieves firing back with full force in the S&D.
Yeah, I don't think any of us really believe that could potentially happen, but it's nice to line it up if it does. Bance just a difficult position to be in. And yeah, for me, like I think I'm not going to blame the round on attach. Of course, Thieves played that one well, but you've got to expect somebody inside the luggage when you make that push there. Thieves just seen that they had complete control of the site and ran with it. Hold it down. It's just so likely somebody's going to be in towards the luggage side. You're giving up complete control of it. Nicely done from Thieves. Very quick bounce back from that really poor hard point. 5-1 to the good. Looking to close this one out now.
Drazah's going to find Bance as well and keeps on going. Eventually going to be traded down. Cammy has the sniper out. Hey, I suppose if nothing else works, change tactics. 3 versus 3. Røkkr have been a little bit hesitant towards both bomb sites on this S&D. Not getting bombed down, not taking control. They've done it again, a passive playstyle.
That's kind of like my ranked play tactics. I'm losing 5-1. Just bring the sniper out and see what magic I can conjure. Usually it's not a great deal, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say it's none. Wand is broken, but at the moment we're going to see if Røkkr can do better.
And what's the play? Octane will be watching the cross. Have Røkkr even got this bomb down more than once? I don't think they have. Fame, though, with an important kill. Watching the flank. Does he know a second is there, though? The second one's going to push through Fame. Turns and burns onto Envoy. Now a 3 versus 1 in favor of Røkkr. Finally gets something sustainable on the board here. Octane, can he find the 1v3?
Oh, wait a minute. Found the first. Cammy, do not miss with the sniper again. Octane is ready. And he has the time. Doesn't have a dead silence. Cammy will not miss a second time. And Røkkr get one more back on the board, but this may be too little too late.
And honestly, you know, you see the round go over towards Røkkr. We talk about LA Thieves preventing plants. In terms of everybody else in the CDL, they are at the top of that list. But when it does come down to those plants going down, not so hot on the retake. So if that bomb can get down, which is very difficult to do, then you may be in a good spot for Røkkr. So can they find some sort of advantage this way or that? Still have a defense to hold on their side of things. Them starting to heat up just a little bit, sitting at 5 and 6, but attach. Slow in game number 2 as well. We said it is probably going to take him a little bit of time to get accustomed to it once more, but it's a big stack towards the middle. It's a fat nade at the Bance at Fame's head, and that might be the game.
Well, I think it is. Cammy left in a 1 versus 4. I don't even think Cold War Cammy could get this one in the bag. Has to run across, knows there's going to be trouble. Hasn't even popped his daddy yet. It's going to find the butt of Octane. But while he nips at it, he doesn't get anything more.
Nothing to be found. LA Thieves answering back very, very quickly and convincingly. For all, that's a decent enough map for Minnesota Røkkr when it comes down to search and destroy. Not decent enough. Solid work out of Thieves, and that is as convincing as map number 1 was. This time in the search. Drazah sitting 11-2. It was hard to kind of gas Thieves. They just ran through them. Yeah. Every single gunfight seemed to be going their way. And the only rounds we've seen go towards Røkkr is when Fame popped off and then Cammy found a really good gunfight onto Octane. That's one that Røkkr will want to replay back and see how they can do more, because they did very, very little.
This is how one-sided I thought that S&D was. When Octane was left alive in a 1 versus 3 and he got attached, I thought he probably would do it. I genuinely believed he was going to make the clutch. That's how unbelievable was. Drazah just took over in every part of the map. Røkkr unable to get a bomb down, unable to deflect really anything that Thieves were trying. And from what was a hard point that went towards Røkkr, Thieves just smacked them back out of the park in the S&D. What happens for the rest of this series?
It's a really difficult one to understand, to be honest with you. Honestly, I really actually I want to give a lot of credit over towards Thieves. Røkkr tried to change things up. We've seen them push into the mid-map multiple times as a 4-man. Thieves giving them absolutely nothing, just playing their own game, nice and slow and steady on these attacks. Just really well played. Nothing to really talk about in terms of the Røkkr side of things. They're going to have to bring something a little bit different in this control. More like map number 1, hopefully, from their side.
Well, I'm just happy to see these two teams go to work. Of course, coming up the rest of this series, at least 2 more maps from Minnesota Røkkr and LA Thieves. The control is next. We head over to Expo. After that, who knows where we end. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action in the Call of Duty League.
No, that's not appropriate for a CDL interview. I don't have any appropriate ones. I have families that
That's
are
probably a
watch
good
this.
thing. We don't need more fines.
I don't.
Hello, my name is Bryce and I'm a caster for the Call of Duty League. I have the pleasure today to talk to Sam LaRue, better known as Octane. First of all, how are you?
I am fantastic, Bryce. I totally did not miss the interview yesterday that I was supposed to be doing, and this was recorded on time as expected.
Yes, we will certainly pretend that is the truth for now. All right, so let's move into the quickfire MVP yes or no questions.
Okay.
Do you think you're better than me at Call of Duty?
Yes, undoubtedly.
You need to add that part. You're a great singer.
Hell no.
Are you engaged?
Yes.
Is Envoy funnier than you?
No. The most no possible. Super no.
Do you chew gum loudly?
Yeah. Pretty obnoxious.
Do you talk with your mouth full?
Yes. It's a bad habit.
Do you watch anime?
No.
Describe the color yellow without using any color name.
The sun.
If you could drop one player in the league, who would it be?
Tyler aBeZy.
Yes, good. Who wins in a 1v1? Scrap or Sensor?
Okay, so in COD, I'm going to take Scrap. If they played 100 times, I'm going to take Scrap 95 of them. In life, I'm going to take Doug.
The Champ's Curse. Was there ever a point where you thought it was real?
Major 2, I thought the Champ's Curse was potentially real. It started creeping a little bit. I was like, man, that would really suck. But thankfully, we were the ones to break it.
What's your favorite bad movie to watch?
Fast and Furious. They're so bad. They're horrifically bad.
I mean...
Or like Scary Movie. I really like Scary Movie too.
Scary Movie's a good show. I really like Tokyo Drift.
Tokyo Drift's the only exception. The early 2, Fast 1 and 2, and the Tokyo Drift.
I don't know about 2. 1, I'll go with.
2 is
cool about
what?
2's kind of corny. 2's kind of corny.
2 Fast and Furious is great.
All right. I didn't really disagree.
It's great.
If you could only play one COD map for the rest of your life, and your only 2 choices were Fortress or Bocage, which would you pick?
Can I not answer? Can I like plead the 5th?
I assume so. There's no rules here.
All right, I'm pleading the 5th. I'm playing neither one of them.
Do you put milk in the bowl before cereal?
Listen to me right now. If there's any single person watching this that does that, you're a psychopath. I'm just putting it out there. Flame me all you want in Twitch chat and or YouTube chat.
Does pineapple belong on pizza?
100% yes. Absolute yes.
Is water wet?
I have done extensive research, and I can confidently say, yes, water is indeed wet.
Jetpacks or boots on the ground?
Jetpacks. Don't even need to finish the sentence.
Who's a better player, Study or Merc?
I'm going to go Merc. I'm going to go Joey D. Sorry, Jay.
If you could choose one GA'd item, what would it be?
GA the Vaznev. Get that thing out of here. That shotgun sniper rifle, like, I'm good with that. Un-GAing the M4 because it's an AR's world. That's why.
Wow. Very, very biased. Will you be playing professional Call of Duty past 30?
I mean, if I can still shoot back, we'll see. I mean, Clay's doing it. Like, I gotta respect that. So, I mean, if I'm still shooting back and I'm still in the league, then why not?
Do you have any shout-outs?
Shout out to Oak Boys, shout out John Robinson, and shout out my fiance.
Awesome. All right, thank you very much, Octane, for joining us here. It's been a pleasure to run through the player profile with you, and I've had a good time. I hope you have too.
I have as well, Bryce. Thank you so much for doing this on time the first time.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Yes, wonderful catch up there with Octane, a player we are watching in this series. And I've been told that the chat is having a discussion about pineapple on pizza. Ton, where do you stand?
You know what? I'm kind of going to sit on the fence of this one. I don't mind it, is what I would say. That's kind of where I'm at. It wouldn't be my go-to.
And I thought if somebody before.
If there was somebody who was like, there is free pizza on the go and it has pineapple on it, I will eat it.
I wouldn't. I don't think that's a pizza topping.
If it's not barbecue sauce lathered in barbecue sauce, you don't want anything to do with it.
I have two taste buds, right? And they like meat and barbecue. And I'm not ashamed of that. Those are pizza toppings. Pineapple can get in the bin. What can't get in the bin, though, is our next map, Expo, coming up for Control. These two teams are going at it. More played here for Røkkr, but not a great stat line for them.
No, not at all. It's interesting to see which way this one's going to go. We unfortunately do have a small issue, so we're gonna have a quick reset. But yeah, when it does come down to Expo, it's an interesting one. It's an opportunity for Røkkr, though. It has to be said. Thieves have not been in the races ever so recently, and what we see in map number 1 was a good performance out of Røkkr when it does come to that fast and furious gameplay. So whether or not that's going to transfer over towards Expo or not is a good question. LA Thieves, though, still have that caliber. At any moment here, they could go on and win this one convincingly. It wouldn't really surprise us. Map number 1 will probably cause them some cause of concern, I want to say, though, because I mean, it wasn't good. It really wasn't good. So Minnesota Røkkr may well be back into the run of things with hardpoint, but how is their control?
See, this is the issue sometimes with statistics, and we've said it a few times over the last season. They don't always match up to reality. Realistically, Thieves having a bad run here in the qualifiers. Røkkr with a new lineup. I say new, it's kind of the old players but back into a different order. And for me, it says that we kind of have to wipe the slate clean a little bit. Expo Control for Røkkr does look good, but Thieves always look good.
Yeah, you know, I was a little bit confused by the stats that came out. I didn't read them properly the first time around, but those ones look a little bit better to me. Yeah, Minnesota sitting at 4-1. But for all the side of LA Thieves, I mean, look, they went 8-3 in the first 3 times that they played this in terms of the round count. The last 3 maps that they have played it sitting at 4-7, so things have dropped down. Losing it to Florida, who are quite exceptional at this map. How are Røkkr going to fare, though, up against Thieves, who are maybe on the downtrend when it comes down to control? Røkkr find a series lead again. Stack over towards B. Thieves happy to answer it from the mid-map. Attach is an important job to do here, but the kill's starting to flow through. Well, then we'll have a 9th as well. Easy enough for Bance. 4 dead. And now starting to concentrate on it. Good pivot from Røkkr.
And if they can get straight on the way here, they're going to have a good time. You can see they're already switching their focus. Getting this done, getting it in. One player on, it's a slow one, and Fame's going to miss the gunfight he wanted. Eventually will take it. This means Thieves have to swing into action to deal with him. Cammy will take care of the confusion as Fame will get another. And not the third. Envoy gets him before his teammate can fall, but Envoy will fall himself. And Røkkr said, all right, let's take advantage of this. A is gone.
Envoy must be heading to church on Sundays because gets absolutely blessed with the spawn, but isn't going to help him out. Over towards the A side. Nicely done from Røkkr. You know, a lot of teams would find those 4 kills and just be, oh, we're close to B, just jump on it. Lovely pivot. Know where Thieves are going to be spawning. Nicely done from Røkkr, but still not an easy task. Cammy yet to die on the map. 5-0 to kick things off. Trying to stay alive for his team will have to be the tip of the spear here. And we'll have to find an opening for the rest of the squad to find a route through.
Finds his 6th as well, and we just want to stay alive. The problem is they have to break the back of Thieves. Cammy continuing to play his life. Reinforcements, though, it's a difficult one to beat. Already one player swinging into action that could do something. Drazah, dramatic on the S&D and trying to find the kills here as well. Opening up for the Thieves. They try to get this B back in control.
I want to say Kenny was playing his life really well just to slow things down there. The Drazah up top is going to be the biggest issue as the rest of Thieves now starting to fall through, but it's attached to find 2. 5 and 1 from him. This has been absurdly good from Røkkr. I don't think Thieves are going to have a chance to answer this one. 1-0 Minnesota Røkkr. Yes, it is. There you go. And honestly, that's all off the back of that first 4 kills that falls through. You're finding the push over towards the B side. You're getting a little bit of luck there. But when Thieves then feed you 4 kills immediately, the pivot over towards A, it's just far too strong to try and deal with when the setup falls through. Really, really well played from Røkkr. Good heads up play.
What is going on in these games? There's no back and forth. It's no slugfest. It's just one team battering the other team off of the map. Fortunately, control swings in rounds. So let's see if LA Thieves can do something on their attack. Not a great defense from them in the end. Minnesota Røkkr basically just went A, B, A. Okay, we've done it.
Well, in fairness, the Thieves Røkkr are actually sitting as the #1 team on the attacking side of things when it comes down to Expo. 55% of the time. Nice little percentage for the side of Røkkr. Want to try and keep this one up if they can. Drazah now just trying to get a little bit of spark control. Will get taken down. Minnesota Røkkr happy enough to give up the B side. Slowly but surely making their way through.
And you can see them making a move. They want out of the spawn. They know, because Fame is sitting towards Street, that they are locking them into the tunnel spawn here. If they die, they may start getting spawn bounce. Fortunately, they get the kill. They get onto B. Thieves now desperate to hold the line.
Fame's the important player. And he was popped, runs out, but not in time for Drazah to do anything about it. Trophy gun as well will help the squad out, just trying to find as many kills as he possibly can. Looks like Røkkr are happy to give this one up. They're not too perplexed by it. Will just try and do what they can. Slow them down. Don't give them as much time as possible to find a head over towards A. Progress is slow, but steady for Thieves, yet they will get a hold of B inevitably. Let's see Røkkr now setting up all down the Spar side, over towards the top road. Octane will try to find a couple of kills to open up that spawn for his team so they can maybe try and find a rotation, just free up some lanes. Keep an eye on Octane in the minimap. If he can find a couple of kills, that might open things up for Thieves, yet.
They're looking for them towards the back. They figured out where Cammy is, and he's found one. Tries to go for the retake. Wow. Cammy finds 2 towards the back of the spawn. Only Octane left alive against Attach, who tries to lock it in, and he can't. This is a big kill by Kenny, though, getting them the close spawn. They are closer away than they were.
Yeah, Kenny was the one who got the close spawn, actually, thanks to Octane forcing them away. Røkkr had to kind of back on down and then lose those spawns. If you can force them over towards the statue side, you're looking in a good position. But Fame now over towards the restaurant side will start to cause some issue. Those get dealt with. Røkkr not in a great position to defend this, Bryce.
They aren't. They can't finish his next few kills. Kenny already pushing down the players that are going to be there. That first tick is in for Thieves. Octane trying to get on the point with the rest of his teammates. Røkkr reinforcing, but that tick is moving. The second one done. The third is about to pop. The contest will come in towards the front. It's now going to be a knife fight. Cammy will find 2. Bance the third. Only Envoy left. He finds the first, not the second. A breath there for Røkkr. A time to regain.
And the problem is that now for the side of Thieves, they spawn way out as well. But they know that Røkkr are going to be pushing this. Drazah can catch Attach. No, he cannot. Big win from Attach. Now the rest of the team going to have to push through the mid-map. Can they brute force their way through?
It is not easy to make your way forward from this position. And especially since Cammy, that'll be his second cruise of this game. He just isn't missing. He is not missing a 7 streak. 17 and 3.
Cold War Cammy has ascended once more. It's just such an easy one to slot in every single time that Cammy starts frying. Absurd stat line so far. And he was one of the main reasons that they got Thieves off. Found 2 as that break came in over towards the A side, but Thieves get a touch. Now can they find anything else? 7 lives remaining and not a lot of time.
Cammy still playing his life. One last push here for Thieves. Looking for them. Drazah's going to be found by Cammy. An 8 streak now as well. Cammy still moving. Will eventually drop. I don't know. With 7 seconds left to go, Envoy will run to this hill. He will dive into it and hope for it, but down he goes to Fame. Octane with the Dolphin. They're in. They're on the point. It's only going to be a 0.7 seconds. Octane's going to be alone on it. It's a 2 versus 7. Kenny gets the second. Surely not. That point is within whispering distance. Octane versus Bance. Røkkr reinforcements flying through. The Cinderella story will not happen for Thieves on the attack, but my goodness, was it close.
Yeah, got really close, and that's just due to their really good work initially where they find that first good push. Octane, he knows he has to challenge because a couple of kills have fallen through. The rest of the team off the spawn needs to get him off it, needs to get it done quick. Very hard task for Octane to find a win from that position. But Røkkr, you know, when they find that initial break back, they do the right thing. They push up towards the street side and attach finding that first kill. When Thieves are coming off the respawn relatively close, they're going to be in close contention for that power position, I want to say. They don't find a kill. Vitally important that Røkkr did. 2-0 up now, and attack and defense underneath their belt, and onto what you want to call the more favored side for them. 55% of the time they're finding their attacking rounds. Can they find one as quickly as they did in round number 1?
Oh, they're trying to do it again. Attach still holding the top here. That's a huge challenge to Octane. Now has to get out of the corner. Does eventually, but falls to Envoy. A much better setup here for Thieves as they start pushing all of Minnesota back into the respawn.
Thieves kind of play this a little bit different towards Røkkr. You see Røkkr setting up all the way down the spar side and then maybe flirting with a retake. Thieves send a lot of memo over towards top bar and over towards B and push them back. They do not want Røkkr to get anything here. Røkkr seem to be willing to give up B. Thieves seemingly absolutely not. That then negates away your control over towards the roadside. An important kill for Kenny to find, and we'll look for a couple of more, but Cammy ready and waiting. So now an opportunity for Røkkr to rotate over towards A if they want.
Cammy's been found by Octane. Octane will call him out. Cammy gets a kill regardless. But now B should be captured. Røkkr will sacrifice Cammy for the greater good. Octane looking to get a little bit of a pinch and finds Cammy again. Trying to farm him himself. Eventually a chow too far, overheated. And this is still far from over. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Lives about even.
Now the spawn side setup starts to come through for Thieves. Octane stopping Bance getting any sort of flanking control. Big kill from attach though, so it's just going to be glass control here for Røkkr. Working on just finding something off that previous attack. Fame will find another now. It's Octane having to find something for the rest of his team as Cammy and Cole will then find their way through the pool side and into the point. But big kills coming through for Thieves. Setting themselves up to the roadside. You may not be able to block what's going on in the middle of the map, but you can then transfer over to help your teammates out. But Fame's still in the spawn, still causing issues.
And they'll be looking for him to shut him down. They've done it. Huge win there in the end. Røkkr, a little bit of time burnt, a lot of lives gone as well. 1 minute 15. This still hangs in the balance.
Røkkr know they can take their time though because they had road control. They've now pushed up into the restaurant. They just need to be slow and steady. They know they find a couple of kills and they can jump on this point and get things rolling. But they know if they fall, they're going to be forced all the way back towards that statue spawn. A couple of kills coming in towards the bar side. Røkkr going to start to move. Envoy has to go big.
Here comes the cruise as well. It's going to force them into a different position, but Envoy doesn't care. Just keeping off that point for a little bit more time, and Cammy gets flame. Cammy goes down. Bance alone, lonely, and down to Envoy. And all that work, all the things that they invested, it comes to nothing. And Røkkr have to start again, Ton.
Yeah, Envoy does brilliantly to find the first, catches Cammy with a streak in his hand. Looks like he gunned Bance as well. So all that hard work, you're very right, that Røkkr did, completely negated by Envoy mostly. Full spree for him. He was really good for Elliot Thieves, the only really noteworthy player, and he's been very noteworthy here in round number 3. 6 in a row now for Envoy. Cruise missile in the back pocket, still an opportunity for Røkkr, but not much time to find anything with it.
Problem is, all the corners, all the aspects of it, they're not got an easy fight. They're not going to body their way through this. Røkkr will take a stab at this point, but other than that, can they really get into a position to do anything? Cammy will find one, but the trade will continue running. 1.6 seconds left to go, and it's a clean up from Thieves.
Nicely done. There was definitely opportunities for Røkkr to do something there. And I love the pivot from B into glass. You know, you see a lot of teams maybe try and wrap back around through the street side, trying to get street control and slowly and methodically pick them apart. But kind of shocking, 3 members into glass and just play with the spawns, see how the spawns actually start to come in for the defensive team. Are they going to fall your way? They did, to be honest with you, but then Envoy, sitting inside a restaurant, breaks that wide open. It was really nice initially from Røkkr, but you got to clear every single man, especially with the man of the talent of Envoy who can cause issue there. He's on an 8th spree. Kept it going.
Oh, and this is already Thieves. They have found the gear that they need. That's 3 down already. Bance is in a position to hold off A potentially, but Kenny is out for blood. Dead silence popped. Going to be flying Cammy as well. Gets out of there. Still fighting for it. Will find him as well. And that's going to be A gone, surely. Only attached in any sort of position.
Yeah, they know he's there as well. The call-out's starting to come through, and Kenny will just start to form over towards the glass side. You want to retake it? Yeah, good luck. Cammy up in your grill. It's going to be so easy for Kenny to find not the 3rd. It's Octane to clean it up. But the kills start to come through. Thieves lock it in. Big sprees coming in from Thieves. It was 9 or so for Envoy. It's 5 for Kenny. It was 5 for Octane. And they have started to catch fire.
And this is a very different Thieves. They are playing with confidence. They are starting to chip away at the Røkkr dominance on this map. If they can find B, a very doable task in the next minute 40 seconds, it's all tied up.
What's the play? Well, the crew's miss out. Is he going to be able to find anything where the information would be brilliant? Starting to bet it in, not going to find anything. Røkkr sitting tight, but the vice is slowly tightening. Big kill coming in from Cammy. A minute and 21 to go. Still so much time for the Thieves to find something here.
Octane runs away and plays his life.
Yep.
And that will be a problem for Røkkr. They will have to deal with him. They cannot leave him back here.
Yeah, they're digging him out. Yep, nicely done. And that's the kind of thing you've got to do. Like, you cannot leave a player like that lingering behind you just to cause issue. Now you know exactly where the rest of them are. You know they're all dead off the respawn. Just have to worry about one direction now. Well cleared out from Røkkr.
Actually staying alive there. A player was about to come and get him. Røkkr are slowly losing a bit of map control, though. It could be an issue for them, but it's a huge kill from Attach. Cammy gets 2 as well. And every single time this happens, it slows down Thieves. They still need to find one break ton.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Attach is now pushing forward, so wanting to get a hold of that statue control, spawning Thieves so far away. Kill starting to come in here for the side of Røkkr. If you're Thieves, you've got maybe one more roll at this one.
Wait a minute, Thieves are in a good position. Fame will have to hold, have to hit at the right moment. Cammy still finding players. Thieves are going to be in here. They're going to have numbers. Kenny will find Cammy. Attach finds Kenny. Fame looking to see if anybody's here, but nobody available for him to shoot. Bance will find another one. And Thieves are relying on one last player, one last roll of the dice. It's Octane, and down he falls. And this control is over. Røkkr in the respawns. Thieves came to life, but they could not get over that final step ton.
It's just like flickers of greatness from Thieves, isn't it? Every now and then we get reminded of who exactly they are, but honestly, Røkkr very solid across the board. Didn't panic, played it correctly, cleared out their flank as much as they could. From then on in, Thieves is, I don't want to say it was one by one, but it was very linear. It's difficult to find a breakthrough when a team is fully set up over towards that B side. I want to say that Fame and Cammy just played it so well, just staying alive. Attach really had a good game as well. The first good map we've really seen from him in this series. Didn't need to do anything in map number 1. Did need to do stuff there though. 23 and 18. Impressive return to form. But Cammy again. Huge game from him. Topping the leaderboard by some distance in the damage department. Good game from Cammy. Minnesota Røkkr closing out and finding a lead again. And we're heading into a hard point. If they play the same way as they did in map number 1, Thieves are in big trouble.
They really are. Probably one of the most overused thing when talking about Cammy is referring to his old performance. But I will say this. Realistically, I was worried about this roster move, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you an inkling. Cammy and Attach didn't appear to work brilliantly together in this old roster. Cammy got significantly better after Attach was left out, and I was worried that maybe the combination of them again would mean that Cammy would drop back down. But it hasn't happened. I don't know whether Cammy's now happy playing a little bit faster. We see him roping out the Vaznev. He's having fun with that as well. He seems more confident. He seems to be playing better on a completely different level to what he was. So I was wrong, and sometimes I'm happy to be wrong.
It happens more often than you think, man. Actually, we just don't tell you. No, look, a really good performance from Røkkr. And again, if you've got, I mean, when they assigned Cammy, that's the kind of Cammy that they wanted to get a hold of. You're thinking about his glory days on the Ultra side. You want that level from Cammy. So stunned that they're 2-1 up that they didn't even move. Minnesota Røkkr 3-1 on the control and in such a good position. Over the last 5 series, they only managed to take 1 map off the LA Thieves. This one, they already have 2. It's a good start to the potential comeback, specifically against the Thieves, and potential comeback for a run at champs. This will be a massively important win for Røkkr. And honestly, coming into this, I said they needed the win, but I really wasn't expecting it. Even with Thieves' poor performance so far, I did think they'd have enough still to deal with Røkkr. They may well still have that enough, I want to say, to deal with them, but they have not made it easy at all. This win for Røkkr would be massive in their run at champs.
It really will. Something that a lot of people wouldn't have expected them to walk away with. Nobody would have predicted that Thieves would struggle coming out of the back of last major. Nobody has thought that Røkkr would be in the ascendance against them like this. Fortress Hardpoint is up next. What happens there, Ton? I really don't know. Røkkr are just looking different in respawns.
I mean, when I'm not even going to delve into the stats, to be honest with you, because I looked at them in terms of map number 1. Everything pointed towards Thieves, and they got smoked. So, I mean, at this stage, I could write them off in terms of Minnesota being the worst rotating team in the game. They need to improve on that. You can't let it happen on Fortress. Teams will drop full 60s on your forehead when it comes down to P3 specifically. You need to make sure you are rotating to that one at least. But with the way that things went in map number 1, LA Thieves will be significantly worried, and it's a nice one for Attach as well. Typically a 1.07 on this map, leading the Røkkr lineup in terms of the KD ratio. Might be a nice comfortable one for him to slot into after what was a good performance in map number 3, starting to warm up into this series on his return in the CDL. I, for one, am welcoming it. It kind of felt weird without Attach in there. I'm not gonna lie. It's nice to see him back in the roster.
It's always nice to see everybody in the roster. In fact, I wish all players could be in all rosters, because there are
12
so many. I think for me, it's always one of these weird ones. Like a big fan of Afro, and I hope he bounces back into whatever next iteration we see him in. But you are right. It's great to see Attach back in the roster and doing well. For Røkkr, it has been a rough ride, is probably the best way to talk about it. The confidence, the stock in this team has dropped to an all-time low. A win against Thieves here would be pretty big for them.
You know, for all I've just talked about Attach having a good KD specifically on this map, KD is very much something we don't like to talk of too much and put too much stock into it. You know, we just, when it comes down to this team, look, small sample size, but it's about trying to find that special source of the ingredients that you have to then put it together, right? I mean, look, everybody in their own right. You talk about Afro. Last year was phenomenal. Maybe he hadn't found his form on this game, but I mean, you think back to Boston, where he looked like the best player on the game for a weekend. You know, we know that Afro can bring those levels, but something just has not necessarily worked with this Røkkr team over this season. Has it finally been pieced together correctly? So far, so good. At least in the respawns, anyway. S&D, they look terrible. But mean, things can only get better, I suppose. But the hard point and the control was phenomenal, and they have another hard point to run into now. LA Thieves, yes, okay, the record is very good, 6-3. The whole percentage is there, the break percentage is there for both these two teams. But the important one for me, the rotations for Røkkr, they are the worst at it. Only 40% of the time they find the rotations. You have to do it when it comes down to Fortress. LA Thieves may well find those rotations, but they need to find some better holds than they did in map number 1, because the breaks were far too easy for Røkkr to find. Can they find them here in map number 4? What do we see in LSELO search and destroy to close this one out?
Anything is possible. Thieves still so good in respawns most of the time, and all they need is one to send this to a map number 5. They have the better position onto this one as well, and they're going to start cleaning up the kills as they try to hold down P1 and P2.
Yeah, that spawns over towards the P2 site for the LA Thieves to kick things off. Big Envoy just trying to cause some issue, but yeah, I'm going to need to see some good rotations out of Røkkr here. Something they really have struggled on this map. Thieves themselves not struggling at all. Rotating over towards P2 though. Røkkr want to try and break what is a decent hold over towards P1. You can soak up some good time, and well, that time is not going to be much more for Drazah. He should get traded out here. Is he going to hold it down? My word, Envoy there to help him out, and he's just about holding on to P1 here. Well played.
I was going to say, a little bit of a mistake from Thieves not blocking the spawn of a P2, but it doesn't really matter. They are gunning their way forward at every opportunity, and Kenny wasn't even ready for that gunfight, but wins it anyway. Røkkr will have this rotation, but can they hold back the fury they are currently facing?
Wow, Attach nearly got gunned out of his socks there. Eventually does get taken down by Octane, but wow. LA Thieves have come out sprinting into this one. And Røkkr just have to compose themselves. Honestly, it was a decent enough rotation, but you just don't win your gunfights, and now you have to really fight back quite quickly. 40 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Could be about an 80-point lead by the time we head over towards Fountain, if Røkkr are not careful.
There's a missed opportunity for Røkkr. Bance somehow wins that gunfight, and they get back in. Pulled from disaster there. Røkkr almost let go P2 in its entirety. And now the run over and Attach has just been slapped. I think we'll get that kill back as they try to hold on to this rotation as well, but only Fane will be here. So many Thieves players now holding him down. Finds his first. The second comes through, but he cannot get the third. Røkkr will not have the rotation.
Honestly, I think if Attach finds that kill, they're golden. Drazah doesn't get to be able to follow through, and then, you know, kills just kind of spill their way through after that one, don't they? LA Thieves will find a rotation. And for Røkkr, when they found that initial break over towards P2, they still had the spawns over towards the stable side. So P3 rotation was looking lovely. But Attach, as you said, gets actually good, but Bance is in.
He's in, but there aren't enough players. The trade has not been good enough. Cammy alone. He knows there's going to be players looking over him as well. Cannot get through. Bance keeps finding kills, but one kill does not a hill break make.
I was about to say, Røkkr are kind of keeping that pressure on. The stable spawns are there, nice and close. You find a kill, you keep the pressure on, you keep the damage flowing. They haven't been able to get a foothold. Kenny deletes Bance towards top maps, and he may well find another. Not quite. Attach will turn and burn. Will not find the third. Fame will, though. For all that, Røkkr can't really make this push over towards P3. They're now going to be able to set up very, very nicely over towards cannons, but is the damage already potentially done? Thieves commanding spot here.
They're going to be trying to get through here. The slaying is actually pretty equal, but the actual playing of the game, LA Thieves are much better. And now here they come again, looking to break Røkkr one more time already. Kenny spinning as Cammy will find two. A reprieve for Minnesota.
We'll find that rotation, and we'll start to find a hold. You can find a lot of time here. I mean, you need Bance to win that gunfight, though. Kenny now will start to put some pressure on over towards the top outside. Backs against the wall for Røkkr. They could do with some good time here, and they're just leaking lives over and over again. Fame, though. Can he manage to clean this one up? Is there nobody getting some time on the board here right now? 30 seconds remaining over towards cannons. Envoy will gun him. Just seems far too easy for LA Thieves to find break after break after break. And the lead may well keep growing. Never mind.
Well, if you can't hold normally, send in a Cammy. This rotation this time. Bance is in a good position for it, but he needs reinforcements. This has been a problem for Røkkr. They have allowed Thieves to dictate the pace of this game. And Blacksmith is not an easy hold.
It isn't, but they all will be very, very happy to be here first. A little bit of split here from Thieves. You can see Octane starting to work a flank over towards the door side, but he doesn't even need to be there. The rest of the team have already got the job done. Wonderful break from Thieves, and now Røkkr are going to get pinned back if they're not careful. Cammy is going to get out, though. Could be a big win, and finds it.
Goes straight back in. Fame with a Bance nip. It's a horrible fight for him to take, and he will fall as well. Another big fun fight is Attack will find one, but not the second. Thieves just using the slaying to keep Røkkr at bay.
This 30 seconds that's on offer here will put Thieves into a realm of where a full 60 will not be enough for Røkkr to bring it back. It's now past that point. 20 seconds remaining here towards Blacksmith, and now you start thinking about the rotation over towards P1 and specifically P2 as well. Bance is there to try and slow this down, but look at Thieves and how deep they are sitting now. Know that Røkkr are going to challenge for these back spawns if they possibly can do. And just sitting tight. Fame will find one. Octane will answer back and will just try to stay alive as long as he can.
Bance is going to find him, but has to win the gunfight first. Octane still looking. Eventually will get it. They have P1. Can they hold on to this and P2 is the question for Røkkr. LA Thieves continuing. Just be a dominant force. They will not be bottled up, and they will not be kept from the hill.
Big win from Drazah there will just allow Thieves to get another point. Just start to soak up some time, which puts the pressure onto Røkkr. Do you misstep? Do you allow Thieves over towards the P2 side? You've got to worry about it. See already, Bance is starting to cover off that side. They know the money is potentially in P2 to P3. It's not all lost yet. You may well be 80 or so behind, but a decent string from P2 to P3 can get you back into the game, but you need to start winning some gunfights over towards P1. The break is there. P2 spawns still belong to them as well.
That's just trying to get this now as they hold down P2 as well. A little bit of time for Røkkr. Thieves commanding lead the entire way. Attach knows he's got a player right on him as well, and he wins the gunfight. Attach now on a 4 streak. And he goes into Overwatch. Bance going to try and hold them in here for as long as possible, and that's a bit of COD timing. Only one player escapes though, Drazah.
Bance did a really good job there, finds the kill over towards the top map, so he can just cut off the spawns that start to come through. So not only is there P2 rotation for the side of Røkkr, they got a good amount of time over towards P1. Bance importantly had to find that kill, but Envoy now inside of Art, trying to find the push, trying to find the flank. Røkkr have got the stable spawn, so if they can hold P2 from here, they're looking good for P3 as well.
They certainly are. All of Thieves fall. They have to reset. They have to regain. Let's find out how they are feeling with LA Thieves. Listen in.
They're going to be
freaking spot. There's no one in you. There's no one in you. Nice. Attach for P1 was. Oh shit, I'm trying to back up. You stunned me. I spawned P1. Careful. Maybe I'll back up. Running through. I might pick up my mask. I'm trying to back up too. Yeah, LP5. Open. I spawn back. Yeah, you left. You need me. I'm trying to come get gate. I'm coming. I have gate. Okay. I have gate. P5 and dub last 2. He jumped out gate fast. Okay, I have gate. We don't have to get the one guy's P5. Get him. Spawn up, I guess. He one shot Cammy. One's front, one's P1. Be careful about left. Yeah, he wants Cam. Left on me again, bro. Yeah, we spawned up. One shot left, one shot gate. Front. Top circle, one shot. Yo, throw over attacks. They have a fresh throw. Statue still. He's just sitting on statue. I'm backing up the feet. Statue. Don't shit yet. Tune in. I threw this on. I'm trying to shoot. They don't time. Try maps. Hey, time yet. Doesn't be gate. Low circle, Cammy. Low circle, Cammy. You got right. On time. One's front right too. Keep him on the trap. 20 seconds, chat. 20 seconds. We have right or no? Right. Nice. I'm gonna go P1 truck. I'm city maps, okay? No trophy. We have nades. No trophy. We have nades. I know. Right to the maps. Low maps dead. I'm backing again. Maps. I'm on P1 truck. I'm getting P5, bro. P5. I can this. I'm challenging right. I'm on top. I'm living P2. Right. Ready to go. On P1. You gotta get dark. I'm good. I can try and get dark. You know me. One out versus one pain. Dark and the work. I'm living. Watch out hill in a second. That's funny. How's him? I can't all time. Hey, you got me? I'm in the middle of the hill laying down.
And Com's maybe about as frantic as we've ever seen from Thieves. Thought they were gifted P3 at the point where we were able to hold Røkkr out entirely. The game now rests in 18 points.
Minnesota Røkkr just kept the pressure on, and they've done so over towards P4 as well. It's a wonderful break. It's Fame for 3. It's 5 in a row. Make it 6 for Fame. The SMG working just quite wonderfully so far. Drazah will find him though. Blacksmith spawned or attached over towards the backside. He'll say thank you very much. Can he find a second? Not quite. Røkkr in a good position to try and break over towards this side now. 22 points for them remaining. Thieves are not too far away.
And this is difficult. This still could go to the Thieves. Can they hold Blacksmith against them? Still getting the kills, but they've wiped them out of the point here. Fame is calling in the crews. He's going to try to get them off the bounce. He knows where they'll be spawning. This is all info. It's all gravy, baby. And Fame will find too. It's 15 seconds for Røkkr. Thieves have to move. They have to contest.
10 seconds to go. Thieves, you've got to get moving. They've got the close spawns. They've got to contest as best they can. 70 seconds away from Røkkr. These fights are so important. They're all going to go towards the LA Thieves. 25 seconds remaining here. Over towards P1. Is where Røkkr are going to have to try and find their way. It's P5 we're playing. Thieves still in contention.
And Kenny has to hold on against Røkkr. Røkkr may just put a player onto this. They're going to go for P1 surely.
Still jump it. They can still jump it.
Oh, just spawn out Kenny. Could Kenny be the hero they need? They're going towards P1. Kenny might have got them into a great position. They have P1, but they don't have anything else. Kenny is now on the point. Thieves need to reinforce. There's only 2 seconds here for Røkkr. Fame trying to get kills. He's still fighting them. Kenny alone fights attached, but he gets off the point, and that'll be it. And they fall. Kenny tried to be a hero, but just not enough for him. And Røkkr, for the first time in this season, did the impossible and took down LA Thieves. 15-1 no longer. 16-4.
What a game. And honestly, I want to give the flowers to Kenny for making the play, but I want to give the props to Fame. He knows that the spawn's going to be coming into that side because of where his teammates are spawning, and then just holds down gate. The fact that he finds those 2 kills, Thieves are not there to back Kenny up. He may well get off, but he's got a challenge. He's got to force them back. If he doesn't do that, he dies anyway. Fame on the SMG. Long may it continue. 31-31. Cammy had a hell of a game in the respawns as well. But it's all about Fame. In map number 4, 3.5k on your forehead. Fantastic. Out of Minnesota Røkkr. And a vitally important win for the Minnesota side. Well played.
And for LA Thieves, the stats read as this. 1 month ago, Major 4 champions. 0-4 in Major 4 qualifiers. 6 straight respawn losses for Thieves. What is going on in the camp? Røkkr, though, that was a win they will have prayed, begged, and borrowed for, but they got the 10 points. And probably a little bit of boosting of morale for this team.
Yeah, me, you, and everybody else's pick'ems now absolutely in the dirt. Apart from Miles, who just goes the opposite way every single week. I think he'll be sitting nice and pretty. But yeah, Minnesota Røkkr, a much better performance. You know, I want to give them a lot of credit, but Thieves have looked very, very below their average, I want to say, over this season so far. It kind of reminds me of what happened with Toronto in their previous online season after they win the major. Come back to online, look pretty average. So Thieves need to bounce back when it does come down to the land in Toronto. It is not being good so far. I think that pretty much would probably confirm losers bracket for them as well, which is not a good place to be.
No, it certainly isn't. But we're going to throw this one over to our desk to find out what they felt about that game.
Congratulations to 1738 and the other 500 people who predicted this outcome. Minnesota Røkkr upset the LA Thieves. All of the chat's channel points gone. Røkkr now up 20 points over Vegas.
Yeah, my channel points are gone too. I thought LA Thieves were going to come in here and bounce back. That is not the case. What we just saw, a little bit of honeymoon stage, but also a dynamic change in the Minnesota Røkkr. FaZe being on this team, they have more, running the SMG, they have more objective play with attached as well, playing in and around the hill. It allows Cammy to push out, play those aggressive cuts as well. On that map 1, we saw it time and time again, him getting the multi-kills. And then in this game 4, Cammy actually had a minute 45 in the hill, but the big difference is Bance. He is playing his life being annoying on rotation. Something he was not allowed to do with the previous iteration of this roster because that was Afro time and time again. Or if it was both of them and it would stop them from making the right plays on rotation. That's why we just saw them win 2 hard points. What an incredible performance against our Major 4 champions. I'm mind blown right now.
Ali, was this just Minnesota stepping up when the pressure was there, or is this actually an improved lineup? I know we only get one match, and it's against a struggling Thief.
That is a very early call. It's tough because if I'd seen this matchup with the previous iteration of LA Thieves before these qualifiers, I would have said this was an extremely impressive win out of Minnesota Røkkr. Not that it still isn't, but the LA Thieves have been struggling throughout this entire stage now, 0-4, and it's been in the respawns. But I will say this, I definitely think we saw a new beast from FaZe today. He was a sub player in Challengers. It only makes sense to put an SMG in his hand once you plug him into this roster and bring him up to the CDL. We saw, I think, what kind of player he truly is during this series, as well as Cammy once again showing what he's also capable of should he be consistent.
Yeah, that game 1, all the Challengers players took to Twitter. Like, why did you force this man to run as a sub, an AR? Why don't you put him back on the sub? Well, he's there, and the SMG was on fire. Cammy, though, with the AR was incredible. 16-3 was the start to his control game.
Isn't that the first time I feel like all season that Cammy and Bance looked comfortable throughout an entire series? It really was. I mean, Cammy was doing his thing. You talk about that control. I think it was the second round. He was 17-3 at one point, had a sub and an AR in his hands, just finessing around top and bottom bar. Like, the man was free on the map, and that's what you want to see.
Can we look at Cammy's play? There it is. It's your scout play of the game. It's control. It's the Cam Daddy taking over with the AR. Ali, I was watching this guy's screen and I asked, is there anyone better in the lobby? Is Cammy the best AR, best SMG? He was running it all.
I mean, okay, yeah, maybe during this map mode, absolutely. I mean, he was 7-3 at one point, and that wasn't good enough for him, so he had to go on a 7-3, go 17-3. He will unfortunately get shut down eventually, but Minnesota Røkkr just once again putting their foot down on Expo control. And Cammy, we know what kind of player he can be. It's been kind of that tail off season of will he hit Cold War form or will he be consistent? We know what Cammy can do. We know what he's capable of. I think the question now is just getting him comfortable with his team. I think maybe we got a sneak peek of that in this series because, like Ant said, he looked incredibly comfortable throughout the entire map.
For the first time, you know, like on that map 1, I could kind of see what their vision was, like FaZe and Attach, a little bit more objectively minded around the hill. But then we get to map 4, and then Cammy's in the hill the entire time. So maybe it's just a Fortress thing. But either way, the teamwork was absolutely on point today. And now, if you're a Vegas fan, you're sitting there just absolutely triggered because they're down 20 points now, and they're forced they have to beat Seattle in their next game. So this race is getting crazy.
The race is getting tight, and they have a new leader here in Minnesota. Let's talk to the man. Back in the Røkkr uniform on the starting lineup, we got Attach joining us. Attach, what's it been like for you? This has got to be the toughest season of your career. From a starting lineup position to the bench, now back to the winning ways. How's it feel?
Yeah, it's been really tough, but I'm glad I could come in and we can cop a dub like that because, I mean, I only had 2 days of scrims.
Wow. Coming
back after a month-and-a-half break. FaZe switched from AR to sub after he's been running it for a month and a half, so Definitely a very risky thing to do and not easy, but we did it and it paid off for the first match. And I think we're only going to get better from here because even the first day of scrims, they went like all right. The second day went a little bit better. So we're still making progress, but it's not easy to just play ranked play for 8 hours a day and then come back and shoot against some of the best players in the world. But I was challenged. I was getting gunned, but I was challenged.
You look good, bro. You look good.
Slow incline, right? Yeah, small baby steps. Mr. Røkkr has definitely put you guys in the blender as far as roles and now roster changes as well. But you guys always seem to find success at the end of the road. I do want to ask, though, I love asking players that kind of get sent to the bench for a little bit and then plug back into the main roster. Did you learn anything or take anything away from watching them play without you that you think you probably could bring to them being plugged back in?
I didn't really get anything from watching them, but I just kind of am trying to fit into how they were playing a little bit. Like sometimes in S&D, I'm gonna take the bomb. I just gotta do whatever I gotta do, and pretty much told Fame and Bance just like, yo, go do what you guys want to do. We're the subs, just sprint at hills, make plays, pop 2 pieces. I don't care how much time you have or anything. Even though Ben had like 2 minutes the first map, just go be superstars.
Dill, I wanted to ask you, you sort of just talked about like your role on the team, but I remember before, you're sort of this role, like the guy who filled the gaps, and you guys weren't finding too much success. So are you vocal at all in any ways that you maybe want to approach it differently this time when it pertains to your role on the team?
Maybe as we progress, but right now we're just trying to get as many reps in as possible. It's definitely tough just because I was away for so long. So it's like I don't really want to come in and just say, oh, we should do this, this, and this, because the metas develop over time and things change. How people play hardpoint and certain maps and S&D change as well. Yeah. So I'm honestly just trying to learn more from my teammates right now because I have a lot of catching up to do.
Wow, what a mindset. Love it.
Dylan? Røkkr fans are popping off in the chat. Everyone is excited to see you back in a starting lineup. Anything you want to say to the people who have been supporting you, watching your streams since you've been taking a break?
I want to give a big shout out to all the supporters supporting me when I was benched. Now I'm back on the team and showing love to all my teammates in the organization. And one special shout out to my good friend Kremp. He sat me down. He told me, Dylan, like, and I quote, I need you to play with some more furiosity. I said, is that a word? He said, I don't know, but you know what I mean. And I said, okay, I think I know what you mean. And that game, I was trying to play with furiosity. I didn't do too well, but my teammates carried me and we won, so I'm happy.
I like it. Shout out to Kremp, the GOAT here in the COD world. Attached, congrats on your win. Best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Minnesota's up 20 points over Vegas, but Vegas play at 3 o'clock against Seattle tomorrow. We still have another series to go here. Before we get to that, though, reminder, pick up your gear in game, right? The champs packs are out.
I have it.
They are out. You can get the Diamonds M4 as well. That sniper camo looks incredible, and the champs pack is a bundle fit for a king, complete with the new operator skin, weapon blueprints, and more. Rules of battle and get your 2023 Call of Duty League champs pack. You turned it before I could finish.
You did great, Al. You did great. Get it right now. And that's not it, Nameless.
Get your anime boogie. Get ripping and roaring with the new anime boogie tracer pack featuring blueprints with custom laser and death effects and the brand new underbarrel drill charge launcher. It's available now.
Ripping and roaring. We're going to break. When we come back, it's the final battle here on Friday night. 1 week left of qualifiers. When we return, the Subliners take the stage against the Surge. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League. Welcome back, everybody. It is the final week of qualifiers as we lead into Toronto. Major 5 kicks off next Thursday. And Allie, this is going to be a good one because we got two teams in the top 6 facing off, Surge versus New York. And for this one, you got Subliners kind of playing for the winner's bracket. What is New York playing for?
New York right now is just playing to kind of prove themselves, I feel like, at this point.
Okay.
They told us dominance throughout the season, and they said that they were a team on the rise, and we had yet to kind of see that. But they're going against the Seattle Surge. That's kind of been struggling, but granted, their strength of schedule, maybe we can go a little bit easier on them, considering in this matchup, they should feel fairly comfortable. They are 3-1 on the season in the head-to-head. Last time these two teams matched up on March 5th, they 3-0'd the New York Subliners, and in the SMG matchup, it was Pred that really came out on top with a 1.34 overall.
Yeah, also accuracy played very well in that last match that they had, which is important. The story with this team is like they've been decent on line and they've been bad on land. Throughout this split, though, it's sort of flipped around and they've also been bad on line. You need the role players to step up. I mean, that's obviously very important. Mack and accuracy have to find some sort of consistency. They have not been consistent all season long. But in the last series versus Boston, they got outslayed by a lot and they ended up winning the series, which is, I think, very typical out of this team. And for the Monster Energy pregame, figure out hotel control again. They've lost 4 maps to the 2 and 12 round count, and they have that in this series. I mean, we'll get into the maps and modes later. It's very frustrating with Seattle Surge, but then also disrupt New York's hardpoint rotations. Their #1 rotation percentage of stage. There are no freebies against New York. We've seen their metrics. We've watched them play. It is a daunting, grueling series almost every single time. They're top 4 in every mode, so Seattle have to bring it.
I was just over in the YouTube chat. Reminder, everybody, we're live on Twitch and YouTube right now, and the Call of Duty League has a lot of fans supporting the Surge. Do you feel like the Subliners are kind of just too successful at this point? Why do people want the blue team to win and not the yellow team today, Allie?
No, I think maybe to the head-to-heads just because of historics, but also because New York, again, they've been kind of flying on under the radar. But when it comes to Major 5 qualifiers, that has been a completely different story. I think what's so scary about New York right now is not only that they're 4th in every category, they're technically, statistically a top 4 team, but also the fact that KiSMET is dropping numbers. A 1.16 so far in hardpoint this stage. And usually it's HyDra dropping the big ones, right? But New York Subliners, they are especially scary if KiSMET gets added to the mix. So when it comes to New York, their respawn right now looks back on par like it did during Major 2.
All right, Nameless, YouTube is going for Surge. Twitch has 63% of the audience currently putting their channel points on the Subliners. If the Subliners are going to get the dub, how do you do it against the Surge?
Shout out to our Monster Energy pregame, and that's what I was going to say. You got to keep up the strong S&D. 4-1 this stage with a 60% round 1 percentage. #2, need more from Priestahh in this matchup. 0.84 versus Seattle. We talk about these matchup things with players, and he's obviously struggled against them. Sib is a very strong AR to go up against. Also the discipline out of accuracy, so he has to be on point. When you talk about that search and destroy stat, though, with New York, HyDra has been insane. I mean, we always talk about the respawn prowess. He has a 1.3 in that game mode, also leading his team in first bloods with an SMG. That's pretty impressive. The last thing I'll say about Search, though, is can they clutch up like 1v4s and 1v3s? Like, they have to have lost the most by now.
I'm excited to see this showdown. Let's take a look at our maps and modes here as we have a very aggressive front line for both teams, especially on the Subliner side. Does that give them an edge on maps like Embassy, El Asilo, and Hotel? Those are our first 3.
I have 2 kind of notes when it comes to these maps and modes. One, Seattle Surge is trying to end this in the beginning of this series. They do not want to go to that HyDra hardpoint when New York feels the most comfortable. And #2, I think it really comes down to that control. These are 2 historically very strong control teams, but Seattle right now is bottom 2 in all categories when it comes to control. So that is ample opportunity for New York Subliners in this series.
Absolutely. Oh, I would just say, when you look at this maps and modes, like Seattle banned Mercado hardpoint, which I just don't understand. You're giving New York basically their 2 best hardpoints, and for Seattle, they're 3 and 2 on the map. It's not like it's that atrocious. And then when you talk about the control, like they get rid of Expo. They're afraid to play it versus a New York team who was just afraid to play it. They're 1-1 in it. So I think some map pull things could potentially give Seattle some issues going forward. But either way, got to get a dub here.
All right, well, we got a New Yorker ready to represent for the Subliners. Joining us for this call, we have the great study and Lando. Lando, you cheering on Seattle today?
You know, potentially. I'm a big Pred guy. We'll have to see. Jay, I hope I don't offend you too much. I know you're rooting on your New York boys, especially lately.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not really rooting for him. I'm not a biased caster or anything. I want this match to be a banger all the way to a game 5, and that's exactly what I think is going to happen, man. As we looked at the maps and the modes, the biggest thing that really stuck out to me was the fact that Seattle Surge, going into our last major, still have an auto veto, and that was that expo control. I think that map number 3 is going to tell the story of how this series is going to go, because since you auto veto that, you allowed NYSL to get hotel control back into the image where they haven't played it in over a month. The reason why they haven't played it is because teams know that's their best control. We cannot challenge them on that map. So with New York winning it in the vetoes, they get 2 of their best hard points, they get their best Surge and Destroy in the game 2, and they have their best control in the game 4. I don't really know why Seattle decided to come out here with this game plan. Hopefully they show me some.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because even going back to last year, this has been kind of the strategy of Seattle, where it's like, hey, we're just going to kind of ban the things that we want to. Like, they absolutely are a team that has those auto vetoes, and it doesn't really matter who they play. They're just going to kind of do that same thing over and over again. We've heard, I think, like the flank hit on it so many times previously. Surge know what they like and know what they don't like. We'll see if that strategy comes out and works for them today in a very, very grueling matchup here versus the New York Subliners. It's a fun one, Jay. I mean, on the year, it's been all about Seattle, but right now, New York, they have been looking very solid, top 4 in every single game mode.
Yeah, and I think the biggest one that stands out is their S&D performance so far in this stage. They're 4-1 in Search and Destroy. We saw them at the event get 1v3, 1v4. They didn't have no ice. They have completely turned it around so far in this stage. And that's where they have been able to take down some Titans. But at the end of this P1 hardpoint, 19-17, very scrappy to start it off from both of these teams. But New York, they were able to relieve some of that pressure, rotate early, and set up properly toward this P2. But they had no one towards the street side. Seattle able to push right up the street, get that side of the map control, and now they're able to instantly get an L.
Yeah, this is not a common look lately here for New York. They've been the best rotating team in the game, already broke within the first few seconds. However, can they continue to lock things down? KiSMET to the rescue. He has been a respawn fiend so far in Major 5, putting up some massive numbers, and especially did so versus the LA Thieves, trying to have that same impact today. And another massive game here versus the Seattle Surge. Seattle, a little bit of adversity handed to the New York end over at P2. However, they handle it, and now over to the ACs we go. HyDra at a big spot.
Yeah, both of these guys are great when it comes down to the rotations. They're probably going to go both for blow. But the thing that really stands out is that Seattle are terrible when it comes to the setups. 10th overall in hold percentage. And if you're not finding successful holds on aBeZy, the stat line can start to get out of hand. As so far on this P3, not a single team is going to be in towards the point. Seattle only have 2 players on this side of the map. And New York already, all they have to do is win a couple gunfights and the pitch is going to be in.
Yeah, it looks like it already. Yeah, based off of the arrows, that's a clean 3, nearly for a second 4 down there of Surge. Jay, we've been talking about this team so much when it comes down to their hard point. They were great so pretty much so far throughout the season. However, rotations lately have been a little bit lacking, and then the Des touched on it on our Monster Energy pregame. The holds have not been looking good so far throughout Major 5, and right there, the holds come to cost them in a big hill over at the ACs. They need to regain and regroup quickly.
Yeah, the hold percentage is not the best, but if you think about who Seattle had to play, the #1 hardpoint team, and then the #2 hardpoint team in Toronto and OpTic Texas. Those are not easy matchups, so the stats are going to get padded a little bit on the bad side. But when you played versus Boston, they were great. Now you're going against a tough competition in NYSL, but it has to be better. As we now find ourselves off the rotation over towards P4, Seattle Surge, the team here early. You play your corners, you're playing for these kills, just making it a lot more difficult for New York to find an entry.
Yep, HyDra and Co looking to jump on in. KiSMET first one to dive on forward. He ends up falling. Mack able to find 2 and strike. Great work coming in from McKenzie. So Seattle able to weather the storm. Still 35 very valuable points to fight for. Ones that Surge would love to have to get right back in this game. And down by 25, they can take the lead. But New York eager to jump in again. But it's Pred and Mack who are able to answer once more. 2 giant attacks come in from the Subliners, and it's Pred and Mack, the SMGs, in close quarters, handling them every single time. Surge have just tied the game up.
And that's a massive hold right there from Seattle, more specifically the SMGs. I thought when the first 2 players dropped, Pred and Mack had a tall task ahead, but Pred was able to find 3 in those moments to now tie the game and take the lead for just a little bit. And now off the rotation, Subliners going to be in towards the kitchen hill. There's a couple players from Seattle attacking from multiple different angles. They take back gas control, and this can cause problems for the Subliners.
Yeah, definitely can if he's brought on toward top side orange. Accuracy, a big win. They're on to
Big win.
Oh, another one on to Priestahh. And P-Dog will also fall. Great work coming in from Surge as Mack looking to continue his spree. Surge jumped right on forward and now are making New York pay. Excellent coordination as Surge continue to roll. Everybody's winning their fights. Dante trying to get back in the slang. A 6-13 beginning. He's lightening the load for the rest of his teammates inside of the hard point.
Oh yeah, with only 20 seconds left, that's already job well done if you are Seattle Surge. You get a majority of that time over towards Kitchen. Now you're going back to the scrappy mid-map hill around that P1 area. But at the end of the first rotations, it's been all about the SMGs for Seattle. The AOs are starting to step up as the game gets deeper into this one. But if Pred is going to continue to play like this, all Mack has to do is sit the hell and soak up some time because the Predator, he's not missing. He's striking twice.
Oh my goodness, he quite literally is the Predator missile. Now 3 in a row, 16 and 9. Oh, he's 1 HP, manages to survive that fight. It takes HyDra's full attention to eventually shut down the Aussie. Great impact plays coming in from HyDra, however, or excuse me, from Pred. However, he eventually does fall. 30 seconds still left over at P1, and really for right now for Surge, they're prioritizing all of their issues, all of their numbers at P2. However, New York have just found some timely ones, so it's going to be a full-on headbutt for the backside of parking as we step aside and see the comms are sounding in a chaotic moment. We'll go to the comms now, Surge.
One Xbox, okay? Another one's crossing Lamar, careful. I'm looking. Okay, one is I'm in the back with you. One is Xbox. Okay. I spawned here. I spawned B corner. I'm aiming top. Spawn dead. I spawned B corner. Single bin. One more. Back wall. Back wall. Let me close. Drop this flanking. Double bins, guys. Stay alive in the back. Double bins weak, Caesar. I'm gonna pinch him. Caesar, double bins weak. Okay. I'm gonna kill Tom. He saw Tom. He's close to Tom. My side. I'm down. Dead, Mack. I'm staying alive, helping you. I have your friend. On the van somewhere. On the van. I got the van. One more low gas on me. On the van. On the wall. Gas truck. Dead. Top gas spot. Last guy. Top gas spot. Okay. Top gas spot. Priestahh. Last guy. Big Tom. Big fucking Tommy. Both. He's on the gas wall. I'm holding gas wall. I have your front time, guys. I have your front time. One bullet Priestahh. One bullet Priestahh. Gas wall. I have your front time with you. Two gas truck to left. Right there. They're like single van. Sign Paco. Single van. Absolutely. I killed van. One time Paco. I have your front time. Front time Paco. Front time. I will trust. I have gas truck. I have your gas. I'm one shot on time. I'm staying. I have your gas. I have your orange Paco. Orange weak Paco. They are. Okay. I'm playing over. Nothing crash it. Okay, we're gonna have to go. We're good gas for you guys. Nice. Okay, P1. Taking the gas wall. I'm waiting for someone. Wrap this guy with me. I'm hitting from top AC dead. Priestahh was only on the gas truck. Orange. Priestahh orange. One shot. I got him. Nice. He's low gas. I got time. This guy was low gas. I don't know where he went. I'm holding for Marge. I'm blocking the gas spot. I'm gonna go gas. Nice. Marge dead. Alright, I'm saying gas. I have your P1? Yeah, no. I P1. No, I'm gonna go gas, guys. I P1. One shot, P1 going bottom orange. Back alley. No, oh my god. Nice. Bottom orange, Priestahh. I'm coming, brother. Go back. Help Tom. Amy, get low. P1. I'm looking ladder. Okay, I have the jump out. One trees. P1. One's ladder, yeah.
We just witnessed what potentially is the turning point of this game. Great rotations here being made from Seattle. New York still fighting, but down by 60 plus. Jay, in that listening with Surge, was there anything that you didn't like what you heard there?
No, I love the intensity. I love how quick and calm the communication was. But the only thing that I didn't like was the body language from Simp. He's sitting at 12 and 22. He's throwing a couple of shoulders, a couple of shrugs. You can definitely feel the intensity in this map. But his teammates got his back, man. They're currently up by 63 points. They were able to change that P2 to P3 and outgrow themselves a nice little 60-point lead. One break is truly all Seattle Surge needs to probably put a ball on this map.
Yeah, it looks like it could be coming soon. However, HyDra and Co. able to find a few important kills, trying to stagger the push right now of Seattle as they go 3 down. Really, with 35 seconds left, maybe you've got one last good look at it, and that could be the turning point. Great entries being made from Mack. Sim able to put one up on the board, now 13 and 24. But as we said, a few late game kills could be all the difference. Trades inside, New York still winning them.
New York still in. New York know that they have to fight for this final 20, but Seattle Surge are not going to give that one up for free. So the final 15 is going to go in favor of the Surge, and it's going to come down to this battle of the rotations. HyDra already finds himself in towards bottom red. He's just trying to play this timing. You have Skyz that's playing in towards the hill. Your teammates are dropping around, so you have to try to make plays, and Mack assists you by killing himself. That's not the best start to try to finding a break.
Yeah, well, I'm saying we're inside of the kitchen right now. Mack, well, he's cooking himself deep fried and tenderized. Mack, unfortunately, does hit the deck, and with that, now New York are within 30 points. Can they continue to lock this down is the question. Get those tacks out of your hands and now put the Vazneps to good use. A position that HyDra absolutely love. Close quarter specialties. However, his teammates have fallen by the wayside. Can he remain alive? No, he does not. Another late game break coming in from Surge.
Oh, Surge, they timed that perfectly. They sent pressure through the front, pressure through the back, and eventually Pred is able to win a couple of those gunfights to find the break. Seattle Surge cannot win on this kitchen hill, but they could get pretty damn close with this final 15 seconds. Subliners know they have to apply the pressure. They cannot give up all this junk time. KiSMET's going to go for the route through back kitchen, but Seattle Surge, they're not panicking. They know all they need is another 10 seconds, and map 1 is there.
Yeah, it feels like if you're Surge, you just have so much freedom on the map right now. Only 7 more seconds to go. You can play late game contest. You can play for kills really at this point. And really, you can just jump on P1 whenever the time calls for it. Another long range kill coming in from Pred, as that will open things up for a moment. Accuracy with Vaznev in hand. He eventually drops. Simp finds 2. Pred goes for the snap. Not there. Another second added. 6 more to go. Surge should surely be able to do this, but New York doing everything that they need to around the map.
Yeah, Subliners are just making sure that they stay off the hill. They're trading efficiently, not allowing Seattle Surge to get fully set up. And now with that 2 kills going in their favor, that's making 3. Mack's the only player up now. You are getting a couple close spawns if you are Seattle Surge in towards the PD, so you should win that rotation over towards kitchen. There has to be a break coming in from the Subliners to keep this game alive.
Yeah, with Pred finding that kill through the middle side, that very well should be it. Oh my god, there's one player behind him. KiSMET actually on the 5 spree. Now has a chance to jump on.
Oh my!
So he's gonna make it 6. So New York have a brief moment where they can still hop on this hard point. Surge dancing around the outside. Now 4 more seconds to go. It's still 5. No, they did not get that segment. They did not get that tick. KiSMET bringing in the streak. He ends up finding 2. New York have numbers as we rush back into the parking lot.
Oh, it has to be a scrappy hill. Both teams, more specifically Seattle, all they need is 1 set of kills and they might have just got it done. Pred finds 2, Pred finds 3 in those final moments of the map 1 for Seattle Surge to go up 1-0 in the series.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a solid victory, but New York hung out for a while. Surge were within 10 seconds for what felt like 10 minutes. But they were able to put aBeZy in the books as Predator erupts for 37 and 23. We talk about the matchup between the 2 international superstars, Pred versus HyDra. It is Pred who answers early. HyDra still a phenomenal game, 31 to 27. It's not as if he did not play well, but Pred putting up the most kills in the lobby. It ends up helping net his team a game 1 victory, and one that they so desperately needed, Jay. As we said, for Surge, Hardpoint has really been their home so far throughout this year. Considering how solid New York is on all fronts, the game 1 victory here was absolutely necessary if you're Seattle.
And if you think about how Seattle were able to get it done, the first 3 hills to start off this game were all New York. They respond with a great 60 hold over towards P4. But then when you get into the second rotation of the hard points, it was the chain from P2 to P3 that really blew this game wide open. Pred was just being that roaming slayer with that SMG in hand, playing the cutoffs, and he was just causing Subliners so many issues because they think they had the numbers, but you just couldn't find a trade onto Pred. That's what that young man is capable of. I actually had the opportunity to talk with him on the Friendly Fire podcast alongside my guy Nameless. Keep in mind, your episode is coming soon. That's not dropped yet. But he told me he's never worried about his respawn game. He knows exactly what he needs to do when it comes out to the respawn. The more thing that he's been focused on is his S&D prowess. And to be honest, I don't really think that that's a main focus for him either. He's been a 1.28 in the S&D so far on the season. The thing that he told me he had to work on was just those little things, the positionings, the plays with your teammates to allow you to get different plays on the map. And I just think the way that he is playing right now, he's probably not the best player in the game, but one of the best players in the game in every single category, because he's consistently doing it on a different level versus some of the top teams in the game. Pred is truly a nice, beautiful player to watch in Call of Duty.
Oh, he's beautiful. I absolutely love to look at him, Jay. He's great. And the player cams, the gameplay, man has it all, truly. But it's been difficult, right? When you talk about, I mean, both of these players, HyDra and Pred, I mean, we know they're two of the most talented SMGs that we have in the game. And, you know, we've started to get into those MVP conversations. It feels like for New York, they maybe haven't had all of the results that you would have liked. You know, they've had the Major 1 victory, but since then it hasn't really been all that stellar. You know, they've had a good moment here or there, but it feels like HyDra maybe can't be elevated. And the same thing can be said for Pred, having another superstar year, but the results really are not yet there to get into that MVP convo. So again, two unbelievable talents that thankfully we get the opportunity to watch continue to battle it out here in this series, but trying to wield their teams to wins, which is really what this series is all about, what this year has been all about. Into the El Asilo Search Destroy as we jump into it, my friend. I mean, what we actually saw, you and I had the cast on Seattle not long ago on this very map versus Boston Breach, and they made a pretty crazy comeback. However, what can you tell us about the New York side and how they look to handle Surge here in map 2?
Oh, Subliners, this is their best search and destroy map. They're sitting at an overall 62 record. They're a #1 team at finding first bloods. Usually whenever they find a first blood, they have a 70% chance at winning the round. So that's really all that you need to talk about here. Because the Subliners, if they get the first kill, more specifically on defense, it's 68% of the time they're getting that first kill. They're winning the round 80% of the time. So if you are the Seattle Surge, we watched them play this versus Boston Breach. Biggest thing that stood out for me is that they had a slow start to the map, but they were never worried about the situations that were happening throughout. It was Mack who were down 2-5. He goes on a couple sprees, was able to earn himself a cruise missile, and then the teamwork starts to come into play for Seattle Surge. I feel like that's what lacks in the beginning of their S&Ds, is the teamwork aspect. They need to make sure that they're bringing that teamwork versus a team like Subliners, who are great even in the 3v4 situations. 40% overall chance at winning the round on El Asilo.
It just feels like, really, when you talk about both these teams, Jay, I mean, for New York, a chance to really continue to strengthen the map pool, trying to fine-tune everything in your tool bag come Major 5. And for Surge, it's just a matter of, like, trying to at least improve in Search Destroy, as it has been just such a hamper on them so far throughout this season. I believe they still have the #12 record on the year. They've had their moments, but this has been the game mode that has held them back more than any other. But into El Asilo Search Destroy we go. One that's treated Seattle nice lately, one that has treated New York very well all throughout the season. As we battle here in game number 2, New York starting things off on the attacking side. And it is Priestahh with bomb in hand. And it could be Skyz who's the one to make the early entry play.
Yeah, I love this early play call from the Subliners. You know, there's not going to be any trophy systems to work with. You're going to apply the pressure towards the back, but all of Seattle were ready for that push. His accuracy and Simp combined for 2. Now you leave it up to Priestahh and HyDra to try to clutch up. All left up to HyDra now in the 1v4.
We've seen him do some crazy stuff previously, but a 1v4, surely not. 30 seconds still left to go. Ends up gunning the first. Pred currently, I believe, has just rocked dead silence, and he's just slightly out of the play. Paco's still doing what he can, trying to use that shifty movement. Time continues to tick, but the biggest problem for him is that bomb resides a good 20, 30 feet behind him. Tries to go for the gun engagement there onto Lamar, but I believe it is accuracy who earns that final kill, and with it, ends up having a hat trick to kick us off.
And that's where the teamwork already comes into play. Accuracy right off the rip gets the info that the pressure's coming up through the courtyard side. He allows him and Simp to set up a crossfire to find those initial couple of kills. And eventually leads to accuracy finding 3 on the round. Give him the hat trick. Seattle Surge 1-0.
If they can build upon it. I mean, if you see accuracy starting off great on a map like El Asilo, should be in for a good time. Surge fans, as we said, really clutching at any single W that they can get in Search Destroy. If their team has the ability to win searches, we know what the respawns can be. But in round 2 we go. We flip sides, and now it's Seattle starting things off. Their first look at attack here in El Asilo versus the New York front. Mack running right into mattresses. It's just a matter of time before that bomb officially gets planted.
Oh yeah, bomb's just gonna go down for free. Not a single player from New York gonna be sitting in towards the A side. That's because HyDra is already working that flank. He finds the first blood onto Simp. Now you put Subliners in the man advantage with 30 seconds left.
Priestahh able to lay down one, so now into the 3v2, now making a 1v3. Pred, last man alive, cuts away HyDra, 20 seconds to go, and a bomb that he absolutely has to defend. Can he round the corner in time? It does not look likely. Oh, not gonna occur. Bomb defused. Pred was running as fast as possible, put those trainers on, but unfortunately for him, does not get there in the nick of time. New York played the numbers right. They played the timing right. And they survive round 2. First one on the board for them.
Yeah, right there, if you're Seattle, you get all the information, especially when no player is sitting in towards the site, that they have to be committing towards one of these sides. They have to be pushing up through field, or they have to be pushing up through courtyard. But by the time they get all that info, Sid was on the rat pack to watch that field side. HyDra was already towards white. He was able to find that first blood, and that definitely caught Seattle Surge off guard. Got to be aware of those flanks as New York tied up at 1.
Next round we go, and right into the fight. Mack, oh, ends up dropping 2. That's exactly what you want to see coming in from Mack. The X factor, it feels like for Surge so often, gets a quick 2 for 1, and it's totally changed up this round for New York as Skyz instantly all alone.
Skyz left into 1v3, just gonna go for the chow onto Sid, but gets gunned. As Seattle Surge take the round right on back. All on the back of Mack, who makes it happen in towards the A side. I thought I was going to be like Dr. Seuss or something. Like I was going to have something to follow up with Mack there, but I had absolutely nothing. But Mack takes over in the beginning of the round. Simp shuts down the rest. Seattle Surge now up 2-1.
Trying to think of something myself. I'm not getting it, Jay. I'm not getting it. I was thinking like hat trick, cat in the hat. I'm not there yet. To be continued.
Mack,
to be continued.
Yeah. Or it'll come along.
It'll come, Jay. It'll come at some point. All good. Into the next round we go. Mack with the objective at hand. And instantly off the rip, I was going to say, based off a few of those arrows, the most aggressive one by far, aBeZy player 8 and HyDra. He is already working on something.
Yeah, HyDra already finds himself in towards money. And now Pred gets that info that this door is cracked, so someone has to be behind him. KiSMET does not even spot him. So Pred's thinking that the chow is going to come right back, but his teammates are working towards that bomb plan. It's going to be another 4v4 retake for New York.
Oh, and Pred right into the gun engagement. Ends up finding that one on the KiSMET. And so with that being the case, a few players popping dead. Pred still with his. Goes roaming, puts a few shots in the back of Skyz. However, he remains still intact. And with that, this round continues on. 6 players alive. Another one falls. This time it's Priestahh. Pred also drops. And now with that, New York with numbers, they've got to make their way to the site. But it's accuracy. Iceman-like ends up getting a freebie. And now it's a 1v1. As accuracy pulled off another clutch. Oh, he's doing everything he can to stay alive. But not enough. Skyz will drop him. And New York claimed the 1v1. They shut down Iceman. And from there, they claim round number 2.
And that's another retake over towards the A site. I thought accuracy had the opportunity to have the ice in his veins. If he slows down that first gunfight onto HyDra, because once you look at him, he's not sticking that defuse. So he's still playing for that kill. Could have wasted a lot more clock and at least forced the players from Subliners to continuously look for you. But once he gets that first kill, with only 11 seconds left, Skyz know we have to go for this chow. I have to win this gunfight. Eventually challenges it at the right time, wins the one-on-one.
See you, Kiz.
Secures the defuse. And Subliners tied up at 2. KiSMET said, I'm out of here.
I believe we're entering into a quick pause. Hey, we've not been on the better end of some of these breaks lately. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
For that, we're going to have a quick little pause in the game. I believe everything currently sits still at 2-2. Obviously, New York, big clutching round victory. And KiSMET says, all right, time for a bathroom break.
Yeah, you got to get up and hit the reset. Just took a nice little successful retake over towards the A-bomb, but this S&D has been back and forth. Seattle Surge have been the squad early on to win their defensive rounds, and then Subliners just successful on the retakes, taking opportunities whenever they present themselves on those flanks. And I just think, like, if you are Seattle Surge, so far it's been 2 successful A bomb plants where Subliners have had to retake. If we can do better at the setup after you get the bomb down post plant, you should be able to walk away with the search and destroy, because Subliners haven't put any bodies in towards that A bomb.
Yeah, it feels like this is an interesting moment in time. I know we've talked so often throughout like COD history, even CDL lately. But we're like, what would a timeout be like in the middle of a search and destroy game? I know there's been quite a few debates. I'm like, you know, is that something that we could maybe have at some point? We kind of get to experiment with one and see exactly how it plays out. So, I believe everything is all good. And with that, pretty much acts as a quick little 30-second minute timeout. And from there, we're right back into the game. As you said, Jay, a lot of opportunities, a lot of time, really for both sides to kind of figure out the strategies and really work on what they want to do here in round 5.
Yeah, this next couple of rounds is all going to be about those mid-round adjustments. They knew that Mack was a soul man last time in towards the A site. Get the information he's not in to be in there. So now you just get that bomb down for free. Now you force Seattle Surge to hit the retake.
KiSMET bomb planted, and oh my goodness, he is left in a very, very awkward spot. Skyz instantly left in a 1v4, and there's Mack already on that defuse. Accuracy on Overwatch, but it's Skyz who gets a 2-for-1. There's no way he falls on Pred. Oh my goodness, maybe a second later. A second later, and there was maybe a chance there for Caesar to pull off something special, but Surge, too many bodies outweighing the bullets that exists on the other side, as they pretty much carve up that retaking opportunity and now put their 3rd round up.
And that's just another perfect play call right there from Seattle. They've shown early on into the map that we are playing a couple players in towards the site. That time, Subliners was playing for that player in towards bomb. They don't get that information. They go for the bomb plant. And then once that bomb gets planted, Pred strikes through the courtyard side, finds the first. Sib lines it up with the snipe. Just a really easy retake right there from Seattle Surge. Now up 3-2. And if you're hitting shots like that, let's just keep it out. Sib trying to go for another.
Oh, and it could look good. Just around the bars, the Skyz is able to stay alive, and it is HyDra also who's working his way up through the field side. Yeah, screw the nade. Who cares about it? But with that, Sib can have another huge impact with the sniper here. So far, not part of the thing. KiSMET tries to break the silence, but however he eventually falls, does work out for Priestahh to end up trading the kills. So now into the 3 versus 3. However, Seattle, they have got full field control in a B site that is waiting for them.
Yeah, all of the Subliners decided to rotate over, but it actually works right into the play because Mack decided to go for the child towards top party. Don't know why he decided to do that, but with now only 30 seconds left, the bomb's down in your enemy's base. You have so much ground to cover. Accuracy's position is known. You still have to get that bomb planted.
Accuracy nearly took down Priestahh there. Sib, who is, like we said, had so much freedom over in the field. He'll finally pick up that bomb off Mack's dead body and look to lay it down himself. So if you're New York, you know exactly where both of these final 2 players are. Sib right in your face ends up dropping Skyz. So with that, now into the 1v2. He's got attack and a Vaz. Everything that you need to work with to clutch out what is a 1v2, but ultimately a 1v3. Time continues to tick away, and here comes Priestahh and HyDra now.
Yeah, the Subliners are doing the buddy system. 2v1 trying to go for the double chop, but there's a lot of time winding down. Can Sib time this perfectly? No one is on the bomb, but he's going to turn the corner. He finds the first, makes it a 1v1.
Oh, and he's clutched it out, Sib! Mr. Do It All! A 1v2 that, as we said, is basically a 1v3 in that situation. Maybe not the typical weaponry, but he makes the Vaz look great. A close quarter fight, and then 2 big ones there over on the field bomb site. It felt like, Jay, it was a big mistake from Mack to go up to the top party, and really from there, accuracy wastes a bit of time, but really Sib had free roam over on the top side of the map. He was able to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, I think the biggest play, though, even though accuracy drops, is that the fact that he kept all the Subliners players on that side of the map and allowed Sib to get that bomb plant for free. Once you do that, by the time they get back over towards B, there's only 20 seconds left. Someone has to stick the defuse, and Sib just plays it perfectly. Not the best. Map number 1 that has answered the call. This map number 2, 7-2 on a 4 spree. With only a minute left on the clock, Subliners, they're playing slow. They allow Seattle Surge to get a majority of this map control, and now Mack finds himself in a great position.
Yeah, however, has revealed his position. Pred ready to sink his teeth into the New York attack as Priestahh ends up finding another. So into the 2v3 we go. It would be for a, well, now a 1v3. At least Sid was somewhat able to do it. Now, Pred, can you do it yourself? Well, he's lighting the load that much more and just manages to stay alive. So information found. And I don't believe that he spots that bomb just below him. Regardless of it, he's ready to get out of dodge and give himself a chance at another clutch.
Yeah, he at least knows where at least one player for the Subliners is, as a couple shots do come in. But now he's just trying to find the timing on checking these sights. He's going to play over towards B, go for the 50-50. But it's not going to play into his hand because it's looking like Subliners are going to go towards A. No, they're actually going towards B, and Pred might have just played this beautifully.
Oh, and he can absolutely get the perfect timing as well. As he finds Skyz, he can just stay alive. He can just stay alive. HyDra from afar. Can he get here in time? Paco, did he spot him over the top rope? No, he is not going to. And it is back-to-back breakdowns here for NYSL. A huge clutch from Sib and another one here from Pred.
That's technically like 2 1v3s back-to-back. Pred just plays it beautifully. It's a 50-50 chance. Just puts himself in a position towards B. I would have liked to see HyDra go up alongside Skyz just in case you have to put yourself in a trade scenario. But once Pred gets that kill, all he has to do is play his life. HyDra is nowhere near the play. And now Seattle Surge find themselves at game point.
Surge, oh, the places you'll go if you can start to win. Search destroys. As right now they are up big versus New York and threat of going up 2-0. And so much of it has been based off of clutches. A first blood for New York, that's fine. That has not really been what's been the defining factor so far throughout this search. 3 strong still left for Seattle. Can they close it out here? There's tension. You get to join us here on El Asilo. A big moment breaking down in mattresses.
Oh, yeah, but the stun is going to connect onto Mack. Sets up HyDra to take him down. But that dead silence gets invested by Pred. He's time to strike. He's going to go for the challenge. Does the spinner Rooney for Noski. Doesn't find a kill. As the Subliners able to hold on for dear life in those final moments. Find those final couple of kills. And secure the round to stay alive. Now down 5-3. Even after Subliners are able to find the first blood, it still gets scary. But if you think about how Subliners have been losing a majority of their S&Ds as of recent, it's been all about the clutches. Stop allowing 1v3s and potential 1v4s to happen. You got to ice up in these man advantages.
Right now in this situation, as we said, I mean, New York, they catch a dub today versus Seattle. They're guaranteed winners bracket for Toronto. You're feeling great about your next match versus Breach, but everything comes to a halt. As you'd allow for quite a few of these clutches to go the opposite direction, but right into the round we go. But it's HyDra starting things off nicely. That's now 5 in a row here for the French Phenom. Bomb instantly planted. A wonderful start to this round from the Subliners.
Oh, Subliners taking the action to them, but Sib responds. He takes down Skyz, makes it a 3v3. Pred doesn't have that silence to work with, so he's just crouching around that site, waiting for his opportunity to strike. He trades 2v2 now.
Oh my god, and Pred is on the defuse. Pred is on the defuse. Sib falls. Oh, Pred hops off of it and still was alive. I thought for a moment HyDra surely took him down. Pred right back on the defuse. However, HyDra is keeping him honest. And with that, Paco hitting new levels. Drops to Ozzy and keeps New York alive again.
I'm pretty sure HyDra is able to find 3 or potentially 4 on the round. He was 11-6. Yeah, he earned himself the ace. So if you want something done, you just got to do it yourself. As HyDra sitting at 15-6 on the map. So he's given his team communication of how he wants to play this next round. Whenever you have a player standing out in search and destroy, you just got to take his play calls and run with it. Because obviously he's reading this team to a whole different level on an ace spree, as he also earns himself that cruise.
That is unbelievable work so far from HyDra. No, Namos was talking about the incredible numbers that he's been able to put up so far in Major 5 and having another massive performance. But here comes the cruise. Skyz finds a first blood and HyDra answers back now with his 16th kill. An instant 4v2 advantage for New York.
This is total takeover right now from the French Phenom. 4v2. Left up to Mack and accuracy. They do have the bomb in hand, but Subliners have been able to take so much ground. You have KiSMET all the way in the back of the spawn. You still have HyDra roaming around bottom mid. HyDra finds the first. Priestahh finds the second. It was just 5-2 for Seattle Surge, but the Subliners have brought it all the way back. Now going into a round 11, confidence all on the Subliners side.
Give me your pick, Jay. Give me your pick. Does New York do it or does Seattle hold on?
I think Subliners unfortunately fall short in this round 11. Seattle Surge, I saw.
Oh my word. I'm excited. We saw Boston and unfortunately lose a 5-2 comeback versus this very team in Seattle. Is Seattle about to allow for that to happen to them? We will find out and take a look at those round 11 records. They are not pretty. But into OT we go. One round to decide it all. Does Seattle go up 2-0? Or can New York make the comeback? It's Seattle on the attacking side. And it is patient play. To no one's surprised here in our final round.
Yeah, Subliners are just playing a default setup. They want to make sure all of their flanks are covered, because so far their success has been on the retakes over towards A. As the bomb is now starting to get planted, KiSMET with the movement is able to get the first kill onto Pred, but now it's a 3v4. Seattle have to clutch up.
The biggest part is, like you said, KiSMET ends up staying alive. So right now for New York, you've got the numbers, but it's about time to get a move on. Dead silence popped. KiSMET around the corner. Shots exchanged. They continue to raid, and KiSMET another big one. They're on to accuracy. Not a chance. And Priestahh finds another. It's all on to Simp. Oh, and HyDra is able to take it. Finishes with 18 kills. And New York make a wild 5-2 comeback. You have got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I'm sorry to all the Subliners fans for not believing in that round 11. But what a comeback from New York. To be down 5-2, you need someone to give you a spark. It is no better player to do it than HyDra. The French Phenom goes on a 10 spree in this search and destroy. Ends the map with 18. He almost just broke the record all time for how many kills you were able to drop in search and destroy. Actually goes on an 11 spree. My bad for cutting you short. But HyDra just absolutely took over in this search and destroy. Completely shuts down the aggression from Mack and Pred in those final rounds. Goes on an 11 spree. Brings it back with the cruise missile. Everything was going right for the Subliners. Besides those 1v2 or 1v3 clutches, this round count would look completely different. But the Subliners, they ice up. More specifically, HyDra takes over, and they tie the series now up at 1.
That was one of my favorite search destroys on this season. Talk about highlight play after a highlight play. Meanwhile, it is HyDra who answers emphatically here in the game 2. Says, Pred, your hardpoint performance was nice, but I'm breaking records out here. As you said, Jay, most S&D kills on a map this season, and just tied it for CDL history with Insight back in Cold War. It was his debut series. I want to say it was on a Miami back in the day. I think, Jay, you and I actually had that cast, Insight's debut.
Probably.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. But, man, it has been, it's been frustration. It's been annoyance, it feels like, for New York to have allowed so many clutches to go the opposite direction. But this time, Jay, it is them who end up icing up.
They ice up, bro. And now they tie the series of at 1. They're going into the control map that they haven't played in a month. So you got to be feeling good if you're Subliners.
Yeah, you do indeed. I believe it was Ali at the start of the day who was talking about this very matchup and highlighted Hotel Control as the one to watch, as we've got both of our squads level at 1. You are absolutely going to want to stay with us as Seattle and New York continues here in the swing mode right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
How's it going, friends, and welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you missed a historical performance. Take a look at the numbers here from HyDra. Paco absolutely took over in the 5-2 comeback that NYSL had on the El Asilo versus Seattle. Those 18-6, breaking this year's Search Destroy record and tying the all-time S&D kill record in one map of Search Destroy. That was a long-winded way to say it, Jay, but my word, that was utterly impressive. HyDra hitting new levels in Search.
Yeah, that was total takeover right there to HyDra. He said, if you want something done, you gotta get it done yourself. He goes on an 11-3 in that S&D. Eventually close it out in a 6-5, breaks the record, or at least ties it with insight so far throughout the CDL. But now we go into the map number 3, where I think whoever wins this map wins the series. On the opposite side, you see the stats for Subliners, 11-5, one of the best, if not the best attacking team, going up against one of the best, or one of the teams that used to be one of the best on the attacking side for Seattle Surge. So it's going to be a battle, man. Seattle Surge, this used to be their bread and butter, but they're 1-4 in their last 5 times they have played Hotel Control. And the reason why is because they haven't found any success on their attacking rounds. Not a single one in the last 4 times that they have played.
Yeah, that's really wild. Like, this was even the recipe that Surge had back when this team originally formed in Vanguard. It was like their ability to just win attacks. Like, I remember on Tuscan at the start of the year, it was Gavutsu. Like, on this year, it's Hotel Control. They just managed to figure out how to win attacks. Asim with some shifty movement stays alive. But lately, it's not been great. But here in the round number 1, it's looked pretty squeaky clean. Wonderful work so far at this B zone, as they have pretty much locked this one up. Guaranteed, and Pred is dropping them from behind.
Oh yeah, B's already gone. Seattle Surge, no. We're the team on the attacking round. First off, Subliners have no trophies, so we're going to spam our attacks, stack the point, and extend this time by a minute. As they find themselves up 24-20 in the lives department. With 2 minutes to work with, all they need is 1 set of kills. And Pred is not slowing down. Finds himself on a 5-3 before he does get cut. But now it allows Subliners to maintain that right side of the map, get puts out Core's kitchen, and allows Seattle Surge to now overextend.
Sometimes, Jay, you just kind of question, you kind of wonder, how is the team going to reply after dropping a 5-2 lead? They're going to play a little more passive, or they're going to go for ego chows. Well, I think it's fair to say we know exactly how Seattle's feeling after that last map loss. They are ticked off and ready to end round number 1 as fast as humanly possible. Accuracy with some beams. It's a 3-man stack inside of the point. Simp watching on the outside. He eventually falls, but that's nearly the whole round done and dusted. 4 down, and Surge answer emphatically here in round 1.
Oh, Seattle Surge coming diff today, man. They're coming diff. They complete that B segment. They extend time by a minute. And all they need is 1 break in.
Oh, goodness.
Towards the diner. The stack is in. Pred, Mack, and Accuracy all snaking away behind the diner. Eventually allows Seattle Surge to dominate on the opening attack round. Something that they have not seen a lot of success as of recent. They go up 1-0.
That's what you want to see, man. That's what you want to see if you're a Surge fan. Like, okay, well, my team just lost a 5-2 lead. Our spirit's going to be higher and low. Yeah, they're just fine. They are absolutely fine. King of confidence, Mr. Pred. Right. Running forward. He's actually one that finally finds a kill with the dead silence pop. The hip fire works out nicely for him. However, the rest of his teammates not able to say a whole lot. They also will end up falling. And from there, New York, pretty easy time as it's KiSMET, the man left inside of the objective. And, well, it's the rest of his teammates having a great time around the map.
Yeah, KiSMET's just capping it by himself. His teammates know what they need to do, where they need to apply the pressure. They know Seattle Surge is going to decide to chalk that one up. HyDra did invest that dead silence, but now it runs out. So he's slowly trying to work his way up the flank. He has attack 56 in hand. Just ready for a couple gunfights because you know where Seattle Surge are coming from. But A is going to be done and dusted. All of the subliners going to be taking control of the middle of the map, applying pressure through the back end because HyDra, he's getting so much info. He's going to allow his teammates to go for that pinch.
See if this works out. Is he gonna be ready for accuracy? Oh, the timing works out perfectly there for Paco. Priestahh finds another transition kill, and now the only 2 players alive currently for Seattle are 2 that are left inside a bedroom. Now to the mid cross we go. HyDra up top is Peak, watching forward. A few nades actually end up spoiling the party for both sides. So Seattle from one direction, New York from the other. Time by no means a factor, as now HyDra has earned a cruise missile.
No, he did it with the TAC 56 as well, but right there, Subliners had a lot of map control. They just did not decide to hop that point. They only allowed 1 player to hop on it. And at that point, with it going up so slow, Seattle Surge were able to retake map control through the middle of the map, keep them off the point. Now win a couple gunfights to take control of their side. Now a minute and 30 left on the clock. The Subliners trying to fight for bedroom control. You have a couple players from Seattle Surge already in great positions. As Priestahh finds himself with the Vaznev in hand, he gets cut down by Pred. So far, Seattle Surge holding strong on the defense.
Oh, and KiSMET just gets Pred right in his face. And from there, Skyz not able to win his fight toward the back. So some big kills go in the way of Seattle as Mack continues to try and maintain top bedroom control. Looking to get shifty and keep New York guessing. His aggression actually will end up not working out for him in the end. And from there, Pred also falls to the front line of Surge as instantly dropped. We'll see what New York can do, as now a lot of the pressure begins to fall onto Simp's shoulders as he remains true. New York, a lot of work still to do. 40 seconds on the clock. Can they finally make it through this very difficult Seattle defense?
And right now, the Subliners, they have bedroom control. You also have Skyz on the middle towards checkout desk, but he cannot win a gunfight. That's such a powerful position. Over towards mid checkout. If you're trying to complete this B capture, KiSMET does take down 2, but Simp still the sole man here trying to keep them off the point. He finds a second. He sets up Pred for the 3rd. There's only 1 player here left for the Subliners. A teammate does come in, but position known. And with only 20 seconds left, Seattle just need 1 more set of kills and the round is theirs.
All eyes on Surge. It's their round to lose. 1 player in the back. HyDra's able to win it, and from there, he directs all the arrows onto him. And because of that, Priestahh gets a freebie. HyDra!
Oh my!
HyDra again! Is gonna jump right on that point. There's only 1 player here for the time, and that is Mack. That zone begins to fly. He has to go for a chow. He's able to win it over the top. It doesn't matter. HyDra just took over again.
How does he get away with this, Lando? Like, you know where HyDra's gonna be at. He wins the first insane gunfight versus Mack. All of his teammates drop around him, but he times it perfectly to win another 2 gunfights towards the mid-arch. Once you get that set of kills, that's all 4 dead in the feed. All of Seattle spawning all the way across the map. Subliners just had to stack it in those final moments to close out the round. What looked like to be a Seattle Surge potentially going up 2-0. Subliners snatch it right back from them, just like they did in the Search and Destroy, to now tie it up at 1.
My God, I saw HyDra there in the player cams. He was talking to his teammates.
He's talking a little smack. Yep. Yep.
He was letting him know. He basically said, "I destroyed Seattle in the later stages of that round." We'll go and pardon his French for the moment, but thankfully we weren't able to hear it. Although I would have liked to. But just to get another takeover moment there from HyDra is, like you said, man, he single-handedly steals that round number 2 away. Very difficult series so far for Seattle after the opening hardpoint victory, but right now they're sitting pretty well in this control. 1 player does fall off the B zone, and from there, that is a quick 3. So Seattle had 2 players on both A and B, and now they all get wiped away. From there, 3 off a spawn. Priestahh ends up finding 2 in a row. HyDra ends up finding the other 2, so with another 4 down, and Surge instantly brought back to their base.
Yeah, all of Surge coming off their spawn. Had to try to figure out where their plan of attack is, because it was a 2-2 split. 2 players towards back bed, 2 players towards back kitchen. Right now, the Subliners just maneuvering around the map, slaying when it was needed, and just keeping them off of these points, forcing Seattle Surge to commit towards either one of these sites. But they cannot get out of their base, man. They cannot find a couple key kills to get eliminated. But now with Pred winning that 1-on-1, A should be done and dusted. Time extended by a minute. And if you are the Subliners, you have bedroom control. You're currently up by 4 lives. It's just all about holding strong on this setup.
And by the way, Jay, HyDra also now 1 kill away from another cruise missile, and that's guaranteed. Oh, actually, no, it's one more kill, and he's got it under wraps. I apologize. One more to go, and that one belongs to him. It's a gunfight on the bread, and there it is. Another cruise missile here for the Frenchman.
Oh my God!
Stunned. He is still finding players. And take a look at that dent in the lives remaining. 8 versus 18. NYSL, this is your round to lose. However, Jay, this game so far has been about clutches. It's been about comebacks. This would definitely be one of the more impressive ones of the game if Surge could come away with this.
And the only opportunity they have right now is with accuracy sitting towards back spa. He's blocking those spawns for the subliners. If his teammate's able to get a couple kills, he can potentially stack on this point. But the lives are getting cut down. KiSMET knows it's time to strike. No more respawns remaining. Goes for the Chow onto the second. That's another 3 dead. And accuracy, he's been staying alive so long towards max spawn. It doesn't make a difference as the subliners come out and dominate on this defensive round. HyDra earns himself another cruise missile, doesn't even have to invest it. But HyDra right now, he's just playing on a different level, man. He is taking over this series, map after map, round after round. Doesn't even matter if it's a different mode. The man is locked in right now.
I'll tell you what, man, I know we talked a lot coming into this series about how both, Pred and HyDra, to be specific, the two guys the right side of the screen have had, their issues in getting into the MVP conversation. And I know HyDra's definitely more in favor of getting maybe that nod. But this is a series where you look at it and you're like, how do you not have this guy in a conversation like this? I mean, just completely taking over right now in a massive series versus a very talented Seattle Surge team. Lighting it up in the search. And now doing the dirty here in the control. Is into this round we go, and it is New York with full control over that B zone. It's just a matter of time. Priestahh,
oh my!
Vaznev in hand. He's done it with a sub in his prior career, and now he's doing it again. 2 minutes on the clock, and here comes the cruise. They look at that spree again from HyDra.
Yeah, HyDra's about to overlap. You gotta get rid of this cruise missile because you can't have 2 in your back pocket. He's sitting at 30 and 13. 1 kill off of finding another cruise. Can he do it? Dead Silence is invested. He finds the time and organ accuracy, and he's not slowing down. HyDra, Taco, the French phenom. He's doing it all. That's another 3 dead in the feed. Subline is going to close it out right now.
Wipe him off the map. Get him off the screen. HyDra dominating here versus Seattle as he takes over again. He is letting them know, and he's letting his teammates know that he is him. He is the man, and there is nobody in the world who can stop him right now. 33 and 13, 3K damage. Dominance on display once more, and it's just a pleasure to be a part of a series and a takeover like this as New York and HyDra now have won back-to-back maps and are 1 away from closing out the series.
This is absurd, bro. Like, let me tell you right now, Lando, this is insane. It's like there's 3 people on the map for subliners. They're all putting up like around even numbers. But then there's a superhero on the map. He's taking over in the last 2 maps right now for the subliners. Yeah, you better get up out your chair after this damn map because he's doing it all. You better give him the high praise because right now HyDra is playing at a completely different level. I said that the map 3 was going to be able to decide the series for me. And with subliners taking it, whenever they take control versus the Seattle Surge, they win the series. It only happened once throughout the season, but that is usually the deciding factor of who is going to be able to walk away with the dub. As the subliners find themselves up 2-1, HyDra is shooting and playing out of his mind right now. And now they're going into literally their best hard point on HyDra, where they have an 8-2 record. This should be done if you are the subliners.
I'm calculating it. It's a 1.78 KD. Yo. So far here for HyDra. And Jay, he's put up 82 kills through 3 maps.
Nah, man.
82. It was 31, I think, in the opening hard point. We just saw him put up 33 in the control and 18 in the search. 82 and 46 through 3 maps. As he is having a blast, and so is the rest of the teammates, man. New York is loving watching their boy fry.
Yeah, and if you're Seattle Surge, you just gotta shake your head, bro. You have no idea what's going on. No one just can just find a trade onto HyDra. I'm pretty sure he's able to go on 2 different 8 streaks throughout that game. Overlaps on cruise missiles.
Was it 3 or 4 cruises?
Nah, I think he got like 2. Well, potential. He might have had 17.
I think he
the
got
way
a
that
third.
his gun was shooting.
He got a third.
Way that his gun was shooting, Lando. He's shooting nukes, brother. Like, he's a guy 2.54 in the control. He had more kills than 2 of his teammates combined, bro. That is insane stuff out of the French phenom.
That is ungodly. Oh my word, HyDra. Statue is already, I believe the plans are actually already being made, Jake. The plans are already set in play. We're making a blueprint right now. HyDra statue about to be constructed outside of the Subliner headquarters. And now with the HyDra hardpoint up next. I mean, we talked about it, right? Seattle came out, gave it their best effort in that round 1, right? We were discussing it. We were saying, you know what? This is a team who was still confident. They were ego challenged. Pred was feeling really good. Solid opening attack. It felt like you really got your best version of Seattle after a frustrating loss. And then from that round forward, you just see a total takeover. I mean, your mental has got to be tested right now if you're Seattle, especially knowing that you have another map to face off against with HyDra. And if HyDra's feeling like this, feeling confident like this, I mean, this could be another takeover map where HyDra just does it all.
And that's the opportunity that New York now have, is that they're going into one of their best hard points throughout the season, and we're expecting them to fall off a little bit. And I don't expect that. With the way that they're currently playing, all the 3 other guys got to do is do the 25%. HyDra, he's overachieving right now. With about 65% of the plays he's doing right now, he's doing them by his damn self. So if you are Seattle Surge, I know the last 2 maps have been tough, but it's just one key factor. Find a trade onto HyDra, and you will be able to force a game 5.
And Jay, if you are Seattle in this situation, right, backs against the wall, we're talking about how they could start off 1-3 and Røkkr here in Major 5, a matchup tomorrow versus Vegas. A very solid chance that they maybe do not make winner's bracket when it comes down to Major 5. What do you say if you're Seattle when you know that it's one player, right? When it's one guy taking over, is it a matter of like trying to focus on that one guy? Do you just try to get it out of mind? Like, what is the focal point for Seattle coming into this game 4, knowing that HyDra's on a heater?
Yeah, it's never focusing around one player, because when you put too much focus around HyDra, that's probably what your comm's going to be like. You're not aware of anybody else. So it's just sticking to the game plan, sticking to the GP on GD, and you saw it in full display in map number 1. That's simply outclassing Subliners in these rotations, where Subliners on HyDra are the #1 rotation team and the #1 hold team. That's what Seattle Surge have to do. Win those rotations and set up on these hills.
Okay, and we'll see if they'll be able to do it. I know we talked a lot about Seattle. We've dissected their hard point. We've talked about the rotations. We've talked about their holds, everything, and pretty much anything in between. But are you ready for KiSMET? As he erupts for a few inside of the middle of the map. No one actually yet to get on the board. It is a clean 0-0 game, as both teams very much so looking to hold on to those P2 spawns. Right now we're to surge with it, and we'll see if those holds can be solid as someone finally is able to hop on the hard point. And no surprise, it's KiSMET who does it.
Yeah, and the holds for Seattle Surge, though, on this map are sitting at 11th. HyDra with the movement, with the belly flop midair, as at least able to take down Mack. It has nothing to show for it as the Seattle Surge. We're doing a great job of maintaining those spawns towards the back end of P2. Now they're going to be able to take the lead, even though it's a slight one for now. But now with KiSMET in his position, he's setting up this pinch. The rest of Subliners is attacking through the front. This might be the break that the Subliners are looking for.
Oh, this is total blown coverage out of Seattle. Worth the nameless. I mean, HyDra ends up running to the front. It's KiSMET who makes the water route from the back. I think Seattle were aware of the spawns that New York were having, but they left a huge lane open for KiSMET to make the water route. And now with 20 seconds remaining, all of it is going to belong to the Subliners, up a decent amount as we head in toward P3. And would you believe it, HyDra, the sole man behind enemy lines, can he make another huge play again?
Yeah, just trying to find the timing. He's playing it super patient. He's gonna hit a different route. because Seattle Surge knows they're trying to locate where HyDra is, but there's no way you expect them to come out towards side pipes. You have a teammate already pushed out through the front, so you're thinking everything is covered through the front end, but now it's time for HyDra to strike. He finds the first kill. He knows that Pred is still pushed out towards the front. He's just roaming around trying to find a couple kills.
What?
Eventually he does take down Mack, and he's still alive. Someone trade him.
I was gonna say, if you're Seattle, you're just like, where is he? Like, where has he been? It's like a solid 45 seconds. How is he above us? How is he side piped? How is HyDra in the water? Unbelievable stuff, but now it is accuracy. Pretty much the soulmate alive inside of the hard point. It was at least a bit of early time here for Seattle, but it's New York who have broken late. Brett, I believe, Jay, ends up earning that cruise missile. So at least if you are Seattle, you're going to have that to roam forward with. Yes, so he does earn it. But now the race is over toward the path. Who can get there first? And right now it is Surge with numbers as we rotate.
And now it's HyDra in a position again to make the play. Trying to put the pressure towards the back end. Can't win a one-on-one versus Mack. But he's potentially going to set up KiSMET, who works his way on the opposite side of the water. Now that's 3 dead in the feed. Mack's the only player here for Seattle Surge. The rest of his teammates spawning out. Pred knows that we have to invest this cruise missile to relieve some of that pressure on Mack. But it doesn't find anything. Subliners get the perfect break. And now this 35 seconds is looking like it's going to go their way.
Yeah, and somehow the New York boys end up staying alive inside of the ruins. A missile coming right at them, but they hold on behind all of the rubble. Impressive stuff again from New York. Battle tested.
Get out!
A little bit rough. It's a little tough, but it works out perfectly. The flank is inbound, and from there, KiSMET, well, he is off to see something else. Instantly going for the water route, hitting the canals, hitting the channels, anything and everything and in between. Trying to cause some disarray. And disarray he will cause another one here for Kiz.
And this is what KiSMET does, man. He's just such a nuisance around those water routes. He keeps you looking for ghosts on the map. When he finds that kill, he relieves some of the pressure in towards the point, even though the spawns are in towards the back. Still for Seattle Surge. You haven't found a trade on the HyDra. Finally, you take him down, but at what cost? Subliners are still going to be here contesting.
And KiSMET still alive. He's been on this route and reach right to the face of Simp. Ends up dropping him, and from there, now he's one away from a cruise missile. We've been giving so much love to HyDra, but you gotta take a look at what KiSMET is doing on the map. Stunned. No cruise missile for him, but he has absolutely left an impact here on the first side of rotations. But thankfully for Seattle, they've got him in the backside of the spawn, so we'll see what they can do with it. Down big, but they've got good map positioning currently.
Yeah, now we go back over towards the P1. Seattle Surge have more bodies on that side of the map, so they're going to be the team initially set up. Just try to get themselves back into this game. But you have to win a couple key gunfights to go in favor of Priestahh. So now all of Subliners attacking from multiple different angles. Seattle Surge spawning towards the back. Subliners eventually find the break. But they're more focused on maintaining these spawns, and they do just that. Skyz with a huge one-on-one.
Wow.
KiSMET finds another 2. Subliners get the break, and they flip the spawns.
Yeah, and that could be the moment right there, Jake. That could be the moment where we're going back and watching what really defined this map. It could be that quick spawn flip that New York are able to earn now for P2. One of the most valuable hard points, not just on this map, but in this game. And right now, New York are in possession of it. And with 15 seconds left, it's going to be up to Mack to make the play. KiSMET stays alive. McKenzie trying to do the same thing right now for the teammates, but all 3 arrows converge. Mack falls. Simp drops from long range. And now that scoreline is starting to grow more and more. Another cruise missile now on the back of Skyz. And now, this is where things begin to get difficult if you're a Surge fan.
Yeah, this is where New York can blow this game wide open. You had Skyz going a nice little streak, earns himself that cruise missile. But this is where the subliners usually tend to dominate. Whenever they are set up properly around these hills, #1 in hold percentage. They're continuously growing this lead. There's one player here to contest. It's going to be Simp, but he can't win the one-on-one. So still, subliners with more bodies on this side of the map. They're just growing this lead more and more as the game goes on.
Now it's Caesar up to 8 in a row. As you said, Jay, the lead continues to expand. It continues to grow. 20 seconds left. Accuracy, Seattle.
Oh my.
Everything they've got. And New York, streak after streak after streak. Accuracy holds on, but now it's a matter of the rotation. One that you have to have if you're Seattle. but can New York make him pay again? Let's step aside and go to the comms. How are New York sounding?
I spawned back.
Missing pred.
Block whoever's behind me.
I am.
You went dead. One more top.
That's all.
Top is dead.
Nice.
Get time. Somebody bump.
Run if you spawn. Go. One from P1. From going top. They're all gonna be front. They're all gonna be front. Maybe we'll take it right. One more bridge.
Yeah. Absolute bridge.
Lemon put. I'm bumping. We'll go get your outer. I'll get your outers. I gave you P5. I'm your outer pipes.
I'm in your front door.
I have you pit. I'm on shot.
Front door, 100%.
Outer.
Front door right now. Outer one shot dead. No one top.
We flip them here too.
Top peak. I'm watching top.
Really weak.
I'm
I kill him. Bottom. Hey, look at one behind.
Bottom one shot me. Back on me. Back door.
Get kills. Paco. Just fucking.
Back door. Oh my god. Hard blocking P2. I'm hard blocking P2. You're so good.
Get time.
I'm shaking on room. I'm shaking on room. I heard you.
One behind me. I'm on shot.
I'm shaking out. Stay alive, guys. Low cat. Alright, here.
Left on me then.
Alright, close these guys. Low left on you, kid.
Low cat dead.
Nice. No one P5. I'm gonna shoot P5. He's going top on you.
Yeah, we're pushing out P4. Counter block.
I'm blocking.
B3 then.
I'm blocking boys.
P3 on me.
I got P5 spawns.
That's insane.
P5 spawns.
Yeah, keep holding your back.
Front of me, guys. I'm front broken. Low left. They're on me, guys. Get my mid. Low left.
I have it.
I'm one shot. Taking back. I'm gonna die first. We're good. Low left. Cat's under your kill. Alright, low left. I'm killing back in that guy. Cat, stun on the front.
Oh, he got me. Yeah, that's 2. Alright, they all spawned back. We're good.
Working on me too. You want to me here?
Actually, we're 30 seconds. We're good.
Working on me. One shot dead.
Mack P2. Mack one shot. He's rotating P1. Rotating for P1. Someone pick that up. Only one.
I got him.
Push hold.
Stay top. Back right now. In the back, one shot going. Got rock. Got rock. One of the other.
I'm rotating. One more time.
No one here.
Oh my god.
I got P1. Slammed him. I have scrap, bro.
Yeah, I'll block new. Yeah, I'm taking it for you. One's in all, one's got rock, one's P1, 3 more.
Just HyDra things going off again, and the rest of the teammates are having a ball. They're giving call-outs. The communication's great, but everybody's just like, HyDra, you do you. Have yourself a ball. Do what you need to. Another takeover moment as Seattle finally are able to get the break, but New York are having a blast right now.
Oh yeah, they're having a blast. Communications is on point. HyDra is directing every single player on what they need to watch. And the rest of his teammates are just gassing him up. HyDra, you are the best player in the game. You are doing everything. You are unkillable. He's getting all the premium gas right now from his teammates as he was able to earn himself that cruise missile. But Seattle Surge so far with a great response. I thought it was going to get out of hand because they were the team that was swanning towards the back of P4 with about 5 to 10 seconds left. But they find a break on towards P5. They keep getting closer and closer, keeping this game on point. But now we head to the third rotation of hard points where the Subliners have been dominant on the P1 to P2 chain. And we don't have a pistol. Let's bring a knife to a gunfight. KiSMET takes him down. Subliners fully set up to potentially close it out here.
Oh, KiSMET mermaid-like distracted Pred with his beauty, and then just pops up with a knife. Stabby stab inside of the water. And now with that, HyDra is the one smelling blood in the water.
Hello.
Oh, nearly had the turn on. They're on to Pred. The Aussie staying alive with 1 HP, and that's what it feels like Surge have been holding on to throughout this entire game, hanging on by a thread. 20 seconds still to play for. Seattle with P1 control, but it's about this rotation. They need a break.
They need to find a break. It all starts with a couple gunfights, though, and none of them are going in their favor. As that's a clean 4 dead for the Subliner. You're setting all of Seattle Surge off the spawn. Mack's the first player here, but the Subliners fully set up to close out the game at P2. They're creating latest through the middle of the map. Pred just trying to be the hero, going for the route. His best Michael Phelps impression.
Yeah, this may be, the one player that could potentially, within 15 seconds of this series being done. It's been a statement so far here for New York, and everybody is having their piece of the pie. Their celebration type of moment. It is New York who answer back with 3 straight games and shut down Surge on their way to locking up winner's bracket at Major 5.
Subliners just came out and had some serious clutch to them today. If you think about that map number 2, down 5-2, you got 1v3 to back-to-back rounds, but you still somehow, some way put it together to clutch up there to tie the series up at 1. All on the back of HyDra, who takes over, drops 18 kills on that map number 2. But then when you get to that control, this is where Seattle Surge, they had to be able to show something. Hotel used to be their best control map, but then now their last 6 times they are 1-5. And a lot of that L streak is due to their lack of success on their attacking round. We saw them take one here today, but every time they had to clutch up on defense, they could not get it done. Another HyDra takeover. And then when you get to the map number 4, I thought Seattle Surge played it great, especially early on into the game. They were able to keep Subliners off of the P1. They were in the great position to get that much needed time over towards P2. But when they were not able to read the water routes that were coming out of the Subliners SMG players, that's what really caused them problems. They were searching for HyDra in multiple different situations. They were searching for KiSMET in multiple different situations. Every time they were trying to find them, they lost that initial gunfight, which allowed the Subliners to put themselves in the advantage off the trades and eventually lead to a lot of successful breaks. We were thinking Seattle Surge, we're going to have a slow start because they played OpTic and Toronto, 2 of the toughest teams we have. But they fall short again to the Subliners. Now that puts them at 1-3, and I really don't know now if Seattle Surge even have an opportunity to make winners bracket now with their horrible map count. But we will have to see. Subliners dominated in this series. More specifically, HyDra.
That's exactly right, man. Finishes off with 110 kills through just 4 maps. Absolutely unbelievable. I'd actually love to hear the desk touch on this about like whether or not this series for HyDra maybe gets it back in that MVP conversation. But Chris, take it away, man. What a game that was.
Best player in the league argument, again, I think.
He's unbelievable. I mean, I've always considered HyDra one of the absolute best. I mean, his ability to go out there and just find kills, extend plays is unbelievable. But before we get to the New York stuff, we just got to talk about Seattle, I feel like, for a second, man. Like,
okay, hit me with it.
At some point, like, you got to look at each other and just realize, hey, man, this is just simply not working. Like, you can go back and you can look at all these situations where it could have gone different, where you could have won one map and been in a winner's final or won one gunfight. Like, that's cool and all, but when you go into these games and you got one guy going out there giving you 40 to win a map, and you're getting 5 to come back down and search and destroy, letting guys go in your base. Like, there's simple things.
Look at this.
I mean, this is a big play. Like, we're sitting there in the green room, we're watching these guys play, and we're like, how are you not watching the water there? You saw KiSMET drop into it. You know he's going to be trying to make a play on the rotation. It just seems like as these losses sort of pile on, guys like aBeZy and Mack are going to continue to play bad because of the narrative within the community, and then also with the frustrations within the actual team. You're going to start to lose confidence. You feel like you cannot win these games, right? So for Seattle, man, they're between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
Soul-crushing series for the Seattle Surge. On the other side, Subliners all smiles, and I don't think I've seen Paco this excited. The man was standing up after he dropped those bombs.
And I mean, rightfully so, right? I mean, an insane series out of HyDra. We know that he's capable of doing stuff like this. He's done it in the past, but I think this stands out his top performance that we have seen from him. I mean, the search and destroy, he single-handedly won that and made the comeback for the New York Subliners. And for Seattle Surge, that's spelled worst case scenario because like I said in the pre-match setup, they did not want to get to that HyDra map 4, and if they had to go to it, it had to at least be able to push it to a game number 5 because HyDra was New York Subliners map. That is what we saw as well in that game number 4. KiSMET abusing the water routes as we know what they tend to do. It's just about VOD review at that point. Like, I would personally never want to load against New York Subliners on HyDra.
Well, when you think about it, like we talked about it in the map bans, we could talk about this series for so long, but like they get rid of Mercado Hardpoint, a map that New York is 6-4 on, where it's like it's pretty good, but then you go into the series and you got to play 2 maps they're dominant on. I mean, 6-2 on either of them respectively for the season, and also that control. New York might be the best hotel control team in the game, and you get in a situation where you don't want to play Expo, so you go there. So on top of the chemistry issues, you also have a map pull issue if you're the Seattle Surge too. So just kind of getting exposed. But New York deserve all the love in the world. Incredible series, especially from HyDra.
1-3 now as Seattle surge. New York improves to 3-1, and it's time to take a look at some of the best plays from this series. It's your scope play of the game, and it comes from the one and only French phenom. He deserves a quiche for a performance like this, Allie.
I'm surprised it's not just a highlight of the entire series. Of course, it's got to be the search and destroy. Once again, I mean, he just put this entire map on his back. 11's free, 1v3s galore. I mean, there was nothing he could not do in this series. And it was a huge momentum flip as well. So for the New York Subliners, having a guy like this, I mean, untradeable.
You know, Allie, well, when you go about a mid, they keep giving you one-on-one gunfights 10 feet away. So,
used a missile.
Yeah, he did use a missile. You got to kill him Pred inside there. I mean, just an absolute breakdown by Seattle. HyDra, popping Daddy, extending plays, running away. Like, he was finding a kill by Kegs, then running out to Courtyard and finding another kill. I don't know how he's able to do it.
It's time for our Monster Energy Winner Spotlight. We have the one and only Caesar Skyz joining us live. And I got to ask you, Skyz, right away, what did Paco say at the end of that S&D? The man was standing up and yelling in the room.
I don't even know, to be honest. I blacked out. Like, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but like whatever routine he did today, he needs to do that again.
Did he have a McDonald's Coke or no?
Paco, did you have a McDonald's Coke today? He said no.
Oh. Did he have a Gatorade?
He had a Gatorade. No, he had a Monster.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
It was a Gatorade?
Oh, he had a Monster.
Monster Energy. I was going to say, y'all about to get fired. Skyz, let's talk a little bit about this series though, my friend. 3-1. How did you guys mount that comeback, and when did you know this series was yours?
Like in the S&D, like, bro, we got to stop getting clutched on. I feel like we're feeding people 1v4s. What is that, the third now? Jesus Christ. But I feel like we realized, like, we were just getting clutched on, and, like, there's, like, no energy. And then, like, out of nowhere, like, when it was 2-5, 1 around, we started, like, locking back in, like, getting energy, and then, like, getting turned again. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Skyz, what is it like having a sub like HyDra on your team? I feel like this is the first time you've been in a situation where you've had such a dominant SMG in that top 2 conversation during a game.
It's got like the past few years, I feel like it had to be like a super fast AR. Now I went from like pretty fast or like decently fast to like just iron and blocking just because like and left in peace, bro. So I'm just trying to set them up and just let them fry.
Skyz, it's been cool to sort of watch your guys' progression. You know, after Major 1, you guys had a couple dips throughout the next few majors, but you guys have fixed something with each and every split that we've had. How do you feel like you compare to your Major 1 run right now?
Major 1, if I would say like a percentage of where we are from Major 1, I feel like 80% there. I feel like we're starting to get a better map pool, fixing our S&D, just stop getting 1v4, Jesus Christ. And we're getting really good at control again, and our hardpoint's pretty solid right now.
Nice.
But I mean, we're just gonna mold into like a better form like for champs.
Guys, what caught me off guard was seeing the stats coming into this matchup. We all know that OpTic and FaZe and Toronto, the other top 3 teams, they have their peaks and their valleys across game modes. You guys are 4th best across all 3 game modes. Does that give you an edge, or do you feel that puts you at a disadvantage when teams could be a little bit better than you in hardpoint control or search?
I think it gives us an edge. It makes us like more confident, more comfortable in every mode. It's like in scrims, like we've been playing everybody in scrims like pretty fucking good lately. Oh my god, forgive me. But yeah, we've been slowly working on everything. Just like trying to set my teammates up, and yeah.
Nice.
Crushing it, my friend. We're going to let you go. That is Caesar Skyz. Follow him on Twitter for the best content on the internet.
And give 5 to twitch.tv/Skyz.
There you go. 5 gifted to that man right there running the AR.
I love the
while
plug.
his SMG's fried. New York Subliners picking up a 3rd victory here in the qualifiers. And looking forward, they have just one more team to beat. You got Boston in your way. Does this mean Subliners could be fighting for a top 2 seed?
Yes.
Yeah, look, smiles. Look, you said they were smiling after this win. It's the smiles that we drew on the paper before the series started.
It
we
all
had the
comes
script.
back together. Let's take a look back at the start of the day, though. Florida faced London, and while a lot of people thought this was going to go Florida's way, I don't think anyone expected London to go down as quickly as they did. The Mutineers taking care of business after a slow start to the matchup. Vehicle and crew, they just got it done again, Ann.
Talk about unleashing the beast. This was an insane performance by the Florida Mutineers. I said it after their last win that we saw them have versus LA Thieves. They literally look like OpTic Texas. We're in 3 respawns against Thieves, and they come into this one. And I don't care that it's the Royal Ravens. You guys can roast them however hard you want, but they destroyed them, dismantled them. We know Royal Ravens are coming into this. We saw the tweet. They were trying to play spoiler. No, Florida Mutineers win this. They secure winner's bracket, and everybody looked great in doing so.
And they're the only team that didn't ruin my pick'ems today as we go to LA Thieves versus Minnesota. But
what went wrong here?
I do have to tip my hat to the Minnesota Røkkr though. I mean, there is a lot of question marks, you know, after a roster change like that, and for the fact that they benched Afro, and that's obviously a lot of question marks because he was at SMG at the beginning of the season. You know, we were talking about Afro. He had an insane online performance, and then went to LAN and also translated it there. So the season find success so early against a team like LA Thieves is huge. Not only for the confidence, but also for the standings as well.
Storylines! We still have a story going into Toronto. Who is going to steal that 8th seed and lock in their final spot at Champs? Boston's not safe, and you have to think Minnesota, after their showing today, they're playing with nothing but confidence in their final match.
100%. I mean, we talked about it, like, this change just seemed like everybody was so comfortable, especially Cammy and Bance. Like, I feel like I was watching old school Toronto Ultra once again. Like, seeing Cammy out there frying, aggressively playing cuts, Bance playing his life in corners, letting people run past them and finding two pieces. Like, that's exactly what I've been waiting to see out of the Minnesota Røkkr. A shame it took them all season to find it, but we'll see if they can continue going forward.
With this loss, LA Thieves now 0-4 are guaranteed a spot in our losers bracket, looking to play spoiler once again in Toronto. For Minnesota Røkkr, though, you still got one more battle, and it's important because after today's 10 points, you now have a 2-game lead over the Legion. But anything could happen come LAN. You think they want to walk away with another dub, and we saw the frustration from Legion today on Twitter after Røkkr picked up another dub.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting there, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I know there's a great man who said that quote. I don't know his name, though, but I know Vegas is thinking.
Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. Allie, break it down for me. What's the game of the day?
I mean, the game of the day might be Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach, or maybe Vegas Legion and Seattle Surge. That's going to be a big match.
Florida Mutineers are going to upset Texas. OpTic, it's going down. Join us all live for that. 2:45 p.m. Eastern will be the next episode of Headquarters. We'll see you then.
It's the last Super Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole spot on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up, add attention, shake it off, tell us swift, forget the trip, back to mission, no surrender, just commitment, I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor, going crazy, met his panicking, woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages, hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages, power level breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering, rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again, made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Keep the door off the hinges, make waves. Someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it comes to savageness. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. Little this, little that. Everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just next. Scratch them off. Power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache. Maybe when it's in my head, I'm about to really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty. It's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you can never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed. Frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves. Someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Yeah. You won. We didn't block. We're good. We're good. One time mouse. Nice. Nice. In the truck. You got street. No. Trucker. No. Oh, bro.